AMD looks a little weaker to me than NVIDIA. So I don't mind pivoting to this to look for the next pop up. Maybe short VWAP on that. It's what it is. Like NVIDIA might get back to the high. If you're at the low of the day when the market's near the top, I think it's easier to say that's what I should short next.
What's Palantir still up? Yeah, I was going to say Palantir's really not doing anything. The only name that's really moving around for me here now, obviously, is Tesla, as we're in that one, as it's coming back into 277 there again. So that was our last reload. 278.50. Like, we could lose $1.30 long and then $1.30 short, it looks like right now as well. The other way around. Lose it short, then lose it long. Like, frustrating. I'm going to try to get something out at 278 in case we rally back a little bit, take a 50-cent hit on 10% of it, just because we were okay, there it is. So we got 96s, I think it was. We had 95s. So, okay, now it's starting to battle back just a little bit as we try to go back into the money now. We'll take out a small piece here as well if this move continues. But ultimately, at the end of the day, this name just, if it can get back up there to 279, 280, then we'll be right back where we need to be. But, yeah, not good right now on the fade of Tesla right there at 280. I mean, we dinged that level perfectly. It's just we got stopped out at 30. It didn't even go up 40 cents. We got stopped out there at 30. So I was stopped out by 11 cents, and then we missed out on $4. So this is what I'm talking about with trader dilemma. It's like, where do you get stopped out? You know, like I got stopped out there, missed it by 9 cents, and then the thing dropped $4, $3.50. To the downside, right? And so there's an out. All right, well, you know what? At the end of the day here, we'll see if we can get to Greensville here just on this trade alone on Tesla. Now long 278.20, 50 cents in the money, but we'll wait for it. We do have a top tick here as well that just happened on Palantir. Where am I on this one? Oh no, we're at 92.28. That's literally the high of the day. We're just going to put it right there now at, let's go back to 20s. We'll just go there. If it comes back up, great for us on that one, as that's $2 and change as the market's trying to get back up. The TQQ short that we wanted was a little bit higher than where we are right now. We're looking sort of like at 20,200 or so, up near 64s, so that could get excited as well. Oh boy, here we go. Shout out to my guy, Obi. But here we go now for Tesla, starting to get a little bit excited here as that's starting to battle back. So we may have just like, there he goes, gets him out at 279. We may have just weathered the storm there with that move down. So again, patience does pay sometimes. We're able to take profit early on Tesla on the short, lost on the short late, and then just flipped it up. And now we're long in the money now, $1 long. But again, let's take some profit slowly on Tesla and see if we can get back up to those glory days.
Shout out to Worksport, introducing a new discovery on the NASDAQ, and it is Worksport, ticker WKSP. Worksport is a US-based manufacturer and rapidly expanding with growing revenues, government contracts, and innovative green energy products designed to power your life off-grid. Whether you're on the move or seeking sustainable energy solutions, Worksport has you covered. Now trading on the NASDAQ under WKSP, discover the future of clean energy with Worksport. And clean energy? Yeah. Mining isn't necessarily going to be clean, but nope. Yeah, Bitcoin just went green if you actually care about the close on IBIT, but it double bottomed. And I know we weren't looking at this at the open because I was starting out bearish, but there's your double bottom on the 15-minute. We're at 86.5, which has been a pretty good spot. I'm going to buy VWAP on this bad boy for sure. I was just thinking if I shouldn't be. I got out of NVIDIA. I got to zoom back in for you guys. I got out of NVIDIA when it bounced off VWAP, saying it's trending to the upside. Well, the other side of it is I didn't reverse at that time, but if it gives another bounce off VWAP, I think I should reverse it this time through on NVIDIA. But I do like that IBIT. We'll take a shot at that one for sure. And I mean, Tesla's doing the same thing, so I could look at that. But the other name, as I said, Amazon, didn't get to VWAP, but it did bounce and made a higher low off of the pre-market high. So that's right in here, 201.40. Amazon has held 200. Amazon has held the 200 period moving average on the daily there. So I just think your all systems go on Amazon. And we're going to pick this one up off the bid if we get a chance. Still plenty of time till we get to 11 o'clock. A bit of a difference, though. I should mention this. Usually if you get into a trend long, you can hold it all day. I'm actually out of here at 11 o'clock to go home and pick up my daughter from school. We're going to the game today. So I have like 40 minutes left to trade. So it's going to be all scalp trades for me. Like, I'm not thinking Amazon all the way to 205 because I don't think it has any chance to get to 205 before 11 o'clock. I do think if it holds VWAP and trends higher, I mean, this is more like 203.80, but 203.80 to 205 I think is reasonable for a bounce the way that Amazon has done it today. Wick underneath 200, higher lows. If the market goes green, Amazon was one of those stocks that was at a really good bounce level. Amazon held 200 yesterday. This is a bad wick on the daily chart. Ignore that. Amazon held 200. I don't know what's up with that chart. You can see. Oh, it's these wicks. Yeah, so Amazon holding 200 yesterday. Want to buy some dips.
All right. We're still, I mean, we're doing the same stuff over here. Failed again. I mean, we didn't fail, but Tesla failed again at 280, but we just sat there and took some out. So we were $2 in the money at that point. So nicely done up to the upside. We are looking to get out more as Tesla comes up to 280 again. Remember, it only broke once. And then as we look back at our notes, of course, we had Tesla marked down as a 280 short. So to be long 278 when we had sort of talked about a 280 short is kind of giving me some kind of ways. So we'll start to get some more out here on Tesla and just be like, okay, today price action pretty tricky there on TSLA. And, we're able to obviously admit that, but still stay in the pocket and still be able to try and see about it. So there we go. We get another out there at 50. So it's 60 cents. And like Neil said, I'm here for the home runs as well. But if they happen, they happen. If they don't, they don't. Like you can always just set orders, get out. So that's kind of what I'll do. If this doesn't go to 280 right now, I'm still offering all over this, so hopefully it will come in to 280, and we'll be able to get some more out. All right, MLGO, man, that name has been popping all day, and there it goes again right now, MLGO. Wow, I mean, we just looked at that right now, 16 to 1675. Good on ya here as micro algo, 1617, still going, man.
That stock is silly. Oh, shoot.
Yeah?
Mullen is the easy. I forgot all about this on Mullen. If Mullen fails the high, short it under VWAP. Every single time. Right to the low of the day. There might not be enough time for that bad boy, but I should be short this stock. It's the easiest money out there whenever this fails a breakout to just reload it underneath VWAP. I might still have time. I did pay for locates. But GameStop, we were able to get one short into the low, did have it at the top, but we're going to get out here when it breaks that 25 level. Don't mind waiting for it to get back into 26, but going to keep all stops tighter just for myself. I can get back in if it reclaims underneath 25 or if we fail VWAP, but I want to take those one-off shots every chance we get. Amazon still nothing yet. NVIDIA hasn't really gotten me back in. Like NVIDIA is still a working short where I have it, but I'm not feeling the shorts right now. I'm going to feel it a little bit more with AMD because AMD's under VWAP. So I'll keep staring down NVIDIA because we were trading it before, but AMD just seems like it's a better short. Lower highs, same bottom. Short this one at VWAP at 106.5. Let's go to the small cap recap with Adara.
Apparently the smallest of recaps for some reason.
All of these.
Here's the IWM making a remarkable recovery here. Much like the rest of the market, you have that push to the downside off the open. Then basically making back pretty much all of that in the next 15-minute candle. Right now, though, a little bit subdued on the third 15-minute candle of the day. ME on watch here, 23andMe, reaffirming their consumer data protections, and they also secured here $35 million in DIP financing from JMB Capital. So some financing secured here from ME, which has about an 11% short float as they navigate this Chapter 11 filing. We also have Encarta here. The ticker for this is going to be NKTX. This is going to be a day one earnings small cap mover with about a 19% short float, beating here on their EPS estimates for Q4. Last but not least, MLGO, one everyone's talking about. I also have a second small cap ticker for you guys to look at here as well. WIMI, Hologram Cloud, they're also moving here. So the catalyst for both of these tickers is WIMI Hologram Cloud has increased its stake in microalgo to about 67.65%. They've also committed to a 10-year lockup period for all of their currently owned shares. So keep an eye on WIMI and MLGO. For its part, MLGO has about a 40% short float. Back to you.
Yeah, so
MLGO was a 40% shortfall.
Yeah, man. Yeah, I mean, we've been looking at this all week. Like, it's been an absolute crazy trade this week, man. I mean, no matter what levels you're looking at, I think we can all acknowledge, like, you know, what's been going on here with MLGO. I mean, it started at $3-4 there on Monday, Tuesday, and then had that big day, I guess, on Monday from 2 to 16, kind of where we are right now. And then, as you guys can see, again, you know, kind of like preaching to the choir here, all the way up to 18.50. And we just talked about it just before we went to that sector recap. And we were just like, it was $16. And then all of a sudden, Adair is talking to 18.50. So, yeah, like some definite momentum here. Look at
the other angle is the float's only 4.5 million to begin with. So you're talking about, what, 2.5 million available shares?
Yep.
Like 2.5 million available shares on a $17 stock right now. You have any idea how easy that would be for someone to just have soaked this one up already? Yeah, no wonder it's continuing to rally, because it's probably entirely soaked up, and it's just gonna probably squeeze until that top. It's at 1970. Just remember, take profits. I mean, you've seen this dump before, but this is a little different. Like, that had a huge pullback and now wants to run the highs again. So respect to that MLGO. I didn't realize the float was quite as small as it was. So if I'm going to be scalp trading, you had an obvious resistance spot on GME. It wicked me out. I'm jumping back in and then just giving it to the same prior high on GameStop. AMD, it's not really getting back into VWAP. There you go. Not really getting back into VWAP. It's holding around those lows. I don't want to punch a low break. So ideally, we're going to get even a small pop. Like, it's only 30, 40 cents away from VWAP. So a small pop gets you there on advanced micro devices. And Alan says, I would short MLGO if they had options. I think if they had options, that'd be a safer way to do it. Because I can tell you right now, like, there's small caps that you want to short, and there's ones that good luck trying to time a good short and executing it properly. You can short Mullen and execute it well. These ones, I shouldn't know. I'll just speak for myself. I'm not going to speak for other people. I have no way. I've never actually made those work. They look good if you can get the top, but a stock like Mullen, like this kind of penny stock, where it has structure and does the normal things that you want. Like, look at the short on Mullen yesterday. You know, pop and lower highs and all that good stuff. And even the day before that, clear trend turn, then underneath VWAP. That's the kind of stuff that MLGO is not doing for you. It's just going to rip your face off, and you almost like you're guessing at the high. Mullen's going to break this low of the day.
Rip it off.
Forget about it. I'm just going to stick with GME. I should have shorted. I paid for it on the off chance it failed the high, and then it happened, and I lost on Tesla instead. We gave back yesterday on Tesla.
Yeah, it's been bad price action today for Tesla. I mean, it's been perfect. Like, all we had to do was literally follow our rules. But again, man, like, damn.
Well, I did the same thing. I shorted it before 280.
Well, yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, all we have to do is follow the rules, man. And I think we would have followed the yellow brick road right into a nice profit there. We follow the rules with Palantir, but this one we get back in. Like, I just should have re-shorted. But again, I want to go long through 280. So I'm not too mad about being long. It's too bad that it ran that 40 cents. But that's trading, right? I mean, when you put your stops at obvious levels, it's what's going to happen. So that's on me at 100p. But okay, there's Palantir right there. We got that fill. So let's go, man. We do have that. Okay. I say this, and we're going to turn green on Tesla. So there goes Tesla right now. Here we go, man. We said we wanted the long. There it is, man. It's $1.50 in the money. Let's go. See if we can get a little bit higher than where we are right now. We're at 279.37s right now. I don't know why. I put it there before. I'm not sure why. We'll wait to see if that fills. I guess just before 50 is what we're thinking there. So a nice move up. It just stops there at 279.25s again. So woe is me. We don't have that out. But we do have a good one there at 278.70s where it is right now. Oh, that's too bad. How high did that get? So now I look here and I say, okay, what was that high? You have to be kidding me, 34s? We're at 279.37s. So we miss it by 3 cents. So we'll just wait and see if that can happen again. 279.30s. We'll put an order on there for Tesla. So we'll see if that can come in right now, and then hopefully we'll be able to grab that, but that's okay. And again, it is what it is, you know, and it just sucks when you're playing with these shares and you miss a little bit of a fill there. It's like, because it can make the difference at the end of the day, but we'll be fine with it. It's not the end of the world. I'm going to get another piece out maybe right here in case we don't come back up. So there it is. We'll take it out at 279. But here we go, man. Now we're at 279. I'll just tell you what we're at. 279.30s, and we just got to fill there at 279.30. So right there, bang. Good fill on that one. So, you know, after all that, it comes right back. We adjust our price. Like, it just went to 30. That was the high there. So good little bit of an adjustment. And that's what I'm saying about watching stock. It's like, so many times we could sit here and it's like you gotta, that's why I'm just on Palantir and Tesla today. It's like just trying to watch out for the price action, wait to see little things like that. Because if I'm not on that stock, then I don't see that happen. It's not gonna matter, it doesn't look like at the end of the day. But look, it still didn't get to 279.40 there, so I wouldn't have got filled even again. So it is a good thing that we moved that order into 279.30 and able to get that fill. So there it goes, man. Again, pretty good day here so far, but it would be a lot better if Tesla actually made that move through those levels. I don't know if you saw. Go ahead, Palantir's been huge.
Well, Palantir just made. I'm glad I got out of that one because I mean you could have reversed it VWAP because I said over under at 90.80. I just didn't play the over side of it. I only played the underside of it, which I know I do. Sometimes you get fixated in one direction, which isn't a bad thing. I actually think most of the time it's actually a good thing to be focused on just like a couple of stocks in a certain direction so that you're focused on the setups for that. But Palantir it got adjacent to the afternoon highs. Didn't quite get all the way into it, but you see a bit of a trend reversal here. I want to look for one shot to get in. See all these wicks that you're putting in? I've been watching it on the level 2. Like it's getting up there, and there's sellers above 92, and then there's really not much of any of them underneath like 91.80 or so. So it's like it gets up there, and if the sellers come in, you want to try and grab it in there. I am still, of course, in GME, and again, just this one's right near that low of the day, so we're reloading it, and we're holding on to the short side of that trade. And Amazon just broke high of the day. So I missed it by a couple of cents on that bid, but Amazon now continuing to go. I don't want to chase anything because I'm only trading for another half an hour today.
Yeah, I'm only training for another half hour as well, and then we go to the gym, and then we'll come back at 2 o'clock. But there it goes, Mr. Roberts' neighborhood. Yeah, Joe. Let's go, man. It is money-making opportunity day one more time here at Trader TV Live. There goes Tesla right there back up to the upside. So I told you, there's green, right? Like we said, man, we stay with the names. We talked about reversing it. There goes Tesla. Huge move, man. $4.30 over the wall, man. Climb over that wall, Tesla. Right now. So it's an absolutely monstrous day at the end of it all, man. Palantir, $250 in the money. Tesla, $450 in the money. And look, man, we're green on the name. We talked about that, right? We talked about giving some back. We both mentioned that. And then here we go, though. Tesla, nicely cooking now, $450 in the money. Stay where you are, man. Stay right here all the damn time. Neil, $5 now in the money as we spin it one more time there. So there we go. I hope we can say 6 or 7 when we come back from Madeira.
There's one story here with crypto-related implications that we're going to be watching today, and it is the confirmation hearing of Paul Atkins. He's been nominated by Donald Trump to lead the Security and Exchange Commission, or the SEC. So this is happening right now. We're actually getting comments here from Paul Atkins. He mentioned, apparently, I just saw this headline coming about a minute ago, that there's some crypto uncertainty, and that's caused by ambiguous rules. So we're going to have to wait and find out what happens. But he has been viewed as a crypto-friendly choice for the SEC. But it's worth noting, so was Gary Gensler, who was notably known for being very unfriendly to crypto during his tenure. So keep an eye on this hearing. If I see any market-moving headlines from that, I will certainly let you know. But here is Bitcoin, still actually in this uptrend from the lows here of March 10th, March 11th. But this is going on 3 days now to the downside, pretty sustained range. We're continuing to make lower highs, but a bit of a flat bottom here around that $86,000 level. Let's see if that 86,000 bottom is able to hold, or if it does a bit of a flat bottom break. In terms of other crypto names to watch out for here, Bitcoin, relatively flat. Ethereum, relatively flat. XRP down about 2%. Solana about 1% to the downside. Doge and Cardano down about 2% and 1% respectively. So all light shades of red across the crypto space so far this morning, as the market itself here has actually gone from red to green. Back to you.
And shout out to our good friends from Trade the Pool. They are back with Trader TV. Trade the Pool is a game-changing platform that caps your risk while giving you the opportunity to trade real shares using company capital. That means no more risking your savings. Trade the Pool now offers an unlimited trading period for the evaluation phase. No pressure, no rushing. Take your time, perfect your strategy, and get funded on your terms. Remember, your losses are capped at a one-time evaluation fee and your profits are unlimited. Head to tradethepool.com and start trading today. Scan the QR code you see right in front of you. Check the link in the description. And shout out to Trade the Pool. Appreciate them for sure. And all the opportunity is to the upside, at least overall. The market, Jenks, the market had just gone green. 2 seconds ago, the NASDAQ was green. It just ticked 0.04 to the downside there. You might get one more shot at Amazon if it can do one little pullback. Want to join this trend to the upside on Amazon, but it is Tesla, which is absolutely flying for the Katina man in there. You always have to hit enter twice, I'm finding. I think it's because I have the stock link. I'm glad we got away from the short, but the story to me is should never short it away from the level that you want. Short at your level on your terms and only that. But now you're filling in the gap. I'm not chasing anything. I'm not shorting it again because I don't think there's enough time to make it work. The only play I'm going to look for next is going to be probably Amazon on the next available dip because it's got a little bit of room to be able to scalp it into that 204. And if we can pull back into 202, I think we can be good to go. GME, we've shorted it pretty much at the same level as before. It's holding a bit of a bear flag or whatever you want to call it. So it's still inside the range. Either it breaks it out here or we hold it back into the low. I think it's a pretty simple binary trade. I did cancel my orders on Mullen because I'm not going to get into that. When it's under view up, you got to hold that all day long on a penny stock for it to just gradually go down, and I don't have all day to hold on to Mullen. So the next play is going to be Amazon. It'll scalp dip, prior highs at 202. It's been making higher lows the entirety of the morning. So the next one we're going to try and take to the upside.
Yeah, thanks for that on Tesla there. Yeah, I mean, it does mean a lot. Like, we congratulate each other. We do these trades, even though we could be the opposite ways or whatever. It is what it is. Like, we're $3 now. Like, we're $9 in the money in total right now. We're $6 in on Tesla, and we're $3 in on Palantir. These are real trades, really happening. Neil's going to be on GME, which obviously doesn't getting the juice right now. But again, focus, look on your stocks. He's talking Amazon. We're talking different names here. But there, I mean, I want to show something here, and I know we do this all the time, and, you know, we're getting more and more followers, and Twitter's been absolutely, you know, fantastic, I think, for many of us out there right now. But, like, this just says right here, right, short 280, right? So we make money on the short. We eventually lose it when it goes up. We've talked about that here, right? If we break, then reverse long, right? So it's kind of like right there. And then there's Palantir 90 to 91 long. This is at 93 right now, and we have the long underneath 90. So, you know, it's working out. The other levels that we have here are the futures. So now that we finally, I heard Neil say we went green. So now that we've finally gone green, you know, the TQs could come into play soon. And then AMD with the short sell. I mean, right now, Neil, this is almost $7 now in the money, again, off of that idea. So it's like, this is, might as well take some out, right? I mean, it's going very, very haywire right now to the upside. There, I mean, there we go. So now we just talked about being $9 in the money. Now we're $9.50. And like, this is 20, 30 seconds. It's playing the momentum names, playing the hot names. You know, this is what's been printing out for me. So this is what we're doing. And we're just sitting here and doing that. Like, I mean, crypto is 86.6. It's actually getting to the downside right now. So as Tesla, right back, this is the level. I don't know, like, we talked about Tesla getting back to 286 and that there was a possibility. Like, I wasn't joking. This is why we're long right now. And there it goes again. Now $7 in the money on Tesla. And $3.50. We were just $9, Neil. Now we're $10.50. So this is what I'm talking about. You look at slower names, the GameStops. I was just looking at Robinhood in the world right now. Like, this is a good stock, but again, it's not going to have the juice. So you got to wait for certain levels to come in. It's like, you can really see the difference when you're looking at these levels and just how they're just volume. Like this is what we're talking about when we're looking for these kind of names on a prop floor. We just did that read with Trade the Pool, and it's like these are what you're looking for, right? Is names that are actually making moves. And I said this earlier to everybody earlier, is that NEO would be a trade there. You could take a couple thousand shares, and again, I don't know what people's account sizes look like, but 1,000 shares times $4 is $4,000. I hope we could take a couple of those. And then there's the move. We said that what happens often, priced in, right? I mean, it went down 7 or 8%. Nice move back to the high side. They don't have anything to worry about with tariffs. They don't even sell in the United States. So NIO right now making that move back up. But we did say watch out for $4. So it's at that level right now, $4. All right, like honestly, there's only 20 minutes left. I think it's time to thank you, Chef Joe. Thank you, Adam, and to all you traders out there that are following. I mean, like I'd mentioned, and like Neil and I mention all the time, you can ask us, what symbols we've traded, what we think about them, what symbols you're trading, what we think about your symbols, all that kind of stuff. But again, completely free resource, our watch list and the sticky note. And there it is, man. Neil, now we're $10. So we're just continuously going 3 and change on Palantir, 7 now on the monster that is Tesla. So we get good news today about EVs downstairs, and we get great trades with Tesla.
Yeah, Tesla going to that upside, just going right into that volume-weighted average price. We're talking about it's like when gap, close it to VWAP. So with only about 20 minutes to go, I'll get to Amazon in a quick little second, but as I said, we're doing one thing or one other thing if it's not going to be the Amazon long. We got to grab it soon. If it doesn't do a dip, then I'm not catching that high. I'm not going to ball that high. So we're still getting the same range in there. It's a $25 stock. You're just going 1 point back and forth, and we're going to keep shorting the pops. I got half of it out toward the low. It's about 20 pennies for the first half, and then the second half, you're looking 30 to 40. And as I said, Amazon continues its churn off the highs. It's trying to pull back. The market's at the highs right now, and it's trying to pull back, so this might be the opportunity to jump back into it. But I don't want to be in long here because it's not my style to get long here and then hold it into VWAP. Like I want it to go down into VWAP so I can get that entry, give it my stop, and then go from there. Like that's going to be my style. So I'm not going to punch in at these highs, even if I think it has a good shot of going higher on AMZN. Crap stock. AMD triple top. You're right. AMD triple top. I think there's a little bit more strength in NVIDIA. That's the short that I got away from. So that's why I'd go for the long in NVIDIA before I'd go for AMD the more I look at it. We're up on NVIDIA only because we took profit at VWAP. Thought maybe we'd get some kind of a flush on the chip names, but it just hasn't happened. So at this point, there could be a flat top break because I'm down to breakouts or clean dip buys at this particular point. But you're a little bit too close to that top for me to jump in. I'm going to stay away from NVIDIA, at least for now. Keep that eyeball on Amazon because that was part of the plan. And Amazon's starting to come back in. So it's part of the plan, and it's coming back to the downside. So we're going to sit in front of 201.5. Probably going to be our last trade in there before the end of the day. I did have eyeballs on a couple of small cappers, but by now, if you haven't gotten a shot at them, I don't think it's that time to jump in. And short, Ari, if you're short Tesla, I'd watch out. I'm half considering whether I'll have a decision to make on the personal account if we see 300 on Tesla.
Short Tesla, that's a good one.
I'm talking about covering.
No. Yeah. I'm just saying, like, we're $9 in the money here. This is still going up. I think covering Tesla, I mean, this has just been such a huge move. Like, even if you are super bullish, shout out to Ms. V one more time.
It's up 30%.
Yeah, you've had just a huge move. So, yeah. I'm forever not selling anything. We sort of made that call, but I will tell you that JP Morgan would be a name that we are going to be selling, and this was one of the names that, again, is in the swing account. I'm probably never selling any Tesla. I mean, if it can get back to 450, we'll talk about it, but for right there, 250 and change, JP Morgan downside today. It's really just the NASDAQ that really, well, actually, no, I take that back. ES also starting to go. So that's been a good move overall in this last couple minutes here for the market as a whole. And I think a lot of that good feels is coming from this name. So again, The last time it was thrown to me, it was $7 in the money, these two names, right? Right now, we're 12. So it's just going higher and higher here. I have an offer at 286.70s for Tesla. That is the high of the day. And again, remember when we were down here, I was like, we could get back to 286. We even zoomed this out and was talking about this level from yesterday. So not only did we get back up there, we just absolutely destroyed that level. So now we'll wait to see how high we can fly from here. Just so everybody's aware of this, we have about 12 to 15% left on our Tesla trade. And I mean, it looks like we are planting red roses here, which we've done. And, you know, it's been quite a day for trades. But 282, I mean, that's a good little break low there. I'm thinking about stopping out of a little bit more if we break through 285. So we'll get out of about, I mean, my stop on this trade alone was that 276 break. So $1.50 worth of a stop, and it's in the money 9. So we already talked about where our stop was. Let's get some more out here at 285. If we break below that, we'll get out of, I mean, we could set our order up right now. 285. What was that level? Was it 285 exactly? 285.25. Let's go 284. We're so much in the money now. But I mean, don't necessarily want to trade there.
Money.
We just got 975 right there. 280. Now we can just, okay. Let's just get out of 25% then, if it comes back in. Wow. What a day. It's been, the month of March has been absolute fire. And it's not going to be like that for every trader. I hope it's like that for you guys. This is not like this every month. You have these moves. We know tariff talk is here, man. And, trade your book, trade what you're doing, as we always say. And, wow, good day today. Let's leave it at that. All right, we were sort of sad. Not sad. We made back our money yesterday at the end of the day. But what a difference a day makes, that is for sure. And today right there, man, Sharif, it's $10 now in the money the other way, my guy, the other way too. Thank you, appreciate that. All right, let's go over to Adara now at the big screen with a segment.
Sector Watch.
So Sector Watch, if you looked at this tech side of the board, you wouldn't necessarily expect this push to the upside that we've seen in the market. I mean, Google, Oracle, CRM to the downside here in technology sector services, though Netflix nicely to the upside. Meanwhile, on the electronic technology side of things, Apple and NVIDIA relatively flat. Broadcom continuing to sell off. This one's been really weak in the chip space. And AMD to the downside quite nicely here after a pretty scathing Jefferies downgrade. You can read all about that on our Trader TV Live watch list. Lots of strength here in retail trade. Amazon, Walmart, Costco, Home Depot, all really strong. Finance a little bit flatter. Health technology has some strength. Watch out here for AbbVie. They're supposed to be attending a conference here starting at 11:15 a.m., so keep an eye on that one. Consumer non-durables, pretty green. Consumer durables, a little bit mixed. Of course, tariffs watch here for this sector. GM and Ford, bit weaker here after Donald Trump announced those 25% auto tariffs, but TSLA, as mentioned earlier, nicely to the upside. Commercial services, communications, and process industries all green, so there is some strength to be found in this market, even if you can't tell by looking at tech. Back to you.
Thank you, Adara. I'm going to have to switch. This is my Amazon chart right now. Amazon, ignore VWAP on this chart. I'm going to have to show you guys the black chart at some point, but I'm going to use a 15-minute just to show you. You have yet to have a red candle on that 15. With only 15 minutes to go, it either, like I said, it either dips now or it doesn't dip at all. We reloaded in GameStop off the same level, trying to keep it as simple as possible. I like to trade at one price if I can on the trade, so we're going to reload it for, it's like the 5th time down in here. It is giving you fills on that bid, but I'm trying not to average into this. We're just getting out, and then we're getting back in, and then we're keeping it a tight stop. And if we break down, we break down. But like I said, with only 15 minutes to go, do not want to get too frisky with that. Micro algo did halt to the upside for everybody that's still trading it. The tap is flat, like it's a 19.29 halt. Right now, you're seeing a theoretical auction price of $19.29. So it's a NASDAQ stock. You don't always get the update. I think it's New York where we actually see it. You are at yesterday's, or not yesterday's high. It would have been 2 days ago. So you're at Tuesday's high right now on micro algo. It has been a straight shot up. You guys can all observe what happened on it before. Personally, I'm not going to be shorting this stock. I didn't even pay for locates. It doesn't fit in that profile. But I feel like there's going to be some profit takers when this one opens up and challenges the $20 level. And it should be open in about 3 minutes or so, as it is now halted. So still sticking with the same thing here, because we're going to get one crack at it, I think one more trade. We're going to go talk about a very, very good and better charting platform, pretty much the best out there.
We've got e-signal platform right now.
Better than this.
Come on, Tesla, keep going, man. 287 right now. All right, scan that QR code there below. Trade smarter, not harder. Get your first month free on us at Trader TV Live. Nobody else offering anything even close to that one, so make sure you do go over there and offer immediately. Hit that QR code, get going, get that offer. 50 plus brokers, all of the markets, literally in the world. You can entitle yourself to trade whichever markets, especially nowadays with the tariffs. I mean, why not get some European entitlements? Why not get going over there? If you're not having too much success in the US markets, flip up your game, man. Get over somewhere else. Look somewhere else, right? I mean, that's the thing. That's what eSignal does provide you. 500 level 2 data. You can have over 500 symbols at once on your scanners, on anything. It is absolutely insane, Sharif, the power of the eSignal platform. So power up your life with eSignal and get that immediately. And I know one way that we can trade harder. That is just by sticking with your rules. And right there, Palantir now is only $4 in the money, but it is Tesla right there that goes dime piecing right now. You know what? We're not going to hit the club for $10, but it's $10. And there it goes. Look at Palantir. Okay, Sharif will do it. Thanks, Sharif. There it goes, though. This is also Palantir off the low. Neil, we've traded 2 names today. We'll go big time. We'll go 2 for 2 big time on those. And again, it is just your rules. So we can look it over. You post up something too. We can discuss anything. But there's Tesla, AMD, Palantir, and TQQs. Almost probably in the TQQ trade. Let's have a look at that. And I haven't even opened up an AMD level 2 because it's Tesla hot fire. That leads the day by far. And then it's Palantir, which is, I mean, we've sort of been talking a little bit about that. Left that a little alone just because it's just going. We were sort of holding it there to see where we could go. We don't have many shares left. So there it is, man. Yeah, thanks, Chef Joe. You know, we are now electrified downstairs in the next couple of days, I guess. So we'll be excited to show that to everybody.
Wow, that'll happen that fast. I mean, they just dug the hole today, so I was thinking like next week. It could be that fast.
Oh, it can be quick, my guy.
Yeah, anyways, if you weren't tuning into the morning or the beginning of the show, there was some drilling and some work that you might have heard, and that's because in the parking lot there is going to be an EV charger, a charging station, I should say. Charging station going to be put in there. As I said, I'm going to get...
That's right.
Yeah, well, for everyone, yeah, for us, basically for the company. Not that anybody around here drives an EV to the office, Sharif, but maybe someone will now. With only 10 minutes to go, I might take one scalp trade left. I'm eyeballing SMCI, which I paid for. We reloaded GameStop, which you guys have already seen ad nauseum here, and we're bidding out into the bottom. This will be the last shot at it. Like I said, if it cracks this prior bar high, I'm out. If it flushes down, I'm bidding. I'm not holding anything because I'm going to the game today and I got to go pick up my daughter. So I'm not holding it. I'm just going to get out on the bid. But if we close this bar in SMCI, I'll take one shot short, give it to the prior bar high. Just want a simple setup. One shot short, give it to prior high, and look for a simple flush. That way, it's at least on target. But if it doesn't go right away, then it doesn't matter. Like, that's a very quick in and out scalp trade. Even though that's set up, sometimes you'd hold it for more. I don't think we're going to try and do that. We'll just try to get whatever we can out of that move. And where are my bids on GME? It didn't just get picked up. Let me just go over here for a second. I did not just get picked up. All right, so it's still holding underneath VWAP, but it hasn't flushed enough to get us picked up there. Oh, the other thing to keep in mind, I said Amazon. What is up with that chart? I said Amazon. I'm not going to be in it, and I'm not going to be buying any highs, but I still think target range, I think 04 is the obvious spot that we should be able to get to on AMZN. Great hold of the 200 period moving average for Amazon, and that double bottom at $200, giving you all the goods. Got a little bit of room before it gets to reversion territory at $204. I won't be here for it. But let's go to Adara for Money Talks.
Yeah.
Here's the US dollar here. Nice little bounce. This is the daily chart. I mean, today we're not bouncing, but we have bounced a little bit off of these recent lows. Today looking to give back pretty much all of yesterday's push to the upside. Opening here around 104.6, currently trading around 104.3 is We did get a little bit of economic data this morning. GDP, the biggest number today, coming in higher than expected, 2.4% versus 2.3% expected. Market having a bit of a delayed reaction to that. We're going to get more executive orders from Donald Trump at 2 p.m. These usually are announced pretty last minute. I was not seeing this as of a couple hours ago. Now, Donald Trump set to sign some executive orders. Fed's Collins going to be speaking here at 4:30 alongside Fed's Barkin. And tomorrow morning, we do get the PCE price index here. There's going to be year over year, month over month, and the core numbers. From what I'm seeing here, we're expecting slight increase on a month over month basis, or sorry, on a year over year basis for core PCE, but everything else expected to be relatively flat. So we're going to take a look here at the Fed Watch tool. Let's see what we're expecting for rates going forward. May, we're still heavily favored to keep rates held the same, but June, now 57.9% of participants are expecting a 25 basis point cut. Another 8% of participants expecting a 50 basis point cut. About 34% of participants still expecting rates to hold steady, but looks like the tides have changed a little bit, and we could expect a cut, most likely of 25 basis points, coming through in June. And we are brought to you by ProfitX. Are you looking for unbeatable odds on the biggest games? Switch to ProfitX's peer-to-peer platform, where you set the price. No more one-size-fits-all lines. It's like crafting your own picking strategy with real-time trading tools. Secure the best odds, track the action, and watch your plays come alive. Experience total control at every step. ProfitX. Sports playing reimagined. Users can use code TraderTV to get our sign-up offer of 2% cash back up to $300. Back to you.
Shoot, that's right. I wanted to check out that home run prop.
Yeah, I mean, look, guys, I want to thank William. I mean, congratulations, man. I mean,
well done, Chris.
Yeah, well done on that one there, William. You can't thank you all enough. Like, I don't know, put in here maybe what trade you had there, William. So, congrats, big guy, there for those kind of numbers, man. 11 grand. I mean, that's, you know, that's a great week, right there. After your wife passed away from cancer, so yeah, let's go, man. But don't risk too much, my guy. But good play on that one. And again, I hope you're in this Tesla play, and I hope you're watching this sticky note. And I hope you have, you know, a safe and prosperous future. That is for sure. But there we go. Thank you, William, for that. But I mean, Tesla, come on. Like, I just got another piece out there at 287. Now it's Neil. We're $12 right now in the money. So maybe I'll go to the Jays game as well here. I mean, this is, you know, like sitting around here trading. I mean, we love trading and we're not going to go anywhere. But at the end of the day, like, this has been an absolute banger of a day there for Tesla. So again, you know, not one shoe fits it all. Like, you had to have reversed it, right? And that was just something that we believed in. We did hold this name against us $1.50 on the reversal, but holding something $1.50 to get a $13, we have no idea where it's going, which is why we start to piece it out on the upside. But there it goes, man. It is, whoa, it is an absolute monster there. We have this new chair there. Good trade there for Tesla. And by new, it's like 40 years old. But I don't know. I don't really have a stop. We've canceled our stops now on Tesla because we've gotten out on the way up. So I don't know, man. I hope you guys can see, you know, the trades that we've got on board right now. Palantir and Tesla. I've only traded 2 names. I think you're only traded 4 or 5 today. So a little bit lighter today, but at the end of the day.
Well, I knew it was going to be way lighter today. For myself anyways. You know, because like, if it didn't fit the opening plan, wasn't going to have too much wiggle room on it. I'm contemplating throwing an order on Tesla at my PA while I'm at the game out in front of 300, because I mean, what else is it going to do? This is, if you look at the daily chart, it's breaking out the prior high right now, and then the last top was 298 on an open or closing basis, like 298.80 or something like that. So I think taking a little bit out there just to rinse. And again, you can do whatever you want to do. I'm probably going to throw an offer out there, like it's not a stink bid, it's like a stink offer. Just throw it out there at like 98, like 97 something, and see if it gets there this afternoon, because it's an absolute moonshot to the upside. But it's not like Tesla's going, the market's green, NVIDIA is also going, not to ignore, but NVIDIA just went green, so I took my shot. We like NVIDIA short, just stuck to the plan the best we could, shorting under prior day close. It gave you one chance under these prior day levels, and that was it, because that's the only thing the short gave you. Palantir for me was again, like you look at my note, it's going to be littered with shorts. It was an over-under at 90.80, took the 90.80 short. When it broke back out, I got out. The only thing that we're still in is going to be GME, but like I'll punch out, even if it's still underneath VWAP, I'm probably just going to, I can leave my stop at tight or punch it out, but I am on this bid. We'll give it a couple of seconds to resolve itself. It's trying to break VWAP. Looks like it could be a decent reversal long, but I'm not going to be taking it. And I do see Tom and a few people have mentioned Nike. Before we get out of here, we did say on Nike, at some point it's going to hold the low. And now, knock on wood, you just put in, there is the low from earnings. It tested it yesterday. It's put in a higher low today. So this would be it. If you close holding this, the Nike rebound long, to me, is now in play to that low. So it needed to confirm it because we did test it again yesterday. But shout out to Nike and shout out to you guys for noticing this. You always want to put that old 3-day rule, let it calm down for a bit. Nike's finally caught a bid. This is where I think you take a shot at that long. I'm talking about not a day trade buying these highs. I'm talking about like a swing into the low.
Okay, yeah, I mean, we talked about buying some Nike there, American company. We like that one for sure, especially after it's been getting absolutely clocked right there.
Well, yeah, it's actually, and remember, Lulu reports after the bell tonight. So that's a pretty big one. And probably going to be a sympathy play, at least a little bit. I mean, any decency out of Lulu can give a little bit of bounce to Nike as well. And even if it's bad, Nike's already been under the ringer. Like, how much worse can it get for Nike at this point?
Yeah, exactly. So
well, I mean, it can always get worse. But.
It can always, I mean, lots of stuff could happen. You know, we were $7, $8, now we're $17. It's just, it's not stopping. So we took another piece out there at $290.50. And there we go. Yeah, good job, City Boy. Who's here? What's up, Anonymous? You know, anybody that's trading today and you know, thank you for watching our show, man. You know, we're doing it all. You're going to have these two guys come through and start to trade some, you know, smaller cap names or whatever they're interested in. Of course, Joe will probably be on IBIT. I mean, right now, 87.1, sorry, there for Bitcoin. Man, today was just like, honestly, like what a day. Like these are the days why I sit in this chair. To make these kind of plays today, and it's just so good when it works out. As Neil said, man, follow your notes. Like, obviously, if they're the wrong way, you're going to get clocked, right? And that's what we talked about with following the rules, following your outs, all of that, so you could be patient with it. Like, we had Tesla written long yesterday, right? I mean, that was disastrous, and we got hit early on Palantir yesterday the other way. So, and we just learned from our lesson. Like, I think that's the one thing that, you know, we can all do better is learning. And it's just like, even though I have 23 years or whatever experience doing this, it's like yesterday Palantir came in and we lost when I think it was Palantir yesterday came in, and yeah, it was right. We took out the top yesterday on the top break, therefore PLTR. Then it came through and we got hit there, and we were red pretty much for the whole day until we had those plays at the end of the day. So the thing is like today we actually waited and we're super, super patient and did do exactly that. And we followed exactly what we had written down on here. Wait for 90 to 91. Then when it broke, we stopped out for 20 cents. Then it bounced twice down there. The third time we took the long, and then it was just blow up. We also took another long right there, averaged into this trade upside. Now we just wait for that to break right there. So 92.70. All right, man. I mean, this right now, we're $15 in the money. We're going to go to the gym. Just let these orders ride, let them go. We have our stop orders in. This has been a big, huge day. Thank you, everybody, for watching. Hit the like, hit the subscribe. Enjoy the game, Neil, and we'll be back at this tomorrow, of course.
Oh, by the way, because our account is a shared account for that Profit X. Well, we're cheering for Anthony Santander to hit a home run and the Jays to win. So that's what we're down on, because I put some profit.
We're always cheering for the Jays to win.
Well, obviously, and I like the City Connect.
The hat on.
You know what? I might try to find my City Connect. You know what they have? We're going to give you guys in a quick second. There's one of the City Connect sweaters that the Jays have.
Yeah.
It's the Bill Belichick look. It's a hoodie, but with the cutoff. Like Bill Belichick.
Okay. Yeah,
which I think looks utterly ridiculous, but maybe I'll throw that one on today. It actually does look ridiculous. It's really not my flavor. I'll probably just wear like a regular hoodie. But yeah, let's go Jays. Let's go Tesla. Obviously, it's got a great chance. And Skull, no, Bill Belichick is not the GOAT. The best coach of all time is Mark Levy. Shout out to everyone in our chat, and big shout out to William Kress. Keep your head up, and congratulations, brother, for sure. Let's go to the midday. It is Sharif. It is Joe. Go get him.
Let's go.
I'm already punching in positions like a DJ. What is up, beautiful people? Welcome to How to Trade During the Midday. That right there, over there, is your boy Joey Dang Options, and I'm Sharif. And just want to shout out everybody joining us as well. You guys had a fantastic midday show. I lost my chat. There we go. Now we can do the shout out. Bears versus Bulls and the OG Darwin joining us as well. Shout out to you guys. Wait for everybody to come on over from the other stream. There we go. Pizza Rat and Matthew Booth. Been a minute, man. Dude V. Shout out to Jacques and Rishi Fiddleback and Kalua. My man Fat Figure. Yes, my man Fat Figure. He didn't like the Hummer the other day, but I still like you, Fat Figure. Shout out to you, my man. Skull, we got Cigar Attache and Press. Time, light, sound. We got Kalua saying gang, 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 gang. Andrew Blackcakes on the blockchain. Dion Anand. We got Junior. We got Gur Games. Just Living. How about William Kress and Alan Bloombauer. Sorry, I butchered your name. We got YV, Nick Downs, Vern, Brad Does Real Estate, Big Finesse. I like that. City Boy 305. Where are you from? Miami. Gur Games again. Chris Donnelly. Shout out to my man. We got Goga Lahori. And how about Taught It? We got Bowden, dollar bill, dollar bill, yo, dollar bill. We got Dat Trader Dave B, Mitchell Andrew, Pizza Rat, one more, Mike James, I lied, and then Tom Anthony. Shout out to everybody. Thank you for joining Joseph and I on the How to Trade Midday show. We got a banger lesson for today, and I saw volume. On that bad boy.
More volume. Two. There
the Katina man's coming in, bro.
Wow. Yo, we gotta. Listen, we gotta.
Hey, what are we doing with
We gotta play. We got a playoff game here, eh? Tonight.
Wow.
Yeah. You know what I mean? Come
This guy's
on,
flexing
man.
outright. He's like, I'm flexing all the haters,
Yeah,
and even if you're not a hater, I'm still flexing on you.
Exactly. That's what we do, man.
I appreciate you,
good
Joseph.
times, bro. Yeah, good stuff here today. Yeah, I don't even really know what to say. I got a playoff game here tonight, this evening. I'm thinking about just being a healthy scratch, which is tough, really tough for your boy, but that's okay. We'll wait until game time. Anyways, enough talk about these sports. Let's see what we got going on in the markets today. Bitcoin continuing to climb higher here, guys, and I think there might be some more room to run. If we get into the middle of this range from a daily standpoint, then it can get really, really dangerous, and we can break up through the 50 and head into the 50-50 level there. But Sharif,
yes, sir.
I got some more trades, but I'm curious to what you got going on and what's going on in small cap world before we get this.
We're already in MLGO. Second trade on MLGO, both profitable so far. We're long 29s, just scalped up there. Here's the $0.50, waiting on that 2/3 and then that 3/4. This is a VWAP retracement trade. Lost the 10 exponential, which is where I got in originally. If it loses 16, that's the end of the trade for me. I'm looking for that continuation, that bounce back up. There's an obvious seller at 60. You can observe that here. That's going to make me take out some more. There is a big hidden seller on MLGO at 60. That is the third attempt we've had at 60 in the last, I want to say, minute and a half, Joseph. Unable to break it. So if you're trading this with me, be on the lookout for that hidden seller at 60. 16 breaks, I'm done. What do you got?
Yeah, nice stuff there, guys. We're going to hop into the lesson in one brief second. This was our trade here on iBit. Was talking to Sharif about this. I'm like, I missed the ad on there. That's okay. We hold on to a little piece and then we just get out right there. But yeah, need to hammer those ads for sure, brother. But again, not too bad trading on NVDA today. Going positive, up about 0.4 here, guys. We took the short at the break of this pre-market low, and then we took some out and then got stopped break even. Seen this price compression pattern right here as well too, folks. Waited for the volume to step in. It didn't come in like I was expecting it. It was a little bit delayed, but it worked out really nice, and I got out at the break of the high day. But let's get right back into our lessons from earlier. Yeah, good point there. Pug Life positive gamma. I like that. So yeah, let's kind of get back. We'll take a couple steps back into our lesson here, guys, and we're just going to be looking for key VPA signals, and that's exactly what happened here on Bitcoin. And I'll pull up the 5-minute time frame here briefly. But I told you location location, location, location. It's very, very key on where we're sitting from an intraday standpoint when you are identifying some of these signals. We went over this the other day here, all right? A nice hammer candle, strong trend, pull back, lower volume, and then you get that indecision print, okay? Very, very key. When you have the ability to correlate time, volume by time, and price, and your time of sales, it will add significant edge to your trading, okay? Here we go, exact same thing here on Google, location, location, very important, isolated volume signature, and then you get the break, and you continue to the top side, all right? So now, utilizing multiple bars to determine genuine moves in price action can help you determine if the asset is going to continue to trade higher, lower, or setting up as a possible fake breakup or breakdown. Now, I want us to pay attention to this chart over here. And as you can see, we put in a hammer candle. It's not isolated, but where it's located at the volume weighted average price is extremely key. But one thing that can give us more confirmation here, and what I want us to focus on, is that as we start to appreciate in price, look what happens to the volume by time profile. You see it slowly start to stair step up, and that's just going to give you more conviction within your trade, okay? So that is an example of a long trade, and that's what I said to Sharif. Look at this volume candle here. It was extremely low relative to the other prints that were leading in the opposite direction. It's a pullback, and that volume was dwindling, and we'll go over that there shortly, and then that will give you another opportunity, a trade within a trade, as my friend Obi likes to say. And then the exact same thing going on over here, all right? So you can see that we have this downtrend. The volume does pick up a little bit here, right? But we reject VWAP. And then you see as we go on the descent here, guys, that volume consistently and continuously increases as we go lower and lower. And this is a different story because this is absolutely beautiful. You have a bunch of indecision candles at an extreme low, all right? It's not as straightforward as it may seem. It takes a lot of time, but I promise if you continuously correlate volume with price and understand what you're looking for, within a year and a half, you're going to look at these charts significantly different opposed to just price action trading, all right? So now moving forward, now diverging volume. Gaurav, I opened up my X this morning. Gaurav's like, Joe, we had some diverging volumes on some underlying assets. And I'm like, yeah, you're right, brother. Very solid point. And this is what we want to look for. If the primary trend is to the downside and we see a pullback, we can classify this as a genuine move when the pullback volume is slowly stair-stepping down. And then once that volume really steps back in, that's when you can look for the continuation of the trend. And the exact same thing when the primary trend is to the top side, right? So today is a perfect example. And I want you to go onto your charts and correlate, okay, yeah, you can see that we're steadily moving higher and higher. Now, what does the pullback volume look like? And if it has something like this isn't just a diagram. If it looks something like this, that can say, hey, Joe, we're ready to move at some point again to the top side if buyers decide that they want to participate and step back in. So now let's look at some of these examples, okay? So you can see that we have a nice downtrend here. With a nice strong downtrend. You see that strong volume. I want us to focus on this corner right here. But as we continue to appreciate in price, so I'll step back a little bit here. So we're on the descent here, continuing to move lower, and you see that nice, strong, steady volume. But as we start to pull back here, guys, that volume really starts to stair step down. And then look what happens. You get an indecision print, and then you continue that movement to the southeast. And the exact same thing that's going on here, guys. Really strong volume on the opening prints, and then you can see that pullback volume really start to fall off a cliff. And most definitely right here, when you can see that stair step down, you see that we're descending, but the volume is not picking up. But then as soon as we turn around in price, you see that volume by time profile really start to increase, and the price continues to move higher and higher. All right, so now analyzing volume by time signatures. So what we are going to use is these basic terms is igniting volume. Seeing a significant volume increase through support or resistance levels can be classified as igniting volume. And that's what we talk about when we're trading breakouts. You want to see that volume really step in, all right? Now, stopping volume, really, really key here as well. Identifying stopping volume can be recognized at extremes. Look for indecision price action prints at highs or lows with isolated volume signature. Now, if you go back on Apple's time frame yesterday, that's a perfect example. We're going to go through some examples on IBIT as well too. When we're at extreme highs or extreme lows, we have that isolated volume signature and an indecision print at those levels. This can say, hey, that's it. We're not going any higher. We're not going any lower. Look for that turnaround. Okay, guys? So here's an example of some igniting volume on Tesla, my good friend here. But guys, so what you see is we have a nice resistance zone. The volume is steady. We have a choppy area right here. It's essentially doing nothing. But look what happens when we break through the resistance and continue to move higher. What happens to the volume by time profile? It starts to increase, and that can signify, hey, we're ready to continue this move to the top side, and that this breakout is genuine, okay? The exact same thing going on here, something that we'd like to classify as stopping volume. A massive gap down in Meta, but now we have an indecision print and an isolated volume signature, and look what happens with Meta. It fills the gap and then essentially doesn't look back whatsoever. We're gonna finish this lesson off right after we get back from Midday.
Bang.
Keep an eye here. We have Marijuana Moment reporting that apparently Donald Trump's first pick for Attorney General says the marijuana rescheduling is on the horizon. It's worth noting here, by Attorney General pick, unclear if they're referring to Attorney General Pam Bondi or a different pick here. This headline is pretty unclear, but regardless, I wanted to bring it up because it is moving the market. So it's something we should talk about. MSOS getting a nice pop to the upside after this Marijuana Moment report. Again, the headline, Trump's first pick for Attorney General says marijuana rescheduling is, quote, on the horizon. I'm going to look more into this, but I wanted to let you guys know right now because it is making a nice push. Back to you.
You have the option to like and subscribe. This trade has unlimited upside.
Let's go. All right.
Get it, Joe.
Fire up. That one up there. Done. All right. Isolated pivots are a great signal to be able to identify on multiple time frames. Locating isolated pivots at extreme highs and extreme lows are very important as what I was referring to. At potential peaks in a technical trend, look for the isolated pivot to consist of a higher high than candles on either side as well as higher lows. At potential troughs in a technical trend, look for the isolated pivot to consist of lower lows than candles on either side, as well as a lower high. These signals can indicate a possible turn around in price. Correlated with isolated volume signatures, this can give you more conviction in the possible reversal or reversion in price. Okay, so now let's look at some more examples here, guys. Here's one in Uber, absolutely beautiful. From a daily standpoint, the higher the time frame, the more weight you can carry it to it. Isolated signature, isolated candles right here. It may take some time, but eventually the price turns around. Same thing here going on Amazon. I talked to you guys about this trade multiple times. I sold a heap of puts in and around this area, waiting for these to hold isolated signature, multiple indecision prints, and then the stock doesn't look back.
Headline, Matt Gaetz and newspaper editorial, marijuana rescheduling is on the horizon. Right. That was the former pick for the Attorney General before that whole thing about that woman.
All right, cool. Yeah, so let's see what Adara has to say.
Yep.
Yeah, that's the clarification. I just wanted to put the headline there while you guys finish the lesson of the day. So I did look more into this. This headline, again, from Marijuana Moment, was just expressing that Donald Trump's first Attorney General pick, who was initially Matt Gaetz, though he later stepped down. Of course, now Attorney General is Pam Bondi. Regardless, Matt Gaetz was Donald Trump's first pick for Attorney General, and he did publish an op-ed here in the Tampa Bay Times on Thursday morning. He said that moving cannabis from Schedule 1 to Schedule 3 will not solve every problem overnight, but he said it's a necessary step in the right direction. More importantly, though, Matt Gaetz also said he's confident that Donald Trump will bring about that rescheduling reform. So Matt Gaetz expressing some confidence that the Trump administration will lead to some reform here in the scheduling of cannabis. I think that is certainly of note here, and certainly MSOS pushing to the upside on that catalyst, guys. Back to you.
Running into the end of it here. So again, a nice isolated volume signature. Stock doesn't look back. These are signals that we want to be able to identify being supported by another one, and then continues. Here we go to the downside. I sold a bunch of calls on this, and luckily I got out when I collected the majority of the premium here on Google. But you can see this was a gap up from earnings. Nice indecision print. Heads right back into the gap. But then unfortunately, it just continues to the top side. So this will always be your risk profile here. And then here's the iconic one here on AMC. AMD from March of 2024 here, guys, and this stock still hasn't recovered on this one. Beautiful isolated candle right here, and then boom, you're pretty much in a 2-year downtrend from this point, about over a year now. And then here we go. Here's just an example on Palantir, looking for these isolated signatures. I'm not too sure what day this was. Isolated signature. We play the break of it. We add to the position, and then we piece it out there, guys. So that is what we got going on for the volume price analysis lesson, my people. I hope everybody has a solid day and continues to trade like superstars.
The market moves like the waves, always rolling. So stay in the game. Like, subscribe, and let's go.
No! Oh no!
On the beach, dude, man. I can't even.
Where is he at? Andre's not even there.
I can't even do mine anymore, man.
Yeah, yours is better than mine, bro. Yeah, I was just trying too hard in mine, not gonna lie. All right, here we go. My bad, guys, my bad. Like, I'm an over-the-top type person. That's just my character, and that's just, you know, it's got to come out that way. All right, boys, and girls, and everybody else, we're involved in a couple of names right now. NKTX, we're involved in that one. That's printing to the high side right now. Got a couple of beak wetters there, looking for that move up for the high day break into 16s. We're also involved. I'll get to my other trades in a second. In Tilray, I'm going to give this one the old community college try here. Small share size. Anyway, it's a 71 penny name, so, like, yeah, calm down, bro. We're going to see if this one wants to catch a bit of a bid. We already have a couple of bull flags. Bull flag number 1, consolidation. Bull flag number 2, consolidation. Can we get a third? I don't know. We'll see what Pam Bondi and Matt Gaetz have to say about that. Kidding, of course. Matt Gaetz has nothing to do with that policy. Just chiming in there. So we're out of the money right now by an entire 1.5 pennies. We'll see if we can get that continuation. I am looking at adding into the mid-range of the bull flag, but the break of 70 pennies gets me out of the trade. It needs to hold the bottom end of that bull flag range. That's my thinking there. Oh, that's nice of you, bro. Why not? Shout out to my man, why not? All right, here we go. So let's talk about the trades that I had on. MLGO we're profitable on, but we got stopped out both times for the remaining amount. Got in, scalped almost like 50 pennies into 18, actually more. Got stopped out for the rest for a loss of 25 pennies on the rest. Got back in. Once it got into that volume weighted average price, scalped up again into almost $1 there, believe it or not. And then boom, down it goes again. Got stopped out for the remaining amount. So it's been kind of a zig and zag type situation, but boom, NKTX, Joseph Wilson. This was at the high of the day right now, waiting at 16s. 16s does reject. 15 still the high of the day, looking for that move up. I don't want to move my profit taker down. The reason I put it at 16 was for the high of day break. So I'm going to try to exercise some patience here on this bad boy to see what we get. I do appreciate you, Adara. I hope that Tilray trade smokes to the upside and gives your PL a nice high.
Damn.
She's smashing the puns one after another there. So shout out to Adara LePage. Appreciate that and the positive sentiment there. Good vibes from Adara. So keeping my eye on Tilray, Joseph, and still weaseling into or trying to take that high day currently on NKTX. Let's bring in these side charts and talk about what else we're looking at. So as you can see here, MLGO, it looks like it's given up the ghost. It's below the volume weighted average price right now, so that one's going to have to set up a little bit differently for me to get involved. But I'm seeing 16s come into play, and there goes the high of day on NKTX. We're going to wait at 21s now. I appreciate you, my guy. Let's see if we can get that big boy break. We still got some shares on this one. Let's see if we can get that continuation. Sorry, I had to digress a little bit there. Now, so MLGO is not setting up in the way that falls under my system, so it's going to have to get above that volume weighted average price for us to get involved. But shout out, every day I'm shouting out my man Bovin. Bovin brings the heat, okay? He's got his eyes on the scanner when I can't do it. Shout out to my man Bovin, bringing Wimi to my attention, WIMI. Looking for that bad boy to basically take out that dollar area. We got 97 pennies high on the day. What I see here above, and I don't know, let me know how you see this. I see an upward channel, but I'm reluctant to want to base anything off the volume weighted average price because VWAP here, which is the white line on my black charts, looks like the line of best fit. And that ain't the move. So we're going to see what we get there. Wow, NKTX is just going here, Joseph. Oh, I just got short there. Okay, no, that's not what we want. Flattened out there. Okay, so that's not the move. All right, so WMI, will keep an eye out on that one. Looks like NKTX really needs my attention here because it's continuing to go. HTZ, I had an ill-fated trade on, tried to get in at VWAP. It lost VWAP. I got out immediately. So we lost a little bit on that one. I also weaseled into CAR, CAR, for the same reason that I weaseled into HTZ. And Adair pointed out that they are very, Hertz, CAR, you get it? So this one didn't hold VWAP. Where's CAR at? There it is. So we got one beak wetter quickly there for a 30-penny winner, and then we ended up losing 40 pennies on the stop out with more shares, so negative on CAR, and won't trade it until it gets above and holds above the volume weighted average price. So that's my look on that. Let's bring in some more because there's more to talk about. We got Woof. And Woof looking real good, man. I mean, it's putting in higher highs, it's putting in higher lows. It respected VWAP when it was at VWAP. It hasn't gotten VWAP in a while. It's up 37%. Put some dang respect on this one's name. So we're going to keep an eye out on Woof. IMTE is not doing enough volume for me today. It's also zigging and zagging here. And then last but not least, guys, TNON. It's definitely, the best days are sort of behind it. You can see we were trading this one back on, I believe, Tuesday it was, when it has a really good day. Sold off yesterday. Now it's kind of putting in a bull flag here, but it's also below VWAP. So TNON not setting up in the way that I'd like. Now, let's talk about NKTX, because I'd like to get involved with this one a little bit more if I can. And the idea here is to wait for that 15 to come in, and we don't have to wait long. Why do I want two 15s to come in? Because, well, it's a former area of resistance, so I don't mind giving it an attempt here at support, despite the fact that it's putting the ugliest mother of all topping tail candles right now as we speak. That is really ugly, about almost 20 pennies off the high there. Let's load up NKTX and see if we can extract some profits off this one at this level. So I'm going to go in a smaller share size than I had before. So there we go. We're long at 21s. So let's go ahead and set up some beak wetters in case this one does pop up. The move here is anything below 13 and I'm out. So it looks like I might get stopped out for a little bit here because it did dip down into 18s. Let's give this one a little bit of room. Let's see if it wants to actually use previous area resistance as support this time. If it doesn't, if it stops me out, and it looks like it might, which is fine, I don't mind getting back in at around 205, where that volume weighted average price is. Yeah, there we go. We're going to get stopped out. We did get stopped out. That's okay. We're going to look for that 205, 203, something like that, because VWAP and the 10 exponential moving average are essentially the same level right now. So let's go ahead and set up there and see if we can get something in and around there, Joe.
Good look there, brother. So yeah, just going back to the VPA lesson there, guys. Apple's still climbing higher, so looking pretty good there on that front. But just to take a couple steps back here, just what I was referring to, looking for these signals at extreme lows, and that's why I decided to trade this here on IBIT. And I do believe that there might be some more room to run here, as you can see from a daily standpoint. We can head into the top of this range and then even break through. So going to be prepared and wait to see if that happens. We'll hold on for any form of pullback here, just because we are really extended from VWAP, and we need to take that into consideration. We don't want to be chasing at these highs, right? Like, again, you want to be patient. Watch the pullback volume. You can see the pullback volume here on Tesla as well, starting to really fall off a cliff. What is that telling us? Oh, hey, we might be ready at some point to turn around if buyers decide that they want to step in and continue this program, that we might climb higher and higher here. Unless this really starts to accelerate and pick up, then that's exactly what I'll be looking for. Indecision prints around the volume weighted average price, and then turnaround signals. Okay, some more turnaround signals. So really good look here on Tesla, up 5 1/3. 5 1/3 here, which I was not expecting. And it's like, yeah, I know people in the chat are like, Joe, yeah, how you feel about the Tesla? You know what, guys? I'm at peace. I'm at peace. I'm cool with it. And again, I rotated to other names that are performing extremely well. And that's the thing. I can always get back into the stock. Yeah, we're not going to hit everything out of the park all the time. Did I get out at roughly at a tough area and not stick to my plan of getting out at 300? Yes, but that's okay. I'm like, man, I can't deal with this guy's volatility any. For now, I want to get into the rotation because there might be some more downside, especially with deliveries and the Q1 earnings report. All right, guys, Tesla to 500, says Vecna. That's very interesting. I wouldn't disagree. I just don't know if it's time yet, but I could be so wrong, it's not even funny. But anyways, yeah, guys, what else was I going to go over? Yeah, the options chain. Obviously, you know I always want to take a look. So the Q's looking relatively healthy here, guys. 490 still being the narrative on tomorrow's expiration cycle, so we might get some topside room. I don't see anything at the 86s or 487 strikes, which is odd, but that's okay. 490 might be in the works for today because the market is really, really strong. Microsoft heading towards the Ides of March. That's a good movie, no? Isn't it? AAPL, the Ides of March. But yeah, anyways, here we go, guys. Apple's still moving really strong, but only up about 0.75% here. But nice parabolic type price action. I'm going to be keeping an eye for some of these moves that are extremely extended from VWAP and where you see the mean at. I'm going to look for that move back towards the volume weighted average. But how deep are they going to be? That's yet to be determined. We have to be patient, and we're going to just take what the market gives us and not force ourselves to hold on to something longer when the market is telling us, hey, we're really, really strong today. So be patient. If you're looking for that reversion, wait for those signals that we just went over. If you're not familiar, go over the lesson and wait for those prints to start, and then eventually you can build a whole playbook around these definitive signals, Sharif.
Well said, man. Well said. All right, still nursing this trade in Tilray. We're literally flat on it. I'm quite disappointed that I wasn't able to get the ad at 70 and 2/3. I had that resting order there. Essentially, since I started trading it, didn't dip in. So in this position, I'm going to look to see whether or not this continues to the upside, taking out 10%, and then I'll add into the position on Tilray if it is warranted. But I won't add here. I'll add after confirmation of the continued uptrend. So what I'm looking for is a third bull flag. So I perceive a couple of bull flags over here. I see 1, 2, and then if this ends up being one, we're currently forming the third. So let's see what we get there. And then we'll report back to you guys. All right, here we go. NKTX just got filled at VWAP. Now, this is where the trade comes into play. I mean, now we really need to see if it holds the level. So $2 is going to be my line in the sand for this one. Let's see exactly the amount of shares that we got left. So we got the right amount of on the stop there. Yeah, we're good like that. I just want to see something real quick over here. Yeah, that's exactly where I'm going to give it to. I'm going to go like that, and then we're going to go like this, and then we're going to go for that many because we're going to add at $2, believe it or not. So we're going to throw that out there. So this one did find a little bit of support at the 20 exponential moving average on the 5. So because the 20 exponential and VWAP are awfully close, I'd like to be able to use the 20 as my stop placement rather than putting it right below VWAP. I feel that this one might, suffer from a quick specialist breakdown and then get me out. So that's going to be my move right now. Let's see. We got 07. So now I'm going to set up for some beak wetters if this one wants to pop up. We'll layer our orders because you know how these ones roll. They're around for a good time. Typically not a long time, not a hard and fast rule, but one that I've observed. So that's what we'll see right there. We got 7s. I'm waiting at 11s for the first little beak wetter there. Let's go back to Tilray and see what the situation is. Yeah, it's continuing to kind of show that it's putting in higher lows and higher highs, but it's not with the same vigor, certainly, that it was on the initial bull flag and even the secondary bull flag. To be expected, you can't expect that third bull flag to look the same as the first two, because now a lot more people know about it, and the shorts will equally be as interested as the long. So they're going to be looking to take some or to get in short or to take some profits. That's the situation. So keeping my eye on NKTX. Looking for a pop up there. But I got to tell you guys, for the exception of NKTX and really Woof, all the other small cap gappers are kind of breaking down. They're all below VWAP. WIMI is a little bit in the middle. I don't want to use VWAP as the guide for WIMI because it's shown its intentions on the day not to really use VWAP as support, but some other levels like the higher low situation seems to be the move there. But yeah, Woof and NKTX, and we'll see if NKTX can hold on because it's got 3 candle red setup right now. So yeah, the small cap gappers giving up the ghost just a skosh over here. So I'm keeping my eye on the top scanner, on my top screen to see what the scanners are bringing in. And there's really not a whole lot going on right now. So that's what I'm keeping my eye on. Let's see if there's continuation on NKTX and as well on Tilray. Tilray is definitely encountering some resistance for whatever reason at the 72.5 penny area. So yeah, that's the look there. We'll keep an eye, obviously, on large caps as well. I'm hearing that the market does seem to be recovering. I'm looking at the NQ right now, essentially flat. Likewise with the ES. All four major averages right now, essentially flat-ish. 0.09 in the green for the ES, 0.04 for the NQ in the red, 0.11 both for the Dow and the Russell 2000 respectively, both down 0.1 or 0.11, depending on what second you're looking at, Joseph. So that's a look right now. A market of indecision a little bit, I kind of feel here, with some green, some red.
Yeah, I agree with you on that point, Sharif. Like, I find that we were just so extended from VWAP here that pullback was almost imminent. But what I did pull up, I seen someone in the chat mention AMD, and it's so unfortunate. Look what the market's been doing, and then look at how AMD's been participating. Essentially, it hasn't, right? It's in its own little world trading sideways. And I mean, it went on a nice solid week and a bit of a strong run, but now just giving back a lot of those gains. So I want to be able to identify names that are weak and not necessarily so strong. And when the market's pulling back, I'm going to look for them to kind of over-exaggerate and continue to participate to the downside here. So we're going to aim for the low of the day. Are we going to get that? Maybe, maybe not. But I do believe I like this short here on AMD, down 3.5% on the session and continuing to bleed as the overall market does as well. So participating to the downside and not necessarily participating when all of these names are moving higher and higher. So this can just signal, hey, we are in a really weak stock, we're shorting a weak stock, and that means we're on the right side of the trade for now. Where is my out? Gonna go a little bit smaller size and give it to the crack of this. If it breaks that and then gives me more signals that we're ready to turn around, then I'll take another stab. But you can see, nice, we're already like 12 cents in the money on this trade, and we're gonna aim for the middle of this range. And if the Q, Sharif, and the spike want to continue to bleed, and NVDA as well too, I think that we're gonna continue to participate, and you might even get that breakdown type price action, because you can see here on the time of sales that we continuously flush below and at the bid, and this is what I want to look for. See, we're not being overly reactive, but then when sellers start to step back in, you can see that we move aggressively to the downside, and that's what made me decide to get into AMD. Now, one thing that I was thinking about, Sharif, earlier this morning, I was like, before we do the Playmaker poll, I kind of want to throw up another poll. Just because we're trading, and I know a lot of individuals in the chat are trading as well too, but I want to kind of get a rough estimate from a percentage metric. It's either you're trading or you're just watching, right? So we'll throw that poll up. We'll throw that poll up real quick before we do the Playmaker poll, because I just want to just get a general idea of what everybody's doing. Are you learning? Are you trading? Or are you just watching? And that's just going to give us a good gauge on what everybody's up to, because I know a lot of you are trading, but some of you might not be. So yeah, we'll do that before, I'm saying we'll do it, but we got to talk to the production team. Yeah, we're doing it live. But here we go. We're starting to break down here in AMD, Sharif, looking pretty good. We're going to trim a little bit here, my guy, and see if we can get this continuous bleed in this name, because the Qs are moving really, really aggressively back towards the volume-weighted average price.
Absolutely. It does look like that way when I'm looking at the side charts here to gauge what's happening. All right, we took several outs right now on NKTX. Looks like for the moment, it is holding the 10 exponential and VWAP, which are essentially overlapping. I did have a dip trade to defend the whole dollar at 2, which did not fill. So we've got 6s on at the moment, just wet the beak there at 14s. It's showing me 12s. So let's see if we can kind of get that pop up and take out some levels there as we have those orders layered. Let's see here, 13 showing up. Oh, I didn't get the print at 14. Maybe we'll get it now. Here comes 14 on the level 2. Do we get a cross from 14 into 15 so we can get the print? I'm just going to set up some more orders to the high side to account for any pop-ups there. Now we get the 14 print. Okay, here comes 17s. We're waiting at 17s, but some selling coming into play there. We'll have to see if the bulls can overwhelm them. I did weasel into WIMI. And I'm kind of debating this trade now because the volume really dropped off. It like fell off a cliff. We were doing about 1 million to 2 million shares per 5-minute candle, and that just dropped right now. So we're 1 penny out of the money. I'm giving my out to 84s. I was really looking for 85s because that's the area trough, but I gave it to 84s just to give it a bit more room. Tilray is doing absolutely nothing. We're break even on that, so not a whole lot to report to you guys on TLROI. It's dancing with that 72 penny area, and it's not bull flagging for a third time in the way that it did obviously the first 2 times. So we'll continue to watch that. I still don't mind adding at that 70.5 penny area, with my ultimate out being the break of 70 pennies. I have to see that this area to hold. There were buyers there on that pullback. If there are no buyers there on the second time, I don't want the smoke. Simple as that. WIMI, excuse me, still zigging and zagging, break even. And as I mentioned, NKTX, we took a couple of beak wetters there, but this feels a bit more consolidative, at this $2.10 level than it had been prior to that. I'm talking about this area over here. It seemed to be a bit more retracey to the downside. Let's see if we can get that pop up. We've already layered the orders. Adara, tell us more.
I'm going to tell you guys here, as we actually get a little bit of a double bottom, interestingly enough, on the 3-minute chart for this NASDAQ, it is worth noting Mark Carney, who is the current Prime Minister of Canada, he's going to be speaking to the media at 1:30 p.m. Eastern. Keep an eye on this, very likely to mention tariffs, so I will be following this. If there's anything market moving, of course, I will keep you all apprised, but it is worth noting he will be speaking at 1:30 p.m. So keep an eye on that. Again, Donald Trump here, more executive orders to come at 2 p.m. Eastern. So 1:30 p.m., we get Canada's Prime Minister. 2 p.m., we get President Donald Trump. Back to the Bash Brothers.
To Mark Carney. Did you hear what one of the reporters asked him the other day?
No.
So he was proposing, he did a bunch of different campaign announcements, right? He's like, okay, we're going to cut the GST on new homes. GST is goods and services. It's essentially a sales tax in this country, guys. A VAT, so to speak. He's like, we're going to cut the GST on new homes, and we're going to take off the consumer carbon tax, right? Which is like the stuff we pay at the gas station,
exactly.
Not for industrials. And so he had a bunch of different ones as well. I'm just forgetting. So one of the reporters asked him, he's like, okay, all these new announcements are fantastic. But my question is quite pointed. Having announced all these new initiatives, do you feel you're running for the wrong party? Do you feel you should run for the Conservatives?
Oh.
Because he's taken all of Pierre Poilievre's ideas, right? But, you know, we're...
But he said that GST cut was only for houses under 900,000 or something.
Fair.
Right? But it's like in the GTA, there's nothing...
That's not going to be enough for around here, yeah.
So it's essentially like, what's going on here, Mr. Carney? But you should join alongside Mr. Pierre there.
Yeah, well, it's interesting, too, because I don't know if you noticed, but so in this country, if you buy a house or a property up to 500,000, you can put 5% down. But anything above 500 to 1.5 million, you have to put 10%. And then above $1.5 million, you have to put 20. They boosted it, though, the price that is, from $1 million to $1.5 million. So now, if you want to buy a property, and you have to get the insurance, 10% up to $1.5 million.
Oh, okay.
So it's like kind of they're trying. I mean, it's tough.
It's like, so obviously we have the group chat. Like everybody has a good group chat with all their buddies, and I was just referring to them. And I was reading a little bit on it too. And you would know a lot more than I, Sharif. But
sure.
But the Liberal Party in Canada has actually been drastically more successful than the Conservative Party from a time in
That's
office,
absolutely accurate.
right? So like I was looking up, it's like the Liberal Party served like 100 years compared to the Conservative.
Exactly.
That's at like 60 years
Well
of
said.
total time in office. So I mean, there has been high levels of success from the Liberal Party, but then when you sway too far to one side, it just gets under people's gear.
And that to be fair to the Liberals, and I really want to be fair here, because I think it really has less to do with the ideology of the party that falls out of favor with the population, and it has to do more with your time and power and becoming less aware of the issues of the day and how people are feeling, and so you end up getting booted if you stay in power too long. You know what I mean?
And you rule too long with the iron
exactly
fist,
right.
Like, yeah, so it just happened. Like I talk about it all the time. Yeah, with an iron fist. But I'm saying that's what I talk about all the time. Maybe, and I know this is a sports analogy, but people love to see kings fall. You could be the most favorite individual
Well said,
for a
dude.
long time. But if your face is out there too much, people just gradually tend to not like you at some point, no matter what you do. And I think that's most definitely what's happening.
There you go, baby. There you go.
Yeah.
All right, guys. Now we're waiting over here on NKTX, and bang, we'll take that out. Now we're waiting at 19s, and then we're gonna layer some more. Here comes 19s, showing me on the level 2 19s. I'm gonna wait at 23 after that. We got the 16s, but we didn't get the 19s. So we'll pack our patience for that. It's still stair-stepping up, though, so I don't mind this one. I don't mind packing my patience on this bad boy here. Now, Wimmy, we got one quick print at 89s, but there it goes, down 87 again, so we're 1 penny out of the money there. And Tilray's doing absolutely nothing, neither getting printed to the downside nor getting moved to the upside. So packing my patience there. Who is this individual? Okay, interesting. Over here in the chat. Okay, so that's all I've got on at the moment, guys. Really waiting for this NKTX to really pop or drop. Didn't get the ADAT 2, but packing my patience for that 18 print, and then 23. Also keeping an eye on TNON. It sadly, I should say, lost the volume weighted average price, and I'm less inclined to want to use VWAP at all on TNON, and more of a break above the upward or this downward channel. So if we get a break on a closing basis above that upper trend line, that could be an interesting long for me. I won't base it so much off VWAP. We'll have to wait and see if 3 factors in, because we're awfully close to the whole dollar level. So TNON certainly on watch. I saw somebody in the chat say that they punched into Wolf. It's not for me at the moment. It's not doing enough notional, nor is it, readable in a way that I'd like. So it's not really using these moving averages, nor is it using VWAP. So I'm less inclined to want to trade it if I don't really understand what is up to. Okay, I see NKTX coming right back down here. So let's see if we get the ADAT 2. I don't mind waiting on this one now. VWAP has moved up since I placed my order. It's no longer at 203, now it's at 205. So I'm thinking, do I move my order up to account for VWAP, or do I leave it at that $2 level to defend the whole dollar level? That's my thinking right now. I'm gonna pack my patience. I don't need to make a quick decision. The wall. Stopped out of my ES trade at 57.68, was really looking for that strength to continue. However, still not a bad look. Might be looking at sell-offs in the afternoon with Trump patience till. Yeah, look, brother, it's going to be a wild card right now. I don't know if the market was really expecting the tariffs to come in yesterday. I think a lot of people were expecting the auto tariffs to be announced with the reciprocal tariffs on April 2nd, and the fact that he front-ran it, I think, was a bit of a curveball for the market. So I don't expect anything different. That's why we got all the TVs around here to see when Donald Trump is talking. Because get it, Adara. So we'll see exactly what's going on up there.
Yeah, I mean,
get a TV.
Get a TV. That's correct. We need to get it animation there. So yeah,
we do.
No, Stevenson, don't try to be like me, my friend. You're your own individual, man. You're I could tell you're a good person. Talk to you a lot in the chat. So just be the best version of you, brother. You don't want to be like me. So yeah, Gorav observing the video on the 5-minute, possible hammer on the 5-minute. I see a lot of potential doji prints here on the 5-minute Gorav that is that can come into play. But one thing to note is just that selling volume was quite fierce, and I noted that we are way too extended from VWAP as well, too, guys. So yeah, well, that's why I'm like, I'd be weary of those reversion. I know Obi was looking for the Tesla move. I'm pretty sure he probably nailed that one, looking for VWAP. That's his primary target as always there as well, too, guys. But I mean, this NVDA trade worked really, really well. Yeah, Gorav, I don't know if it's time yet, brother, just because of the velocity of how we're moving to the downside. I mean, we're heading back. We're getting close to the opening ranges of the market. So yeah, that was fast and furious. But Apple is holding up relatively well. But yeah, here we go, guys. We only got about 10% left of this trade on AMD. Nice move to the downside. I talked about sticking to with weak stocks that aren't participating with the market, and then you can see it took another leg lower. We're going to talk more about what we got going on here with AMD right after we get back from Madeira.
Keep an eye here on RGLS, RGLS Therapeutics. The only catalyst I found for this one actually came out pre-market, and by pre-market I mean before 8:30 a.m., so really early in the day. Now, though, it's actually getting quite the run to the upside. As you can see here, we got this volatility when the news came out. Basically here, rallying after announcing phase 1B results from their study of their treatment for autosomal dominant polycystic kidney disease. So a certain type of kidney disease here. Apparently, successful trial data for RGLS. Nothing notable here about the float. It's got a decently sized float, actually, about 48 million shares, only 3% short float. Back to you.
Dara on RGLS Therapeutics. I probably said that wrong, but that's all right. So yeah, I mean, guys, look at the market start to pull in a little bit here. IBIT's still holding up relatively strong. It's nice to see this. So I'm assuming that the VIX, I don't even have to look at the VIX to know where it's obviously located. When we climbed higher, it was decreasing. You get that kind of the opposite effect here. That inverse correlation on the VIX and the overall market, and now the VIX is probably starting to pick up a little steam. But one thing I will note, guys, just following the volume by time profile, you can see that as we start to climb higher here, that volume is really starting to step down. And if the market wants to continue to bleed here, I'm going to look for a potential add, and then when price is going to slowly start to turn around, then we will add to the position and look for a new break and possibly go and test that high day. But I mean, from an AMD standpoint, it's not horrible. If you were grabbing it around 96 and then you trade up to 116, then that's fantastic. But yeah, AMD has not been on my radar quite often. This is actually the first time I've traded it in a long time. Like I'm talking probably 3, 4, 5 months at that point, because I'm just like, I'm not in sync with this stock. It's not doing what I want to do. In my opinion, it was dead for a very long time. So it's really unfortunate for Lisa Su and company, but I think they can really start to pick things up. I mentioned to Sharif, I read an article about how NVDA might change to Intel for their gaming GPUs or their processors, because TSMC doesn't have enough space and capacity to deliver the demand for them. But that can also benefit AMD as well too, because people are going to start to trade to turn over to AMD's units. And I actually personally, on my personal computer, have AMD as well too, and it's done me just fine for the past 3-4 years.
That's going to be really interesting, dude. If this Lip Boo guy can really turn things around and become what Patty G wanted, which was to turn them into a foundry, especially for one of the biggest names in the game, man, or if not the biggest name in the game right now, NVIDIA. So that's going to be super interesting. We'll keep an eye on that, and obviously we'll be reporting on it. Guys, thank you, Adara, for mentioning RGLS. Perfect opportunity to tell you why I won't trade this until and if it takes out that $2 level. This is one of those ones that looks fantastic. And then you look at a little bit deeper, and then you see in the pre-market, it has a big boy level there into $2. On volume, might I add, about 2.7 million shares in that 1 5-minute candle exchange hands there. So there could be some bag holders up here. Now, I have a bit of a rule that I don't trade small cap gappers that are trading south of the volume weighted, south of the pre-market high, in addition to south of the volume weighted average price. It looks fantastic though. Higher highs, higher lows, and then once we broke from that VWAP, the buying came in quite aggressively. What I've done over here is I put an alert at $1.90 to let me know in advance as we approach that $2 area, because that is where I want to trade it. I want to look at around $2 once we take out, and if we take out that pre-market high. So that's my thinking right now on RGLS, but it's a fantastic looking chart. It just has to set up in the right way, packing my patience there. Tilray continuing now to bleed. We had about a 5-minute consolidation, and now we've got a 4-candle downtrend. Each and every candle, though, for whatever reason, bouncing off that 71 penny area. So I'm all eyes to see if this one wants to defend 71, and if it starts putting in those higher highs and higher lows, we'll add into the position, because we've got baby shares on right now. Not really looking at adding here. It's not my spot. Let's go back into the other one, WIMI. We've got one beak wetter, still about a penny out of the money on that one, so not much to report on. And then NKTX continues to zig. It continues to zag at that 10 exponential. It's not really putting higher highs or higher lows, though. Actually, there was one candle of indecision over here that actually put in a bit of a lower low, but look how aggressively it was bought up. If you exclude this candle here that manifested at 1140, it is putting in higher lows. So I'm not going to add into the position, but definitely on the lookout for a trend change here for, NKTX. I see CAR is starting to curl back around. Likewise is Hertz. CAR is a lot more expensive than Hertz, but they look very similar to the way they're trading today. I mean, like, look at Hertz is in the middle. They're both in the middle, middle bottom. HTZ and CAR, fundamentally different prices, but very, very similar charts. You definitely want to question, or at least I am, whether or not the algos with the same settings are trading these ones, because they seem to break up at the same time, seem to break down at the same time. Relative to VWAP, they're very similar chart patterns, is that we dip down below VWAP right at the same time, 1110 on this one, 1110 on this one, and then we make our way back up. So you're not going to convince me, at least not right now, that CAR and HTZ are not being traded using the same methodology or the same parameters, let's call it like that. So keeping an eye on that. If I, weapon in my head, I had to choose, I'm choosing HTZ just because it's a lot cheaper to trade. It looks good right now here. I'm just unsure of exactly how to execute on it coming south of the volume weighted average price like that. So yeah, I'm going to steer clear. Currently on HTZ. We'll keep an eye out on that one. Anything going on here in Tilray world? Wow, we're actually getting a green candle manifest. Unbelievable. So let's go ahead and give this one an ad. Let's see if we can catch something to the high side here. Baby shares, I'd like to break that 72.5 pennies before I feel really good and look to add a bit more. I'm keeping an eye on RGLS. It's at $1.80 now. I have my alert at $1.90. The reason I put it at the $1.90 is because I want to be made aware of it as it approaches that $2 area, which it topped out at. So I'm going to go ahead and throw this on the trading screen so that if it does break, I don't have to fumble and start, typing in the wrong ticker and, making fat-fingered mistakes. So RGLS, Joseph, on watch. It's really trying to take out that $1.90. It's up 38%. And change. If you have any tickers that you'd like me to look at or Joseph to look at, definitely tag us and let us know exactly what you're thinking, what you're looking. We'd be more than willing to look at it for you.
Yeah, absolutely, man. I just got out of that last little bit of AMD at the break even, so that was a pretty nice trade here, guys. Playing the crack of the volume weighted average price, and then you take it all the way down. I got really close to the lows, but you can see this pullback was relatively deep. I was looking to add around here, but the tape was just telling me it's not ready yet, especially because the market looked like it wanted to recover, and it's hovering around the volume weighted average price. I talk about that elastic effect that I like to kind of use it as, and you can see that we punched through on the cues, that is, we punched through it, and then now we're kind of bouncing back. So yeah, Gore, really nice look. I see a nice indecision print on IBIT on the 5-minute right at VWAP, which I like as well. So I'm thinking I'm going to wait for this pullback, the retest of that candle. We'll pull up IBIT here, but that's it for that short here on AMD. We had two nice shorts in the semi-lands today, Sharif. That was on NVDA earlier in the morning. Nice little short there. And then just currently on advanced. It gave, I guess it's not money destroying lately, so it's making money. So AMD, that's a good look. And then we had this price compression pattern that I mentioned earlier before. And the reason why I could have held on to this a little bit longer, for some reason I was just hesitant, even though my risk profile was right to here. I'm like, oh, okay, if it cracks that, then I'll be wrong. Maybe there'll be a liquidity grab, and then it can make that move higher. But that volume stepping in was slightly laggard for me. But what I should have been able to identify is that on this pullback, you can see here, I'll zoom in a little bit, guys, is that this pullback volume was really, really weak relative to us continuously stepping up here. So mistake on my behalf on not holding more shares on this style of trade. You can see that we were constructing those higher lows and then those lower highs. So the price was compressing, forming that wedge, and then we stepped in and then we broke through that wedge. And that's how you have a precision entry like that. It's just being patient. But again, it moved up significantly higher. I pieced it out as we went. So a pretty nice trade on that front. And then the same thing with IBIT as well. Just using basic VPA here, guys, at the lows. Nice print. We play the crack of that, held onto it, and then we just pieced it out and held some for the dream on that front. But I do like IBIT currently. Right now, we are on this trade. I like this print right here on the 5-minute time frame strip, holding VWAP really well, and it gets a nice bounce off of it. Wait for that retest of this level, and then maybe possibly from a daily standpoint, I really like it that we can head to the top end of that range, and that's going to give us a potential another 50 cents, and we know that Bitcoin can really, really start to get the ball rolling once it moves.
Ooh.
Just looking at what's going on with Pan-Dub today. Maintain Pan-Dub with a buy and target at 225. Pan-Dub is down 4%. Why though? I'm just having a look to see if anything is going on. Maintain with coverage with a buy target. Anything else on this piece of crap? Oh boy. This is from yesterday. Announced multi-year North American partnership. Okay. So Pan-Dub taking definitely a no dub today. It's an L. This thing was at 190 yesterday. It's at 177 today. So there you go, baby. This is not a good day today for Pan-Dub. This is one of the ones that I have in the swing account, so I'll have to keep an eye out on that one. Didn't really realize that till right now. All right, let's keep an eye on the prize right now. We're involved in a few names. NKTX is the one that I'm really focused on at the moment. It's the one that I have the most shares in, and it's the one that's setting up the best. But it has been a bit of a weaker since that topping tail candle into 234. Let's put it like that, okay? What's keeping me involved and optimistic about the trade is where it's positioned relative to VWAP, its current price with respect to the 10 exponential. So I'm keeping an eye out on that. Let's see exactly what we get there. WIMI continues to be flat for me. I might flatten out there if the volume continues to drop off. And Tilray, shout out to Pretty Panda. He's like, hey, I was gone. I came back and marijuana's jumping up. What's going on over here? So I was letting him know that they may reschedule marijuana. That was something that the Biden administration, we heard a talk about, didn't think, to be honest with you guys, that the Trump administration would follow suit with that. So there you go. We'll get more information, obviously, when we hear something official from Pam Bondi or anybody else there at the Justice Department or even from the big man himself. So we'll keep tabs on that. Mr. Profit 7 already made 20K off the pops to each their own. That's big. FFAI will explode tomorrow. That's big. FFAI, what's this? FFAI. Faraday. Oh, yeah, I know about Faraday. Well, Faraday is going to be interesting because they are scheduled to report tomorrow, if I'm not mistaken. Or today, actually. When are they scheduled to report? Let's have a look over here. Faraday Futures. Where's Faraday? Show yourself, Faraday. Yeah, it might be down here somewhere. Okay, I'll look after. I think they are scheduled, are they not? After the close today. Major earnings after the close. Faraday, FFIE. Other earnings reports Thursday after the bell. I'm not seeing FFIE here. I don't know what this, oh, it's right there. FFAI, excuse me, not IE. FFAI. So yeah, they are scheduled to report after the bell today. One that we know because we've been trading these small cap gappers, Faraday, and we always joke with Randy about that one because they have an interesting car there. So yeah, nothing going on over here for me. I think I will flatten out my WIMI trade because it does not look like it's setting up in the right way. So I'm gonna take this one out if it loses 85 pennies. It's very consolidative and it's below VWAP, so that's not gonna that's not gonna work out for me. I'm not gonna look to dance with that below the volume weighted average price. All right, guys, a poll is now up. Shout out to Joey Options for putting that. Are you just watching to learn or just watching? Are you learning? Are you trading or all of the above? I'm hitting all of the above. We already have 73 votes. I think that is what the majority of the people are doing so far, Joseph, with 78 votes coming in, 49% of the people doing all of the above. So I think you had the right idea there.
Yeah, that's a good one. I like this poll, guys, just to get a general idea of what everybody's up to. And all of the above seems to be the case. So it's really good to see. And if you're new to trading as well, just sit back, learn, trade simulator, do what you have to do to prepare yourself for this journey because it is quite long and again it can get taxing at times, but that's the good thing about being here. You have that community. You have Sharif and I, you have Neil and Sean, you have Adara, you have the production team, Brando, everybody here. We're doing the exact same thing. Obi in the back, Wayner, Branks. So yeah, a good solid team. I learn from them. I send it to you because those guys are smart and you just move it around, rotate everything. So trading and learning. I wish I'm trading like Sharif and Joseph. Hey, eventually you will be. If you're in the earlier stages of trading, don't forget, this takes a long time.
Oh, yeah.
It's not something that you can learn and grasp in a couple of months, right? It's like going to school. I talked about, you get your bachelor's, master's, and then you can go for that PhD. But yeah, that PhD takes a long time.
Yes, it does.
A lot of work. So yeah, there you go. But yeah, good stuff, guys. Keep getting those votes in. We'll put that up for a half an hour or so before we get into the playmaker. I'm looking for the hold of this level here on IBIT to look to get involved. We were holding the volume-weighted average price fairly well. The market looks like it wants to continue to bleed, so we'll be patient. We'll wait for this hold, and then we'll wait for that turnaround price action. We'll see those indecision prints here, and then we'll look to participate on that front. But AMD, really nice. I'm curious to what it's up to and if it's continuing to bleed. Okay, so it came back into the range, rejected it, and then now heading right back to the low here, guys, down about 3.8% on the day. And with this momentum, it looks like it might crack here, so that is not a very good sign in AMD. What else was I looking at here? So Apple still holding up relatively strong here, guys. So a good look on that front. Hopefully it doesn't break down, because if it does, it could send the market more or continuously lower than what it already is right now. So be patient. Don't force that trade. If it's really strong, wait for those signals before you short it. And when you do, in a strong name like this, don't look for those overextended moves, because since the market has already pulled back significantly and Apple decides it wants to trade higher, but then when the market decides to pull back, that will just signify some strength in AAPL, and it might go back to the top side. And I like where it is sitting from a daily range as well too. We're sitting at the top of that range, 222.85, and it might break a little higher there, Sharif.
All right, we're gonna weasel back into Hertz here. It got a bit of a pullback. I'm gonna have a super tight stop on this because I'm already 0 for 1 on it. So we're gonna go here. Did we get in? Yes. Okay. So there it goes. Let's go and throw that stop into play. Give it a little bit of room in case it loses the bid. So that's exactly what I'm going to do. And then I'm going to weasel some profit takers if it will allow me to do that. There we go. Just layering them there. Whether or not they get filled, an entirely different story. Currently trading at 418. That's where we're long. Let's see if this one wants to curl back off that level. I'm still keeping an eye, man, on NKTZ, but I am getting a little concerned, despite the fact that it's not losing the bid, hasn't lost, that $2 area, and hasn't lost VWAP either. The volume, though, and Joseph always stresses this, and I totally agree with him on that. The volume signature just not there. You need volume to go up. You don't necessarily need that much volume to go down, though. So that is my concern right now with NKTX. We're long. We've got a decent amount of room between the current price action and our entry, but for how long? So that's a little bit of my thinking at the moment. So that's the situation. Everything else stays the same. You see, I've got like 4 different positions on at the moment, but I'm managing them, I think, in the best way possible with tight stops as they are warranted. Adara, what is happening now?
Well, for one, Sharif, get it with those 4 positions. For another here, let's talk about what's happening now. So this is the market, and I think the best way to describe this is just really big flush here. After, we have this flush of the open, we push to the upside pretty nicely, and then we give it all back. But it's worth noting, still making some higher lows. So higher lows still for the NASDAQ, though we have given up VWAP, and we are pushing lower. S&P 500 looking almost identical to the NASDAQ, both going from red to green to slightly red on the day. We did have some GDP a little bit higher than expected. PCE coming out tomorrow. As I mentioned earlier, all of these numbers are expected to be basically in line with their previous print, but core PCE year over year is expected to incline by 0.1%. Keep an eye here on TSLA. This one actually holding up really nicely. Bouncing off, this is around where VWAP is here, bouncing as the rest of the market continues to push lower. So TSLA certainly on watch. Also on watch here is one that Sharif's been trading, RGLS. It's worth noting we did not have any midday catalyst to explain this other push to the upside. They had a catalyst earlier about some positive data for one of their treatments. So good look there, but again, that came out this morning. So RGLS getting a nice second wind to the upside. MSOS and watch as well. In case you missed this catalyst, the marijuana moment, basically, this article here was shared on X from the marijuana moment, basically right when it came out. Matt Gaetz, who was Trump's initial pick for Attorney General, obviously it did not go through. Current Attorney General is Pam Bondi. But regardless, Matt Gaetz wrote an editorial that was published in the Tampa Bay Times where he said not only does he think it's time for marijuana to be rescheduled, but he actually thinks Donald Trump is the president to get the job done. So Matt Gaetz expressing some optimism here in Trump's abilities to reschedule marijuana. Nice little bull flag here for MSOS. And we'll send you back to those Bash Brothers.
Bash Brothers.
Hey, appreciate that, Adara. Joseph Wilson.
Yes, sir.
What do you got?
All right, yeah. So we're in some IBIT here, guys, looking for that crack. But I want to point something out here. Look at this rejection to a T right off of these pre-market highs, Sharif. Really good look there. So if you're looking for levels, yeah, almost to the T. Those pre-market highs rejected, and then we come all the way back down to VWAP. So that's a good rejection level. Are we going to go back and test that? We'll have to be patient. I have a very tight stop on this because I believe that this is a little bit of a chase here, all the way up here, because I'm looking to play the break of this, and the volume's just not supporting it. So I'll get out right around here, and if we come back through VWAP, then I'll just look to get right back in. But I should have been in on right here, and then I could have took some off. But again, I would have been stopped out break even. So Pizza Rat, MSTR might be good for a long. I don't love MSTR, right? If I'm looking for a strategy, like if I'm looking for a Bitcoin play, then I'm just gonna go IBIT or actually like BTC or anything, something along those lines. I guess there's no really other options. I'm not gonna go BTC because the management fees are too high, and they fired that guy because like you kind of botched that release of the ETF.
Really?
Yeah, they fired.
I didn't know that.
See you later.
Well, that's not a small thing to botch, bro. Like,
well,
you get one shot at the release.
Yeah, exactly.
Right?
Right? So like Grayscale had like over a 1% management fee or something like that, and everything else was like a fraction of a percent. And it's just like, okay, no one's gonna want to pay for the TBC opposed to going to with like IBIT, right? The BlackRock one. So yeah, that was why I grabbed IBIT, and I'm glad that this was one of the most successful ETF launches there was the Bitcoin ETF. So yeah, it was very, very interesting. But here we go on MicroStrategy. Again, the same. That's the thing. Someone was asking me about MSTR calls, and I was just like, ask yourself, do you want to own MSTR or do you want to own Bitcoin, right? So just go with IBIT if that's what you're looking for is Bitcoin exposure. I wouldn't necessarily go with MSTR.
Like, I mean, if you want to go with a leveraged product, because that's what MSTR is, you're paying a premium for that, right? And like even GME, a lot of people were talking to like the analysts yesterday when we got that. When we got their earnings report and they said they were going to get into Bitcoin, this, that, and the other. It's like, why would you pay a premium to hold GameStop's stock,
right?
Unless you think that there might be something else that could add a little bit of a premium to that. And I don't really see what the business model is going to be. You know, I was digging a little deeper into their earnings. And it's funny because like trading card volume is up. Like they're diversifying and weird stuff like that.
I know, but is that substantial?
No, dude,
exactly,
no.
Right?
Like I don't know, man. I don't want to disrespect trading cards or anything like that. Not like I really know much about the industry in general, but it doesn't seem to me like one of those ones that's really gonna move the needle, right? Like I don't know.
Like how much? And how much?
Fabian's like, what do you want to know? So Fabian, here's the deal. So you know, obviously I don't have to tell you, but GameStop, you know all about it. The point is, they were saying that they were looking to diversify because, you know, not everybody's buying video games in the same way that they were before, controllers, stuff like that, and whatever GameStop sells. So they're looking at getting into other businesses. Do you hear anything positive from your end about them? Fabian?
1 second. There we go.
Serrano.
There's just so much money in collectibles. It's crazy. Like, I don't see why they shouldn't do that. Like, it's like they're a match made in heaven, I think.
So it's not just gaming, cards. It's collectibles in general.
Like cards
I see.
In its
Okay.
own way, it's a collectible hobby. Because you're not really doing anything with those cards. You're just collecting them. So it's basically the value that you are assigned, or people, or it's whatever someone else will pay for it. That's,
fair. Question for you. So they obviously mark up the product. That goes without saying. If they're going to put it in their store, they're going to make up money on it. Is there a big difference, Fabian, if you go and pick it up from, say, a GameStop, than maybe trying to get it on the secondary market?
The secondary market might be more expensive.
Interesting.
Yeah,
okay.
There's a rarity. There's a big problem with scalping. There's like a bunch of like these Pokemon losers that will like just hawk all of these products basically, so they can like grift the customers.
Very interesting. Thank you for that, dude. Because like that, if without that information, obviously I don't know too much about it. So there you go. Stuff that I don't know about. Yeah. He knows about very well, and that's the beautiful thing about having a team, baby.
Jameson says Pokemon cards are trading for our prices. Yeah, I agree. Like you have the likes of Logan Paul wearing a $3 million Charizard card, but I just don't know how large that market is and if it's going to have a substantial impact on the company. If anything, Bitcoin would have more of an impact on their balance sheet, I believe, because the ability to appreciate in Bitcoin. I just don't see tradables changing, like turning the boat around completely for GameStop.
With all due respect to the industry,
Yeah,
I don't know
exactly.
too much
Nothing
about it.
against it.
It's just, to me, it doesn't seem like, it's like the thing of the day. So very interesting stuff, though. Guys, I want to talk about a couple of names here that are quite important because they are doing big boy things on the day. Ali Dang Baba. BABA, I just saw you guys yelling in the chat. High day, and more accurate you could not be. We just topping tailed just a skosh, 137.79 the high a day. We're back at that 137 and a third. But what's beautiful about this chart, this is the 5-minute chart on Alibaba, is that you're seeing higher highs and higher lows. And that I certainly do not mind. You're obviously at risk, obviously, of double topping because there's not much of a difference between 137.68 and 137.79 on a $100 name. Be on the lookout, though, for support and resistance to come into play. Here's why I say that. This is an obvious area of resistance, that initial bull flag at around 950. Guess what? We drop down, we clear it, we come back down, we hold that exact same area. Again, I'm talking about that 136 area. So a beautiful look there. Let's see if this one continues to put in higher highs and higher lows. And if it doesn't, can we trade it as a support and resistance trade off key levels? So I'm keeping my eye certainly on Alibaba. As well, I think somebody else mentioned this. Rivian having itself a day. Look at Rivian go, 8.25% at the high today, 13.50. Look at that big boy breakout candle there above 13, taking out the highs, taking out the whole dollar, everything you like. Joseph, 13.15 high a day. Let's throw in the ticker there for Rivian. So, I don't think there's a specific catalyst today on Rivian, but I am assuming that this has something to do with the auto tariffs, seeing that Rivian makes all their cars in the United States. Now, I don't know how much of the car components come in from abroad. Quick note for you guys here. I don't think we mentioned it this morning, but it is worth mentioning. April 3rd or 2nd or whatever it is, that's when the 25% tariffs are going to go in on imported cars. It's going to be May 2nd or May 3rd, I forget the exact date, where the 25% tariffs is going to go in on the auto parts that are imported. So 2 different days here, or dates, that we should be aware of. In addition to those 2 different dates, the American automakers, Stellantis included, despite the fact that they're not really American, are going to get a 1-month reprieve to kind of get their house in order, and then 25% tariffs, here we come, whether or not you're ready. So I want to give you guys those dates. I think that they will be market moving, or, in anticipation of them, we'll definitely report on that for you. But Rivian is a breakout trade here. Every time I look at Rivian, it's got another high, 13.18 high a day. It's going in on that 9%. So maybe we'll throw up Rivian, even though it's not a small cap gapper, on the side chart. What happened with WIMI? Says Murguy. Yeah, that's what these small cap gappers do, Murguy. They drop. Sometimes that's why you have to have key levels where you say to yourself, nope, below this point, I am out. If it drops below this price, this is not the trade I'm looking for. For me, on WIMI, it was the lower low and the loss of VWAP. So I got the hell out of there. But great question there, and looks like you are trading these small caps. I did get back in to NKTX to defend that volume weighted average price, but I am concerned with this one now because it's putting an obvious lower high situation with that flat bottom going on. So I've already moved up my stop. Anything below $2, I'm gone. So we'll keep tabs on that. How we doing over here? That's MLGO, not doing anything on MLGO. Till race continuing to kind of just hang out sideways. What's the situation here on Hertz? Yeah, we're about 1 penny out of the money on, or 2 pennies out of the money on Hertz, so nothing to report there. And then RGLS, exactly why I don't trade these below the volume, below the pre-market high. We're exactly 5 pennies out of the money, and it's done nothing. Now, below the 10 exponential, I get out. This one was holding the 10 exponential. I won't be DCing into VWAP, which is currently at around 162 currently, Joseph. So we'll keep tabs on those.
Good look there, brother. Yeah, nice trade on PLTR. Nice hold on the volume weighted average price. And we had a bunch of indecision prints here, guys, as well on the Qs, that 1 minute time frame. So coming into play, really, really nice look here as we pull up my screen. So you see that indecision, isolated prints at that low, holding view up. You get that elastic effect in the indicator, and then now you're slowly climbing higher. And Palantir about to run into the high of day, and then my good buddy himself, the man, the myth and the legend, Mr. Gorev.
Gorev's an OG.
Yeah, OG. So there he goes. Nice trade. He was in at these lows here.
Get it, Gorev.
On Palantir, off of this hammer candle, so I'm assuming he played the break of it there, tight stop to a 91.50, and then there you go. He's probably already at a 2-to-1 or something along those lines. So yeah, really, really good look there, my friend. Nice trade. He smashed it on Apple as well too. So really, really good trading there from my buddy Gorev. Yeah, so yeah, that's it, guys. We're out of this IBIT trade right now. We only got about 10% off, and then we got stopped out break even. I'm going to wait for the retest. I do believe we can curl over and then come back and test some of these levels, so I'll be patient and wait for that. But right now, I mean, AMD, pretty good trade. It came back towards VWAP as the market climbs higher too, but again, lagging its peers. Nice little short right there on that front. And then we got stopped out break even. Looks like it wants to crack through, but that volume by time profile not really telling us, hey, we're ready to continue to appreciate. So negative 3.3% here on the day, and Apple still hovering around those highs. And I can't believe the push that Palantir is putting in. I remember looking at the stock and trading it from an intraday standpoint at like $17, $12, whatever it was.
Yeah, I remember that.
Yeah, in like 22, 23, right? And I'm like, man, sometimes it's like it's so in play. Alex Karp was getting mad at the short sellers of Palantir and etc.
Yeah, you remember that?
Yeah.
He's like, they're doing coke on yachts and stuff like that. He was so bitter.
He was so mad, right?
You didn't know about that?
Yeah,
I know you knew about that.
Like, there's such a high short float on his name, but then just so look at it. So a very interesting character, Mr. Karp himself, but a good recovery. Let's see how much from a percentage metric, how much we're down from those. Still 26%. That's nothing. That's not as bad as it was before, but we know 40% haircut from peak to trough there on PLTR. But again, a good look, and I think this name is going to continue to climb higher. I wouldn't be surprised within the next year or two we see 150 to 200 in Palantir.
Yeah, Jameson's been yelling about Palantir. He's certain it's going to 93 on the day. So shout out to Jameson. I didn't have eyes on Palantir, but that was a hell of a VWAP hold, Joseph. And we could be taking out that 93 in a third if we get a nice little move up in the market. Seeing as we're already above 93, Palantir had a bit of a tough day yesterday. But I don't really think that the military spending cuts are going to affect Palantir. I've made this case before. I really want to make it again. I think that efficiency comes from companies like this. So if you're looking to cut, you're cutting by stopping the purchase of $250 million, $300 million planes. I'm talking about the F-22, which they don't make anymore, to be fair. I'm talking about the F-35. Now the F-47, the new airplane, their next gen fighter is going to be pricey, but it's not going to hit the same price that we saw the F-22 hit, which was insane. I think for like $2005, it was like $250 million a pop. They could only make a few hundred of them, despite the fact that they had originally scheduled to make like 500 or 600 of them. It didn't come anywhere near that. I think that Obama administration actually ended production there, if I'm not mistaken. But I think that Palantir stands to benefit from military spending efficiencies. That's just my opinion. We'll have to see, obviously, what happens. By the way, today, Palantir is not just for regular military activity, Joseph. I did a bit of a deep dive on this one this morning, if I can pull this up over here. Yeah, Palantir intelligence agencies involved in border surveillance. You guys laughed at me in the chat before the election when I told you that there was a good chance Donald Trump would categorize or basically classify these drug cartels as terrorism agencies, terrorism entities, and that's exactly what he did. Now he's actually trying to use the spy agencies to spy on them. He's going to be spying on the Mexican-American border using satellites and other electronic surveillance equipment, and Palantir's Maven smart system stands to obviously benefit. They're going to use AI to watch these videos and to make assessments on targets that they think are worthy of surveillance. So I think that this is like the world we live in now, where you don't want to spend as much on hardware like we used to, but a combination of hardware and software, and that's where obviously Palantir excels. That's just my little 2 cents there, but I don't have any investments in Palantir. I've never held the stock. I'm giving you my honest opinion on the entire thing. So yeah, that's what I see there. Let's go back into some trades over here. NKTX, we're doing okay. Waiting for that beak weather at 12s. It's at 12s right now, hasn't crossed. So we'll pack our patience there. I'm also involved, as I mentioned, on HTZ. We're about 2 pennies out of the money on that, doing nothing. RGLS, I did add a little bit over here at the 10 exponential. We'll see if we can get a bit of a pop. This is a smaller trade for me just to stay in the game, so to speak. So that's my look there. Ben Fishin. I like that name. Ben Fishin. Thank you very much for the $10 super chat. Does TTL Research have a correlation tracker on CEOs with crazy hair to profitability? Palantir to the moon, please. Adara, did you see this? You saw that. I knew you'd like that. Adara is the infographic maker around these parts. So we'll definitely, she already knows about the idea. Yes. Shout out to Ben Fishin, and thank you very much for the super chat there. Stuart, CRVO looks good. Say less, my friend. Let's load it up. Oh, my mistake there. Let's load up. RFK's on TV. Why is he on TV? Department to cut more than 10,000 employees in drastic overall. I hate when people lose their job, bro. That's not a good look there. 10,000 people is not a small amount of people, Joseph.
Quite a bit.
Yeah, it is sad. But, things have to get done. Oh, wow.
Oh, wow.
That is a good looker. Shout out to my main man, Stuart. You are the honorary small cap gapper king of the day. We're going to throw that CRVO onto the side chart. I'm going to take off MLGO because completely lost a bid. Thank you very much, Stuart. Going to wait for this to set up. Let's keep an eye out on this one. But as we wait, let me give you more information about it. The volume started coming in. Well, it came in initially at 9:30, did nothing, and then it started coming back in at around 20 after 11. $83 million market cap. Only, sadly, about 1.5 million shares traded on the day with a 5 1/3 share million float. Show yourself trade ideas. There we go. And then we're going to load up trade ideas to see what the short float is. Huge short float, Joseph. 46.63%, Katina, man. I mean, that is short float on CRVO. That's a good look, right? Yeah, that Katina is getting amped. So almost 50% of the float is shorted on this one. That gives us a good opportunity for a parabolic move up. Thank you again to Stuart for giving me that one. Joseph, what do you got?
Nice look there. I like the little shoulder roll that Trump does. He always does a little. Yeah.
Where is he? There he is. Get it, Donald. People get mad about that one, but yeah.
Right, man. We can dance a little bit here. Exactly. What a day, says my guy. We'll hit the siren for that one for you. Pizza Rat, how do you feel about Hood with the gold event yesterday? Do you think their stock could dip to 35? I want to get a good entry for a long-term hold-in. Oh. I mean, hey, guys, I don't need to talk about Hood. Oh, actually, just because it's Pizza Rat. I've been referring to Hood for quite some time. I'll have to read out on what you're referring to the gold event. But again, just across the whole platform, increase in users, 700% increase in crypto. It's like 90% increase in options activity, increased margins account, etc. The platform is really growing. And now they have these event contracts, too, that people are really drawn to, even though I've never traded one personally, but again, I think just on that growth rate. And one thing I was thinking to myself, all right, so this is just a shower thought. For some reason, I just always think about this stuff, and I'm not going to use. We'll go to Hood. Actually, let's pull up NVDA here real quick, just for a prime example. And I want to know what you guys think about this. So, with an increase in volume and volatility, that means an increase in transactions, essentially, right? You see a lot of volume going on. And when you have this increase in transactions, who's that going to benefit, in my opinion? The brokers. And who's the brokers? Whether it be Interactive, Hood, Fidelity, etc., they're going to benefit from this increased activity and the heightened volume. So I think that Q1 for Hood is going to be fantastic. That's why I'm positioned in that name. Bitcoin's getting more popular. I believe that the amount of volume in the IBIT ETF, only about 30% of it is institutional, roughly, even 20%. The rest is retail. And yeah. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, for sure. So that's just my thought. I think that Hood is going to put in some really good quarters coming up in 2025. So that's why I wanted to own this name. I really like Hood, especially for the long term. But yeah, we got to pull some stuff out. Yeah, I missed that Bitcoin trade just a little bit here, guys, but I'm not too worried about it. I do believe I'll have a chance at another entry. We are rejecting the high a day on Palantir, and then Tesla also constructed a lower high as well too. So we'll continue to monitor that and be patient and precise with some of these entries. Yeah, just give me a thumbs up, guys, whenever we're ready to do that. So okay, all right, guys, you ready? Our friends from Trade the Pool are back to Trader TV. Trade the Pool is a game-changing platform that caps your risk while giving you the opportunity to trade real shares using company capital. That means no more risking your savings. Trade the Pool now offers unlimited trading period during the evaluation phase. No pressure, no rushing. Take your time, perfect your strategy, and get funded on your terms, folks. Remember, your losses are capped at a one-time evaluation fee, and your profits are unlimited. Head to tradethepool.com and start trading now. I mean, we just had that poll up, guys, so if you're looking to get involved, whether it be your own capital or do an evaluation test, there you go. You got Trade the Pool, join it, test it out. I forget who was saying they did it a couple of times, but not to laugh or anything like that. Yeah, Stevenson. Yeah, Stevenson. Yeah, Stevenson. He did. Yeah. I don't want to laugh. Katina Man.
You're laughing anyway, though. I love it. The Katina Man's coming in. All right, here we go. Now it's going to get live, baby. Where is he at?
Send it over.
Bring in the Katina
No, I
Man.
was just say, come on, son. 7 times. Come on, son.
Yeah,
No, we just talked about this before. I mean,
not-
keep supporting
it's
Trade the
not,
Pool. I mean, this is what we're doing. Is you always want to take shots, but I was just gonna say, like, I hope you did it. We're laughing because you put in the chat a while ago that you did it like 6 times. I'm just saying, like, just slow down, and you have unlimited time, whatever the rules are. So just make sure that
Bang.
you watch out for that one. But yeah. Anyways, just having a good time over here.
How was the sesh, Katina Man? Before you go,
baseball. Yeah, it was pretty good. Yeah, so I'm going to get back into. I was thinking about like 3 times a week. We hit the gym, the laps, and then we go the 2 times. We'll get some calisthenics or something like that, and we'll get some advice.
That's Joe's alley right there. You guys.
That's
can do-
Joe's alley.
Yeah,
Okay.
Oh, yeah. He kills calisthenics.
Okay, then maybe we'll hit some weights too then, Sharif. Okay, we'll be going on that one
Get
too.
it,
So,
Katina Man.
there we go. But yeah, no, all's good over here. Just relaxing. We got a little bit. You can come over to my chart if you want.
Yeah.
I mean, if
Go
you
over.
want to quickly. So we did get stopped out of Palantir our last little bit right there when it broke through 92.50. I mean, unfortunately, we didn't top out at the high, but we only had 5% left. And then Tesla, we're still holding a little piece, but we did get some out there when it broke through 285, 286. So I'm looking short. I'm looking long now, but the trade that I'm looking at right here is what we talked about with the futures, and that was a TQQ. So we wrote down 64 to 64.50 right there, but it gets to 64.20. So I'm going to go short starting at this wick here, 63.80 up to 64, and then we'll see what happens near the high of the day.
Fantastic. Good look there, Katina Man. I also want to mention to you guys that currently we are less than 150 subs away from 5,100. 5,100. Yeah. I know. I'm sorry. 510,000 subs, and we just hit like 500,000. I think like it feels like a month ago or something like that. So very happy, obviously, that the channel is growing. But if you are not subscribed, please do us this one favor. Hit that sub button. You have no idea how much it helps the channel, and every major stage for us in terms of subs also helps as well. Adara, what more can you tell us? You're good. Go.
Apologies for the wait there. So Joe had talked about here that City of Gold event, I guess was mentioned in the chat. So here's the details. Robinhood had this event last night, streamed at 9:30 p.m. Eastern, so pretty late in the day. They called it the Lost City of Gold, which I believe is also the name of a Dora the Explorer movie. So interesting title there for this Robinhood event. This was basically their keynote. And actually, we talked about this a little bit in the watch list today. They announced Robinhood Banking. So not only is Robinhood going to be in the trading space, they're also going into the banking space as well. So expanding into a whole new world. It's also worth noting here, Robinhood CEO Vlad Tenev apparently just said here in an interview that this stablecoin bill in Congress is a good first step. So Vlad praising here the fact that we have Congress working on a stablecoin bill, and also, of course, that City of Gold event. I just wanted to mention that with regards to HOOD. Back to you.
I gotta get it together, Stevenson. No, I love you, man. You know that. But
what happened?
No, you will pass. He says, I will pass that evaluation. I can't even read it.
Poor guy's just getting crapped on in the show, man. Like, poor Stevenson, he's trying to be honest with us. He's giving us the real, and we're just sitting here cracking up.
No.
Like, I feel bad.
No, the thing is, though, because I'm laughing now, I can't stop. And trust me, I'm not laughing at you whatsoever. I'm not even going to try to read it again. I got to get my ish together over here and stop. So, yeah, exactly. So, all right, guys. Yeah, let's get back into these markets. Stevenson, you know we love you. So,
absolutely.
That goes without saying. Excuse me. So yeah, Tesla starting to come back through the volume weighted average price. So yeah, that momentum to the downside is really starting to pick up, giving back a lot of those returns early in the morning. But I just mentioned being slightly extended from VWAP here, and then now we're pulling back in. So a little bit, some weakness is definitely identifiable here. Be patient. We couldn't construct a new high, so that's something to be alarmed about. If we do have some indecision prints, then we'll look out for that. Maybe it just needs some more liquidity before it continues to climb higher and higher. But let's take a look at the options chain to see what we're actually seeing, what it's telling us here on Tesla in the overall market. I mentioned 490 on the Qs, and then we just got a little bit below that. But let's see what we got going on. 282, we were way north of that. 291. So let's check out the 90s here in TSLA. So 290, 21,000 open contracts. That's going to be a little bit higher than that next level on the call side, which is already in the money, and that would be those 280 strikes with 34,000 open contracts. So a tough level to get through. 290 coming into play here. 291.76 was that exact number, and I don't see anything at 292.5 on Tesla, but we'll watch out for that one. So we'll just look for that 290 to hold and act as possible resistance there, my friend.
All right, we're in CRVO. Just took a beak wetter there. Here we go. Boom, boom to the high side. Let's go again. Yeah. Well, that's the way it is. Let's go ahead. 25s. We just took out 10s. We just took out 10 10s. Boom to the high side. Took out all my orders super freaking quick. Okay, I hope I didn't. No, I still have some. No, I don't. All right. That was a mistake there. I meant to cancel that order. We're going to get back in, though, because there's good strength right now on CRVO. Look at it. Squeeze, man. Here we go. Here we go. Let's see if we can get up a little bit higher. I'm going to punch back in. We got, now we got 35. So let's see if we can continue moving up here. Going to wet the beak in the 40s and then the 50s. This one looks like it's squeezing. We already know that this one has a higher short float. Anything below 10, I'm out. Okay, I'm going to have a line in the sand somewhere there. 33%. Shout out to the OG in the chat. That gave me this one. We got 35s. It's literally at 35. So there's an obvious seller here at 35s. Nothing posted on the book. That means it's a hidden order, an iceberg order right now. Let's see if we're able to take them out. I don't know exactly how many shares are packing there, but this one has a higher short float. That's the beautiful thing about it. About 50% of a small float is already borrowed for short. We took out the 35 seller, but now there's a seller at 39. Here we go. Boom to the high side again. Let's see if we can take out 50. We got some, we got a couple of more outs on this bad boy. Let's see if we can take out the next level. There, I got 60s there waiting on CRVO. Zigging and zagging here, sell to the $0.50. Let's see if we can continue to move up a little bit on this one. I don't want to take out too much too quickly so that if it does squeeze, we're not left without shares. 44 is another hidden seller. 45 now showing up on the ask. Incrementally moving up. And a good spread, not bad, given the volatility coming in right now, Joseph. So 35%. This is a midday mover, small cap midday mover. Let's wet the beak there. And we're going to see if we can squeeze up a little bit more on this one. CRVO, certainly in play, but definitely defending that $10 area. I won't be letting this one go against me too much, Joseph.
Yeah, good luck there, my friend. They're loving your booms in the chat.
Hey,
yeah,
my bad, sorry.
They love the booms. They're like, we need more booms.
Hey.
I'm like, all right, to get the people want. Facts, I have a game plan. I know I'm doing wrong, improve with every mistake, and eventually, exactly, Stevenson. I have no, I have the utmost faith in what you're going to be able to do, and there's no doubt about it. I know you'll graduate that program. So
Bang.
just keep trying, man. And that's the thing, right? I said this to you guys before. A winner's just a loser who tried one more time. So just keep going, keep going, keep going, and eventually you'll get to where you want to go. So just keep working. And I know you're sitting here, you're doing those things, you're trading with us throughout the day. So you're putting all of those odds within in your favor, that is. So yeah, guys. I'm still looking at AMD. I don't love it. I mentioned it being really, really weak. So maybe we can find at some point that it's going to turn around. But I might just totally avoid this stock because you can see from an intraday standpoint, it's just moving sideways, right? We're stuck in this definitive like $1.20 range, not something I would necessarily be overly attracted to. I want to find things that are strong and continuing in the trend that they have already established. And with that being said, we are holding VWAP on the Qs, but one thing that I need to note as well is that Tesla is now breaking it below the volume weighted average price. So I'll wait for those turnaround signals. I'm not saying that we're going to get back to that high a day, but we might be able to establish another lower high. But that can give us a long within the trade that is currently going on, and that is current to the southeast there. Amazon holding up really, really strong here. So let's go Amazon. I almost hit the panic button yesterday on that one, Sharif. It was not fun sitting through all of that, opening up at 206.
The options?
Yeah. I was like, oh my days, I can't allow this winning trade to turn into a loser. But that's one thing that we're going to talk about as well. We'll get into it a little bit next week, but just having the ability to utilize ratio spreads and calendar spreads. So the way that I like to look at a calendar, if you're looking to buy an option, whether it be long or on the put or the call side, if you're looking to buy them, but you only want temporary hedging, then that's when you can utilize calendar spreads, right? And ratio spreads as well too. So it's like, I like to picture it as an insurance policy. So what you want to do, so say you have this fancy new car, but you're like, I don't need the $2 million liability for 6 months. I only want it for 3 months. And it's the same thing with an options contract, all right? So what you can do is like, okay, I like the thesis, but it may take some time to come into play, and I want to protect my downside and hedge it, but I only want to hedge it for a certain amount of time. And that's when you can select different dates, expiration cycles, and utilize them in your favor when trading options, all right?
Sorry?
So,
okay.
Yeah.
Looking right now.
Yeah, Tesla, is it continuing to move lower there, Katina?
What's happening?
Yeah, it's really moving to the downside here, guys. So some short squeeze type price action here, and I just don't like it, this parabolic type price action without any significant pullback or breadth. And that, for me, just too extended from VWAP. But I am liking this print here. We need that isolated volume signature in order for us to want to take a long here. But what we can do is zoom in and see what we got going on from a 1 minute time frame to see if it displays itself, and not just yet. So I think we have to be a little bit more patient here to look for that rebound in TSLA, Sharif.
Yeah, let's have a look at TSLA. I haven't traded large caps in a while, so let's have a look. All right. Oh, what is going on there, Katina, man? The people need answers on this one. Oh, okay. Interesting look here. It's really losing the bid in a way that you didn't really anticipate. At least I didn't anticipate. This is the 5 minute on TSLA right now. Much tougher look. There is maybe hints of support here at 278, but I'm not standing in front of that. I'll promise you that. It bounced off VWAP initially, lower high. I guess that maybe that was the signal there. That lower high really kind of... really setting the stage for that 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 red candle downside on the 5. Definitely a tougher look on TSLA right now. Let's see if we can find some support. I mean, there is possible 276 support. That's a pre-market high. There's also the bottom end of this range here at around 277, but it feels like Tesla is a short. This thing was up 6%. Now it's back down to 2.5. It's going to be definitely a a harder look to the high side here, but Tesla may be a great short at this point, so we'll keep tabs on that. CRVO, yeah, we're done this trade. Top tail right now, topping tail candle at 1072 exactly, trying to defend 10 right now. Let's see if we can get in here for a 10 hold. That's what I'm going to try right now. Got to give this a little bit of room. We got to give it a little bit of room. I mean, if you're going to put your stop right below 10, you're just asking for trouble. So we're going to go ahead like that. We're going to throw in the stop there. Let's throw some beak wetters. So we got 9s on. Let's go. Let's throw some at 20s. You know, we'll layer the orders because we're old and we can't punch in quickly over here. I'm just talking about myself right now. So that's the look. Let's see if CRVO wants to hold that $10 area. I like my entry near the whole dollar. That way, if it loses the whole dollar, I end up losing a little bit. Here we are. It is losing the whole dollar. 990 now. I have my stop in the high 80s. So if it drops anymore, we are going to get stopped out. So we'll take a bit of a loss on this one. That is our right there. Let's see if it can reclaim that $10 area. Zigging and zagging below 10 right now, but essentially at the whole dollar. Here we go. Popping right back up. Are we going to get any prints here? We still got 9s, but we're waiting at 20. So it did defend the whole dollar for now. Tight spread now, back to 1 penny. Here we go, 19 showing up. Let's see if we can spike up a little bit more. The idea here is to defend that $10 area. I did place my stop below the prior candle low. So if this ends up making a new low, then that maybe not be the trend for me. There we go, right back into the high side. Again, we get the print at 20. Now we're waiting at 30, and I've layered into 40. So let's see if we can get that continuity to the high side. I'm going to throw some at 55s as well. Let's see, now we're showing 24s. If we can get that 30, boom. No, I didn't get the print. We got 30s, but it didn't cross. So we're going to have to pack our patience on this one. Current candle above that $10 area, but we definitely need a little bit more than just defending 10. This is not a range trade. This is a breakout trade. I don't want to say it's extended away from the 10 exponential moving average on the 5, but it is about 25, 30 pennies above that. Right back down into 10 again. It's going to have to hold this area. My stop is in the high 80s, so I don't want to give back too much here. Let's see if this one can pop back up. Joseph, I'm waiting at that 1030 area. What do you got over there, my man?
Yeah, I like what Attempt says, Joe. I'm going long Canadian market, so TSX there. Yeah, and I like that play. Yeah,
I like it.
Hit the old Canada for me there, brother. I don't have that one.
Oh, I got you.
Dang, we like that one.
Okay.
So yeah, good look there, my friend. And short the U.S. and Trump. Dang, all right.
Oh,
really pro Canada here. We like that one. But we like it all here, guys. But Sharif, Apple is really, really strong today. I know you've been taking a look at this once in a while here, but continuing putting in a new high a day is AAPL. So dragging the market along up with it. So that's a pretty good look. We like this for AAPL. If it's trading higher, then sure enough, that's some good signs for the overall market. Now, yeah, so we're just going to be really patient here on this Tesla. I do like this print right here. The thing is, the volume isn't necessarily where I want it to be, but we could be in pullback territory. I do like that 5-minute print. The more I speak about it, the more I like it, and the risk profile is defined, right? We could just play those lows. So I'm going to pull up my good friend TSLA. Little 2x there, and we're going to play this 5-minute candle to see, okay, so 278 would be the out. We've cracked it to the top side. I got to be careful, though. Maybe I'll be a little bit more patient here, Gaurav, because it might be just a breath here. But we are sitting on top of that range, which is a positive sign here on Tesla. And if Apple's trading higher, it's really starting to squeeze here, guys.
Really?
Running into 224. What we're going to do real quick before we get into TSLA is pull up the chain and see what we see and get what we see from Apple, Sharif, because that could tell us, hey, we might put in a top at some point and no more trading higher. So 225 is that next look on this week's expiration cycle. So maybe around in the mid 224s, look for that possible turnaround. But if it goes higher, then 225 and then 227.5 is a possible level that might come into play. And you can see we're starting to stall a little bit right at 224. So we'll be a little bit more patient here on Tesla, just in case it cracks the low. But the more indecision prints, the better off we are. And if we slowly start to curl around and want to go back and test the volume weighted average price, we're going to look to participate on that front, Sharif.
All right, RGLS popping up, and we've been waiting for this one to do something over here. So let's see what the situation is with the shares on this one. All right, we'll take a bit of a beak wetter here at 77, see if we can get that print. But it's really this one that I'm focusing on right now. I've got 76s on CRVO, so I did get stopped out of that second trade, but we're doing well on the third over here. 76s now, we're hitting 89s, and now I'm waiting at 98s, okay, to front run that 10. This is a 10 exponential pullback. I got in, where am I long? 76s, as I said. The 10 exponential is at 60s. It's being met with aggressive selling, though, in the high 80s for whatever reason. The spread has really opened up now on CRVO, whereas it was about a 1 penny to 2 to even 3 on the way up. It's now about a 10 penny spread. So keep your eye out on that. It makes a big difference. The cost of doing business, just getting in and out of the trade can cost you a lot of money depending on how many shares you've got on. So CRVO trying to hold up at the 10 exponential. Let's see if it can weasel back above that $10 area. We'll have to wait and see on that one. Let's have a look. Wowzers. RGLS is breaking out, and we'll take a little bit there as well. So good breakout here on RGLS. This is going to take out that $2 area, Joseph. That's the area that we earmarked in the earlier time of day when Adara brought that to us. And there we go. Now we're getting the alert that it's breaking above that $1.90. So lots of strength coming in here on these small cap gappers. Keep your eye out, though, on that 825 print. That is the high of the day. The actual high of the day, not the technical high of the day subsequent to the bell, because that's what we got in the pre. So let's keep an eye out on that one. Back now to CRVO. The tape now has slowed down. Now we're showing 90s on the ask and 87 on the bid. So the spread is tightened up a little bit here, but we're not moving up. So even though the spread's tightened up, yeah, that's great, but we're not getting the continuity to the high side. Now we're showing 95s. I am waiting at 98s, and I've got nothing above 10, so it probably behooves me to throw it in order. And let's see if we can cross at 98, though. That would get me a little bit more comfortable. Oh. Get it, Katina, man. I don't know what's happening over there, but he's getting excited, so we're going to get excited with it. The Katina man is long, Tesla at 278. So he's already $2 in the money. We're going to hit one. No, that's the wrong one. This one. This one. There it is. TSLA. Hey, boom. Katina man. There he is. I didn't see that. We can't hear it, guys.
Yeah, we can't hear it, guys.
Yeah, like we can't hear anything he's saying. All right, so we... No, I don't think so. So a seller at 10, Katina man here on CRVO. So we have to be careful with this one. We wet the beak at 98, but now I'm waiting at 10, 11, and boom, again we go. Let's set up now a little bit higher, and we're going to wait at 10 and a third on our CRVO. Let's see if we can get some more, baby, on this one. It's a small cap gapper type of day, but we're going to have to see if the short float on CRVO can help this one get parabolic.
Oh, whoa.
Hey,
watch over that
bow, baby.
There. Yeah, I think that's one of the most dangerous. Selena does Muay Thai, and she runs around the house like elbowing me, and I'm like, stop with the elbow. like, relax.
That's you guys are a fighting couple, eh? You box, she does Muay Thai. I like it, bro.
She's a fighter,
she thinks she's a fighter? What time is this? 12:46.
Yeah,
Write it down. Yeah, write it so down. we can show her this video now. I'm playing.
To be honest with you.
I asked you. You said she like comes in from time to time, but not all the time. Yeah.
Step in, so that's
I like
a good
it,
look.
brother. I like it. It's a good look.
It's a good, yeah. I mean, she's fit, active, and does all those classes. So yeah, sorry. Brown Lightning asked me for about some cover calls on GME. Yeah, I think that's not a bad play. I don't know how much higher this thing is going to climb. It can squeeze, obviously, at some point, but I do like that strategy that you are implementing. So I sold cover calls yesterday and closed out today because it's dropping like a brick. What do you think about the chart today? I'll pull it up for you real quick to see what we got going on. I'm in some TSLA. If it cracks the low here, if it cracks 11, then I'll just get out. So about 11 cents. It does look like it wants to turn over. That buying volume never really stepped in. So we'll be patient, but back to GME. Yeah, so there we go. I'm going to hop out of this trade here right now, guys, as we crack this low, and then I'll go over GME in a brief second. Yeah, okay, so, oh no, we didn't want to do that. Added to the old position. Oh
my God, I love that. I love that.
So we got
good times.
Yeah, exactly. Really good times. All right, so
you want me to take over?
No, I'm okay. I'm gonna get out here right now. Bang. There we go. So we're out of that one there, guys. That's okay. So yeah, going back to GME, I'm assuming you're selling covered calls, so you have some shares. You closed out today because it's dropping like a brick. So did you close your share position as well too? Because I mean, if you're selling covered calls, you would want this to continue to work, and I think it will for the foreseeable future. Even though it had a nice move higher, but again, it sounds like you're all out of the position. And if you want my honest opinion, I'm just gonna be like Brown Lightning. Just avoid GME from an investment standpoint. That's just my opinion. Not investment advice. I personally don't like the name for the long term. If we go back from a daily perspective, we can just see what it's been up to and ask yourself, well, do you want to be a part of this, or would you rather put your capital towards something else? So that's all I can ask. Yeah, so Joseph, can you please do a little lesson on volume and open interest? Yeah, I mean, we went over from a common stock from an intraday perspective on volume today, and open interest will most definitely have a lesson on that. So maybe next week we'll redo that one, and we can just use and again, I'll give you a quick rundown here. So why I look at open interest is just it can be identified as possible resistance and support zones, and when you have high levels of open interest, that's what you can look them for. And if you start to correlate price from an intraday standpoint to these levels on the options chain, you'll see them come into play more often than not. So that's just a quick rundown on open interest. But guys, let's see what Adair's up to.
Part of the show is brought to you by Foremost. Unlock the nuclear renaissance with Foremost Clean Energy, leveraging one of the biggest megatrends on the planet, nuclear energy. Partnered with Denison Mines for properties strategically located in the Athabasca Basin, known as the Saudi Arabia of uranium. This undervalued company is poised to capitalize on the exploding nuclear market, and it offers unparalleled growth potential. The future is nuclear, and Foremost is your entry. Back to you.
There, we're going to be a little bit more patient here, Sharif, on this Tesla turnaround. It might take a bit more time. We want to see a little more indecision as the overall market is now cracking through some key support levels. I'll pull up the TQs before I send it back to you real quick, my friend. And that's the one thing. Apple's really extended, and if it starts to move with that downward momentum, it can drag the market a little bit lower and lower. But you can see that we're running into these support levels here in the overall market. And if it cracks and Apple wants to continue to bleed, we might break through those levels, Sharif.
Shout out to Sean Joseph, he's telling me MLGO's breaking out. I'm looking right at it, brother. It's a nice bounce off the bottom, but it's still south of the volume weighted average price. Let's bring in the side chart so we can talk about MLGO, because I don't want to put it on a trading screen right now. I'm just not going to want to trade it until it gets above VWAP. So I have a rule, a couple of rules, and you can choose to follow them if you like. They're not my own rules or another small cap gap traders rules that I've adopted and kind of tried to make my own. And the thing about this one is I don't want to trade it unless it's above the pre-market high. In this case, with MLGO, we don't have that problem because it was really kind of doing nothing in the pre-market. But there's another rule that I try to gauge who's in control of the stock. Is it buyers or sellers? And one of the ways that I try to gauge that, obviously there's multiple ways, is the price above VWAP or is it below VWAP? So who's in control? And right now it's below VWAP by a substantial amount, about $1.75, maybe even $2, depending on what time you're looking at it. And that to me is not a glowing endorsement for a long. Now, is it possible to trade these to the long side successfully below VWAP? Absolutely. And I'm not going to pretend like it's not. But for me, I just kind of try to put the odds in my favor by having this one above VWAP. Currently, VWAP showing me about 1580, 1575. So if it gets above there and stays above there, we'll have a conversation about MLGO. I punched back in to RGLS and I was able to scalp a little bit. Goss stopped out again, so I'm going to wait for this one to clear what I perceive to be the pre-market high of 825. At 825, excuse me, of $1.99. Is it $1.99 or $2? Can't quite tell. So we'll see if this one can clear it, because there's definitely selling at every level on RGLS. I just won't. I don't want to dance with this one at the moment. NKTX continues to defend VWAP. So I got out here flat, but I think that was the wrong trade. And I think I'm going to get back in no, this one's still putting in lower highs, is it not? I'm going to give this one a try. We're going to give this one a try. And I will defend VWAP. So I'm going to throw orders below. I'm going to throw some orders into 7s. Okay? So we'll look to defend into 7. And then I'll wet the beak at around 18s, if we can get that. So that's NKTX. But the one that we've got on right now, that we've got a little bit left on, not Tilray, is this one, CRVO. We've got 74s on. It's really slowed down in its trading right now, but it's holding the 10 exponential moving average on the 5. So I don't want to be quick to get this out. I've moved up my stop from the $0.5 to defend break even here on CRVO. So we'll have to wait and see if this one wants to hold. It's not the biggest percentage winner on the day, and I'm not a big fan of the 4-candle red pattern right now on the 5. That's the bad news. The good news is it's holding the 10 exponential. So we'll have to wait and see which way this cookie crumbles. But yeah, I won't be adding aggressively here, like on a move up into a pullback at the 10 exponential on CRVO. Katina Man, you want to see the new one that I did? The what's it called? The like and subscribe video. Look at this, Katina Man.
Wow.
The market moves like the waves.
Yeah, well, I don't know why
so
the
stay in
volume's
game.
off.
Like,
Check this out,
subscribe.
Katina Man.
Let's go.
Oh, man.
That's shots fired at Joe.
Yeah, that's right.
I'm having such a good time.
Man.
Joe's is good, man. Joe's is a sick one too. Hit yours, Joe.
Oh my God. Oh my God.
You have the option to like and
There you
subscribe.
go.
This trade has unlimited upside.
Let's go.
Hey, unlimited upside. I like it. There you go, my guy.
Hey.
Don't leave me hanging. Don't leave me hanging.
Oh, sorry, bro.
There you go. There you go.
Whether the markets are moving to the upside
What?
or the downside, TraderTV.live is always on trend. Make sure to hit the like and subscribe to join us every single day the markets are open.
I like. Hey, that was like
Yeah,
the most
class.
professional
That's
of the
classy.
three.
That's
So
nothing but class.
get it, Adara.
Ben.
Dara, you gotta throw the glasses on now. Like, I mean, you can't just adopt that kind of persona and then have that as your ad, Dara. You're gonna need to reshoot that. I'm just putting you on the spot. Get it, Adara.
Right.
We're having a good time up on this place,
man.
guys. I hope you guys are having a good time with us.
Yeah, I mean, Stevenson said that those evaluations are only $90 too, so that's not too bad. But
Oh, that's not bad.
I mean, he's on his,
Oh,
there we go. He's on his.
Get it, Katina,
he
man.
said he's on his 8th one now. I mean, I put $100 in my gas tank this morning, so there you go. That's only gonna last about a week and a half. So you can't really.
oh, there's money flopping
Yeah, I
and
know.
dropping from everywhere,
But see, the
baby.
thing is, no, Ramin, a week. I'm 10 minutes down the road. You're driving all the way from the east end in a gas guzzler. Hey, come on. That's what you're at right now? Wow. Plus insurance? Or are you riding dirty? All right.
I'm only paying like $50 a week, and I have a 5-liter V8,
Yeah,
bro.
which is
Yeah,
just right up the
supercharged.
road there.
Yeah. 9 kilometers takes me 45 minutes to drive to work.
crazy, man.
Yeah, of course, everything's normal, Joseph.
And
Don't criticize Olivia Chow.
the TTC is too hectic for you, right? Too much going on.
Yeah, I almost got killed.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
So we
Fantastic.
saw. Like, well, but I'm gonna say, man, you don't look like an individual who'd be too easy to kill. So
Dude, you should have seen the look in this guy's eyes, man.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna tell you guys the story of what happened. Like, I mean, it's a PG story.
Yeah.
So there's obviously a mental health issue in the city. We all know that, and none of us is making light of it. But the fact of the matter is, we could get affected by that, and that's exactly what happened to me. The dude came up to me. He's like, "Yo, let me tell you something," and he had a clear thing in his hand there, and I was just like, when I saw that, I'm just like, I'm like, yeah, you can just stay back a little bit, and then he kept moving forward.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. So I was just like, no, stay back, right? I don't really fight the guy on the TTC. So I walked away. He starts following me. I'm like, I'll get off at the next station, right? And so I get off at the next station. He's literally trying to get off with me.
No.
So it ended up becoming like James Bond, where I get off the train and he stays on the train.
It was
It was insane.
Right. Yeah,
it was like from then on, I started driving to work. I'm like, I don't need this.
Yeah, the TTC
Right?
is for those who don't know, the TTC in Toronto is just like an underground subway service, and it can get pretty hectic for those who
Very.
in major metropolitans. I mean, I see some crazy stuff on the
no
TTC.
good.
Yeah, I mean, guys were doing. Obviously, you get the gym guys in the TTC doing pull-ups on the handlebars, and one day the guys didn't like it. Like 4 carts.
I'm okay with that.
wasn't me.
Yo, I'll take that. I'll take that.
I'm cool with that.
Yeah, I'm good with
but
that.
it's other people who are not cool with it.
Yes.
This individual who's like 4 carts down sees them, and they're yelling at each other from like multiple carts. And I'm like, just get me off this train right now. I don't want any part
It's a
of this.
tough
Yeah,
look, Joseph. It's a tough
yeah,
look. I don't
it's a
mean to
tough
make
look
fun,
there,
but yeah.
But, I mean, here, guys, getting back into these markets, Palantir looking like it wants to break. A nice double top here, Gorev. on PLTR, and it looks like it wants to break that pivot there to the downside. And if it does, there might be a potential short there on this front. And same with IBIT as well, guys. So giving back a lot of those gains that we've seen here earlier in the markets. So weakness stepping right back in. It was fun while it lasted, but now heading back to some key support levels. We're past the opening drive here now in the Qs, and we're starting to approach, we're past it on the SPY as well too. So again, really weak sentiment, and if it wants to break lower, PLTR may break 91 and then head to the south side, and we are at that opening drive level, so that opening print, guys. So be weary and don't force anything until those signals identify themselves. I mean, we were strong, so at some point I wouldn't be surprised if those signals are displayed and we can take an additional long to the top side.
Joseph, I'm pleased with the CRVO trade, and it held on to the 10 exponential like a dang glove. CRVO, we just took it out right there on the break of 1035, so it's still below the high of the day, so be careful with this one. But RGLS is breaking out, and here we go. This is the move. This is now the pre-market high take, but we've seen this story before. They take up the pre-market high, and then that's the invitation for the shorts to send this one to hell. So let's see if we can clear it by some distance, and then we'll get into it. 205 now the high of the day. The previous high was 2. Adair, what's up?
Keep an eye here on ME. This is 23andMe. Axios reporting that Nucleus is eyeing 23andMe's assets. We know that they have filed for Chapter 11 bankruptcy protection. ME getting a little bit of a boost here. This one has about 11% short float, currently trading just under $1, around 90 cents. Back to the Bash Brothers.
Did you hear about the story? I told you about but people are scrambling now to get their genetic makeup or whatever, their genetic profile off, bro. They don't want that to be sold in a bankruptcy proceeding because you don't know who gets their hands on it, Joseph. I mean, unless there is like actually state legislation prohibiting the sale or the dissemination subsequent, it's fair game. I can take your profile. I don't have to make it public, but I can use it for other reasons. And people were not really happy with that idea. So people are scrambling. There's a way to do it, guys. You apparently log in and then you just go delete my information, whether or not they actually do it. Or, you know, I'm sure there's going to be conspiracy theorists out there who'll be like, no, they're not going to actually delete anything. But yeah, Vivid Distortions. I deleted mine yesterday. Yeah, it's sad because like.
Oh, there you go.
Cal was going to tell you something.
Yeah.
There was this British company that I think there are a lot of people do this now, but they were the OGs, one of the OGs, where back like in the early 2010s, you would they'd send you a kit, you do the swab, blah, 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 send it back, they'd assess it, and it was like a fitness one, not an ancestry one. So you'd get how your body synthesized carbohydrates, fats, proteins, what kind of metabolism you had, what kind of, like, were you an ectomorph, mesomorph, endomorph, and how to train for a specific goal. So if you want to lose weight, you had to train this way. You want to bulk, you had to train and eat this way. And it was sick.
Yeah.
And like they went bankrupt as well. You want to know why? Because people were calling the science like bogus. They're like, it's not proven. You guys are very, very thin in actual data and studies. And it's been like, I've been always looking for that. I think that's like the holy grail for people to know what's specific for me. What am I supposed to eat? What am I supposed to do? There's a bunch of them out there, but you just always suspect.
You know what's funny about that, Sharif? Because when I signed up at, so I was working on it for some time. This was early 2010s as well, too. So I went to Extreme Couture. Are you familiar with Extreme Couture? On the
like Randy Couture's thing? Yeah,
gym, right?
Sure.
So I go there, and this guy was giving me that spiel. He's like, and no more, whatever you were referring to. And I'm thinking in my head, like, I'm looking at this guy, I'm like, I think he's just trying to sell me something here. And I ended up actually walking out the door because I didn't believe what he was trying to sell me. I'm like, bro, I'm in pretty good shape.
Everybody
I didn't need you to tell me that I'm this,
bro
this,
science.
But yeah, exactly. But yeah, it turns out that it is.
Yeah, it's interesting. I mean, like, you never really know where that information ends up, Joseph. That's kind of the thing there, and I get that. I
forget which airline it was, but they're getting interviewed by that one guy from Congress or something along those lines. I can't remember his name. And he's like, why are you asking these people these questions for an airline ticket, like the color of their skin? You know what I'm talking about? Yeah, and it's just like, why do you need that information? Well, they're just collecting it and selling it to other people.
Exactly. there's always some shadiness when it comes to that kind of stuff. I completely get that, man. Like, I mean, I wouldn't be comfortable selling that information if I didn't know where it was going to end up either, bro. So that's kind of the look there. All right, guys. Yeah, sorry, we kind of digressed there, but we're taking trades at the same time. We're still involved in a bunch of names over here. Our NKTX, this has been holding VWAP since the dinosaurs were around, so we'll see if it holds, continues to hold up over here. I'm talking about NKTX. Also involved in CRVO, but that trade is done. Tilray, we've been holding on to Tilray for a while. Let's see if this one gets a pop. Adara, what do you got for us up there?
I have another smaller cap name for you here, Sharif. It goes by the ticker of NBIS, getting a little pop here. Slightly larger in terms of dollar value, trading about $24 right now. The information reporting that ahead of CoreWeave's IPO, which is expected to be tomorrow, Nebius, NBIS, might actually be the better bet between the two companies, saying that it also builds data centers aimed at artificial intelligence. And because it's already publicly listed, you don't have to worry about all of the excitement with an IPO. You could just get involved. So the information, oddly enough, writing a kind of bullish article here on NBIS. Back to you.
Joseph, you know that we're only 125 subs away from 5,000, 10,000?
500,000, 10,000, yeah.
I know, I said it again. 510,000, bro. I don't know what's going on with me, bro. And that's the second time I did that. Literally the second time I did that today.
That's how big the number is.
I'm starting a trend of being an idiot. That's what it is right there. I do appreciate that. There we go. We're about to hit that 510,000 again.
Yeah, I mean, hey, this thing can go parabolic like
you
the
have
market.
The option.
Hey, this
trade has unlimited upside.
Just go and do that.
Where's
guys.
Fabian?
Where is Fabian?
There he is.
He's right
there he is. Let's go, guys. Let's get that number up.
Pump it up.
There. Pump it up. You not to pump it up. What's going on over there, Katina, man? We saw you hitting diamond hand.
Oh, we're long Tesla still.
Yeah,
the Katina man is still long Tesla, guys. Keep your eye out on that. Katina man, you're long from 277s? 278. Katina man is long 278. Keep your eye out on the Katina man's trade on Tesla.
You know what else is also long today?
I'm ready.
Oh yeah, you didn't even let me get you into it.
I saw it.
Guys, let's document some playmaker poll. Thank you, BVB and Ramin, for reminding the team. All right, guys, let's get right into this here on. Okay, TNT, relax there, my friend. But yeah, okay, let's go. What do we got?
I know, bro. Come on, bro. Come on now.
Yeah, all right. What do we got for price action here, my friend?
567.12.
All right, there we go. Bang.
Are we going long or short?
We're going long, man.
Going long.
Else is long.
Sorry,
Oh,
my bad.
right.
That's a dumb question. 567.12, so we're taking profits at 569.
That's your number.
12, hey.
Your number, and we're going to get all out at
566.12.
566.
Yeah, let's see how we do here, baby.
Let's see how we do. What time is it? 1:04.
Yes, sir.
1:05 to be exactly.
Yep.
I'm in this Tesla trade here, guys. We're starting to pull back. I don't know if buyers are going to step in just yet. We're not too heavy, so we're going to wait and hold off. We're going to hold on to these shares. Today is the 7th. So, again, we're going to wait for this little bit of a rebound here in the market. I do think it can come into play, Sharif, considering how strong we were earlier in the day.
All right, guys. Shout out to Pizza Rat. Hey! I like you, Pizza Rat. No, seriously, though, guys, triple top right now. Trouble here for RGLS. Triple top at 205s. Don't panic too quickly because we have higher lows on each successive candle. So I'm long 203. I'm out of the money, but I've placed my order, my stop below prior bar low. So we've got, let me show it to you guys over here. I hope this doesn't end up there it is. So what I'm looking at is this. Higher lows with that 205 flat top. I don't mind building a position into the low 90s to hold or to basically look for that higher low situation. But if it breaks the prior bar low, I'm out. That is a break of 91. That technically the prior bar low is 91, and here it comes. So I gotta definitely look at this. I'm gonna add into this position because this is where I said I would add, and I'm going to do just that. But if it loses the prior bar low, I'm out. Joseph, what do you got? Have to concentrate.
Yeah, for sure. I'm in some Tesla here, guys. TSLA, looking for that 2X, starting to climb a little bit higher. I made a little bit of a fat finger here. I added to the position, but again, we just got out at the break, and then we got right back in at a better price. Let's see if we can crack 1110, then I do believe that we can climb higher here. So, Pizza Rat, no, I love you guys more. Taught me I was losing money. not investing. At Joseph, love you, brother. Much appreciated. Always chiming in. So,
That
yeah, thank
super,
you.
bro.
Yeah, exactly. Oh yeah, the super
The
chat.
super.
See, Brian, you didn't really put anything behind the super chat,
bro.
Don't forget that. So whatever you want, brother, you put it in there, and we'll be sure to answer your questions because you didn't have anything follow up. I know that happens from time to time, but if you have any immediate questions, just put it in there. We're gonna keep an eye out for your name. Okay. You can get some chicken wings.
Oh,
hey, all right. Say
tomorrow's Friday too,
yeah,
baby.
Hey, man, don't forget, Katina, man. Are we ordering food tomorrow? Because I know we got hundreds of dollars at this point for food.
Joe, I love it, bro. Joe's coming hard. He's like, I know how much money there was. And I love how Sean has to like take the brunt of that too.
It's like, it's just like, hey.
Let Fabian order.
Let Fabian order. Katina, man, so we're going to order it. Don't
Let
forget
Fabian
that.
order it.
We're going to test these foods live on the air, whether it be a pizza review, a chicken wing review, some grape leaves review.
Yes.
I'm going to review the food at the best. Like,
Did you just say grape leaves?
Yeah, because I got Ramin's last time. I didn't get anything from Mama Sharif just yet.
Okay.
I'm still waiting for those. So I'll be patient. But my palate is vast, and I'm ready to give you the best analysis of what we eat here live on the show. All right? You will not go wrong. I give the real ratings. I don't lie or deceive when it comes to
I love it, bro. Your energy is sick, bro.
Yeah.
Your energy is sick. Guys, we're doing real well here on NKTX. Again, it came into VWAP. We got long at VWAP. And then we're wet in the beak. Where are we long? 01? No, sorry, 12s. Just took up profit there at 20s. Now I'm setting up at 24s. Let's see if this one wants to actually close above that 20 penny area. Now it has a 34 high, but as you can see, the closing prints have really struggled to print anything and close anything above 20. There's got to be a reason for that. That doesn't typically happen by accident. So layering the orders there. I will be looking to refresh at VWAP. Let's see if this one gives us the opportunity. Back now to RGLS. I wax poetic, to use an Adair term, about the higher lows. I got in at 95s for those higher lows. I'm looking for the break of 205s. I've layered the orders out in the way that I see. That is well, but we'll have to see. The market determines whether you're trading well or not you. So I've dropped my order, though. I want to make that point clear. I had 05s, but 05s wasn't printing because it's a triple top, and that's a high day. So I moved it down to 03 now that I DCA'd in 95s, but I'm keeping my above orders at the same level, 8s and then 14s. So keeping an eye on RGLS, but let me tell you, anything below 90s, and that's the end of the trade. It looks like it might be coming back down now, Joseph. What do you got over there, my man?
Yeah, nice look. There's some more $10 super chat. Get some pie for Obi. Obi wants the pie, apparently.
Okay.
So there we go. We'll get him some pie. There's a lot on this order list, guys.
Wow.
And you know your boy ain't forgetting about that food. So here we go. In Tesla, let's see if we can get this bounce. G. Castro, I know you were asking me about it, why I'm in. I said I liked how I put it in this base and was slowly turning back around. But as the market popped, it wasn't participating. So slightly alarming. A nice breath, but no buyer stepping in just yet. If it cracks it to the downside, then we'll just get out of that trade and wait to see what may arise. Bitcoin looking like it wants to break down as well, too, guys. Constructing these lower highs, which is not very good, but I mean, strong earlier in the day. I thought we would continue to climb higher. I do like that we are in this range, though. That is a positive sign. But here we go. You can see here on IBIT those consistent lower highs, and then now we have this flat bottom right here. So price also starting to compress. Let's see if we decide to break through these support levels or the buyers step right back in and we can push higher and higher on the session. So that's going to be the game plan here on IBIT, and we're going to be patient and wait for the turnaround here in Tesla, because you can see on the 5-minute time frame that we're just slowly curling over, but we are rejecting these resistance zones. Wow. But again, Katina, man, really good look, a nice bounce here in the market. This might be a little bit laggard and delayed, but we'll be patient and hold on for VWAP, Sharif.
Ali Anwar. $2 super chat, hence why I hate the Canadian animation. Look at my chat history. Gave play-by-play for SPY. Shout out to you, my man. Thank you for the super chat, and good on you. I hope that you took that trade and you're printing up a storm. Trust me, we definitely want our viewers to do real well. Pizza Wrap, $4.99 super chat. Thank you very much, Mr. Rat Man. I'll help pay for food. since options ate my money. I'd rather my brothers enjoy this bread. Also, keep up the laughs. Love to all in the chat. Adara also, love that. Thank you very much for the kind vibes, good vibes. Pizza Rat, thank you very much for that super chat. And shout out to Ali Anwar as well. Thank you for the $2 Canadian. That will go into the weekly wings fund that hopefully we'll get tomorrow. We'll be eating up a storm up on this desk. And then we'll get special hot wings for Adara because she has an inclination for hot food. Right, Adara? Seems like bullying. Come on, you know I'm not bullying you.
I've been getting better about spice. I've eaten mild hot sauce on multiple occasions in the last month. And for me, that's actually a huge achievement. So I also ate wasabi without screaming recently.
Yeah, but that's like transient. That's like super quick.
Which is why
it's transitory, Adara, just like inflation was, right?
Shut the door.
Boom! Get it, Jerome.
Adara, you know that little show called Hot Ones with the wings?
I love it.
Yeah, so there we go. We need an Adara and Hot Ones there where she goes through the different levels of spices on the wings.
I'm not going to make it past the first wing.
So that one's over. All right, show's already done. There we go. So yeah, Matt, love y'all. Keep smiling. God bless you as well, too. Thank you, everyone. I don't know why Kathy Wood was just trying to call
I was trying to hit the Jerome thing because and I didn't have it.
All right,
so sorry about that.
Yeah, we'll talk to her later. Yeah, I think we're going back to Adara here, guys.
Yeah.
All right, cool.
I wanted to show here this infographic from TTV Research ahead of Lululemon earnings tonight because this revenue keeps stretching higher. It keeps pushing to the upside. So this graphic this is annual revenue in billions here in USD as well because Lulu is a Canadian company. Since its IPO in 2007, you can see not only the company's growth, but also certain interesting events that happened during its lifetime. So we also, if you were not aware of this, they're actually discovered there was a pretty big scandal with Lulu in 2013 that led to the resignation of both its CEO at the time and its chief product officer. It had to do with some black leggings and some quality issues there. Their mirror acquisition is also featured and their additions to the NASDAQ and the S&P 500. So if you want to read all about this, go on X at TTV Research. Back to you.
That's a good looking infographic there. Shout out to Adara, the infographic specialist. Joseph.
Yeah.
We have yet another super chat. You want to cover this Romanian pastrami?
I mean, hey, I told you
I've never had it.
Trying a lot of things.
Absolutely.
Here. Do I draw a line at the Armenian pastrami sandwich? I don't think so, Jeff.
No,
no, we don't draw.
All I hear is protein. I hear pastrami. I hear protein.
Protein, and that's it.
Yeah.
Protein. That's all we need. But as for pie, yeah, I will not be trying that. So that's all. I won't be going in for the heavy sugared sweets though. Okay. Anyways,
shout out to Matthew Booth as well, bro.
With Matthew
Q Sharif talking about buying Lulu trousers. 2006. I bought Lulu trousers at their first ever, I think, store in Toronto, which was at Yorkdale. I think they had one before in Vancouver, but the first one in Toronto was at Yorkdale. And they were blue, and I just threw them out like 3 years ago, bro. Almost had those 20 years.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, next year would have been 20 years.
That's all right, yeah.
Yeah, they got a hole in the crotch. So.
I mean, I have some Calvin Klein things that have lasted a really, really long time. But again, it's a little bit on the cheaper end. And I heard you saying the other day you went Nike down at the gym and without even realizing.
I didn't even mean to. Everything from my hat. I wear a hat on the weekends, right? Hat, shirt, pants, socks, shoes, they were all Nike, and I didn't mean it that way. I have a lot of Nike, bro.
So yeah, I mean, hey, man. As for the brand, I still think it's a little bit tougher of a look.
Not a good look.
Yeah, there's just so much from that athleisure wear standpoint. There's just so many companies that are competing with them, and I think they're attacking the younger consumer a little bit better than what Nike is, because you see them on the social media platforms,
100%.
Whether it be Lululemon, that on or whatever it may be.
On.
Exactly. And then you have the other one, I can't remember the name of it. Aloe.
Yeah, that's huge now.
Really popular amongst the female athleisure wear, and then Gymshark, which is one of my favorites.
Yeah.
So for me, it's just like there's so many options where I don't need to spend $150 on
Joey options.
Yeah, there you go. No pun intended. But yeah, Sharif, we're just sitting here in Tesla. It doesn't want to bounce with the market. As you can see, the Qs and the SPY are at VWAP, and we haven't climbed higher in TSLA, so not too good of a look. Displaying signs of weakness. If we crack 1095 on TSLL. Gonna get out of this trade.
All right, guys, we're done our trade on RGLS. Took out the top there at 203, but it lost the bid, so we got the hell out of there. This one's still doing okay, though. NKTX, still kind of, you know, we got the beak wet there at 20, but true to form, as I mentioned, 20 is that line in the sand, so to speak. We'll have to wait and see if that one get taken out. Bovin, thank you again, Bovin, for pointing this out. VVPR, halted pending news. So let's take this opportunity to talk about what halting pending news is. So we all know what volatility halts are, right? You move 10% in less than 5 minutes, you get halted for increments of 5 minutes. So you'll either be halted 5, 10, 15, etc. Okay? But this is one of those ones where the halt here is not for volatility. So here it is. Let me just bring it out. Nope. Just allow me a second. Pending news. Where is it? I swear I just had it. Agrees to exclusively subject prior to that. There it is. So Vivo Power International PLC halted pending news. So I was telling Bovin, I'm like, if you want to find out why it is halted and you don't have a news blotter like I do, now I know why it's halted. There's the headline right there. But let's show everybody exactly what's going on here with this halt pending news. So you type in NASDAQ halted stocks. I already have that as a previously searched. Go away. There we go. And then we can go current trading halts on the NQ. We'll load that bad boy. And then we can kind of filter this out. You'll see top one right there. Let's zoom in. VVPR. Okay, bro. Let's center this. And then you can kind of look at to why. Code reasons. So you've got 3 here, T1, T2, and T3. Obviously, all you need to do is just hover over it. It's a T1 halt, news pending, traded is halting pending the release of material news. And then you hover over 2. It says T2 halt, news related. Released. The news has begun the dissemination process through the regulation FD compliant methods. And then you can hover over T3. T3, news and resumption times. The news has been fully disseminated through a regulation FD compliant method, or NASDAQ has disseminated either that system misuse or malfunction. Then it goes on, ... You can click T3 to read it for yourself. But this is how you kind of get the official trading halt news. You can get them on your blotter as well if you have one. It obviously makes things a little easier rather than having to load up the NQ, but the NQ website that is. But there you go. And you can kind of see all the ones that have halted, the date, the time, and if there's a resumption time, then you will know exactly when that is. So I just want to give you that, and thanks, Bovin, for pointing that out. It gives us an opportunity to do a little bit of a kind of a mini lesson there, so to speak, on that. Now, RGLS is finding some support over here, so I might weasel back into that. It does look like it breached the 10, obviously, but there is possibly this previous price action resistance that we can take advantage of. I'm not going to try to catch a falling knife here on RGLS, but I'm still interested in it. So the levels that I'm looking at are this 183 to 180, and then below that I'm looking at $1.77 for VWAP. But I won't try to catch a falling knife there. CRVO. This one we were involved in. It's still stepping down. It's at an interesting level because it just got into VWAP, but it seems to be really having a hard time moving up. Like, even look at this. The pullback into the 10 when we got involved. I was involved in these prints over here. Look at that. Higher low, higher low, higher low, and then boom, loses the bid. And you can kind of see that it was foreshadowed a little bit that we would lose the bid just based on the fact that these bigger candles were all topping tail. So you can feel the profit taking, or you could feel the short selling into the pops. That's kind of one of the telltale signs there that, the sellers are starting to take control a little bit. I hear you guys yelling about MLGO. I'm still not liking it. It's still well south of VWAP. VWAP has now dropped a little bit down at about 15 3/4. The current price action is more than $1, about $14.50. So that's not going to be a tradable one for me, at least not yet. So that's all I'm involved in right now, Joseph. We had Hertz, we had CAR. Those have since done nothing. TNON as well, we had that on there. It really has been more of the CRVO RGLS and NKTX show, at least on the day. We'll have to see if there is trades left in these as the show goes on, Joseph.
Yeah, good look there, my friends. So here we go on Tesla. We got out of this trade as it cracks lower. When the market was recovering and heading towards the volume-weighted average price, it was just stuck in this consolidation zone and didn't get that move back to VWAP. That's what we were looking for. But now cracked through that support level as the overall market wants to take possibly an additional leg lower. So a nice rejection of VWAP on the Qs and on the SPY as well. So we'll continue to monitor that. I have my eyes set on IBIT, and I see the villain in the chat was saying, hey, Joe, flip that bias to short. We are continuing to move lower. Pizza Rat said that as well, too. Those words are definitely taken in, and that's what I'm looking for here on IBIT. I do like that it was strong earlier in the day, but if the Qs and all of these big names want to sell, then I think it's going to start to participate as well. But 575 and change is what Tesla is trading at. It broke that 275 and change. It broke that 277 level and really, really moving to the downside here. So yeah, tough look. Giving back all of those gains from this morning. It traded as high as 292. And then now down to 275. So volatility is most definitely in on Tesla. Guys, I talk about that. I'm happy to be out of the name. Would I like to get out at 292? Obviously not 236 or whatever I got out, but it's okay. There'll always be another opportunity. Yeah, guys, NVDA starting to crack. It might break through some support levels as well. And then let's see if the momentum in IBIT starts to pick up. I'm going to look to play the crack of this zone. We're trading it pretty well today. You can see that we got in here. Nice move up. Missed a bit of the move here just due to just ran out of shares up here. And then same thing, we got stopped out break even. But you can see that what essentially the game plan is here. We have a indecision print, and then we're going to go and look for that test of the high day, but you can see that we constructed that lower high and then just continue to do so throughout the remainder of the current session anyways. But if we sit on top of that, we can most definitely squeeze. And one thing that I will note, even though I just said, hey, it's kind of moving in tandem with the market, this thing can obviously just start to do its own thing. And that's what I'm kind of looking for here on IBIT. One thing to note is that from a 1 minute standpoint, I'm not seeing any volume. We have now cracked that downtrend and possibly sit on top of it. I will wait for the retest before I get involved, but I do really like it here, and I like that we're cracking through. The one thing that I will note is that the volume's not stepping in for the amount of effort that we're starting to put forth here, guys. So yeah, let's see what everybody else in the chat is going over. If there's anything that you want me to take a look at via options chain or anything, or a specific ticker, just let me know, and I'll be happy to take a look. Short GameStop, says Chris. Brenton says bye-bye Tesla, as it's starting to slightly pop here. Yeah, it broke through some key levels. Sharif, it's not quite at that 5 minute opening range yet. That's right at 272. But again, with the way that it's moving right now, I wouldn't be surprised if it hit it at some point today. So yeah, just be really patient. You might see volume, you might see buyers step in, but again, not looking like it right now. But you just have to be hold those horses and be precise. Okay, so let's take a look. BOW and then INTC before I send it back to my guy. That's what we will take a look at. BOW, Bowhead Specialty. Let's see what we got going on. That's so tough for me to give any analysis that something that doesn't have any volume, Sharif, right? So we can zoom out. So intraday, not tradable. All right, so I think that's really key to important to take in as well, is you want to find high-level stocks, or in-play stocks, sorry. Sharif does the news. Why is he doing the news on certain names? Because it's things that have volume and that have big headlines, and something that we often pay attention to. If there's no headlines, if there's no deep-level catalyst, then my suggestion to you is avoid it. It's going to be significantly harder to trade. But I mean, from a daily standpoint, we got the IPO here from May 24, and it hasn't looked back. So a really good look, $22 it opens up, and then now up about 189%. So I can't really talk too much smack about this name from a daily standpoint, but intraday, not tradable. Okay, so BOW, good look there, and then we'll take a look at INTC before we send it back to my guy. I mentioned that deal that they might strike with NVDA. That could be positive for that as well. Working on their gaming chips, taking that away from TSMC because there's just too much going on over there. But again, I don't love this name. I know Obi likes to trade it quite often. I don't. This type of price action and just the way it trades doesn't really fit my style, Sharif.
Agree, man.
Yeah.
All right, we're back in RGLS here for that flip from resistance to support. As you can see, I've planned a dollar cost average here into VWAP. Now we're close enough to VWAP that I feel comfortable doing that. So we're in initially at the previous area resistance, looking for it to act as support. If it doesn't, I'm looking to the next level to add. That's a volume weighted average price. I'm looking at 77s, which is right at VWAP. Maybe I should move that up by a penny or something to get the I don't want to say a guaranteed fill or anything like that, but to make the odds a little bit more likely. It's an ugly 3-candle red setup right now on RGLS, but it still has a higher low. Look, with this area being the local area low, we'll see if VWAP means anything right now to RGLS. Pack in my patience there. Also, looking at adding into NKTX, we took out the majority of the position into 20s. It came back down into VWAP, lo and behold, yet it's a higher low again. But, you know, the bottom can drop off at any time. All right, I see RGLS dropping. There it is at 78. I'm not going to wait for it. Oh, come on. It's already moving up into 79, and it's not giving me the 79 print. Yeah, so I should have moved up to 78 when I said I was going to do it, and now I'm not going to get the print likely. Let's see if we can get the fill. I'll cancel the one before it so that it doesn't fill both. We'll see if we can get something here. Nope. It's going up without it. All right, that's fine. That's just kind of the way that works there. Let's see now, does RGLS have more left in the tank? In the sense that we already know what kind of spread, short float this one is working with over here. That's our CRVO, RGLS. Yeah, not big. 3.84%, not bad, with a 48 million share float. So not the same one. I was confusing that with CRVO. So we'll see if this one wants to hold up. Still no ad, sadly. I'm looking at over here, that's CRVO. Now we're doing well here on Tilray. It took forever for this one to pop up. So we'll wet the beak here at 72s. Let's get the print there. And then we're going to wait. We're already waiting at 73. So I'll just wait on that one. That's fine there. Eh? The Katina Man is taking the future short. Did you hear about the news in weed, Katina Man? It looks like the Trump administration may actually move ahead with the rescheduling of marijuana. We kind of thought that would be a Biden thing, but it looks like the orange one may actually go ahead with that. So that's going to be really interesting to see there. Not like we care on this side of the border. That has been a nothing burger since 2018, Joseph. Yeah. So we'll see if it moves the needle at all in the States. You feel like federal legalization was always the gold standard that all the weed proponents were waiting for. And I think if we get it, it's not
in the States?
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Like, I don't know. Do you think it moves the needle on a lot of these?
On the stocks?
Yeah, absolutely. Like big time, yeah?
Yeah, big time. Yeah, absolutely. I think it's going to move because, like you and I, we say, hey, we don't think that the Republicans would ever legalize marijuana.
Yeah.
I still personally don't think they will. It'll just take a lot.
Not a priority for them.
What in the States is still classified as like what, a grade A like drug or something?
Yeah, it was like the same thing as fentanyl.
Yeah,
and it was just like, well, that doesn't make any sense. That's absurd.
And I mean, they're jail system's private too, right? So what are you gonna do?
Yeah.
What are you gonna do? Release everybody who had any form of weed charge because now that it's legal or something?
Yeah, and that's what Biden did. Remember when he left, he had like a whole bunch of pardons for all these non-violent weed offenses.
I mean, you have the states of like Colorado obviously has legalization. I know there's other ones as well too, and you thought that it would cause a little bit more of a snowball effect and more people would start like participating. But I just think there's I just believe it's just a what's the word? A traditional thing, maybe like a religious thing that they just don't want to legalize.
Yeah, I mean, whatever it is, dude. It's taken a whole lot of time there.
And I mean, it hasn't been over. Like the launch of it here wasn't overly successful when they had the lottery and everything going along those.
Remember that? It was botched. But like, I don't expect the government to execute well on most things. So that's kind of my bias there.
But yeah, it was botched.
But like New York has legal weed now, recreational. You've really technically
California.
You had it way before because you could get those weed cards from Venice Beach, bro. Okay. You go to Venice Beach, you go into a clinic, you see a doctor, and you've got like a card in 5 minutes, Joseph. So the fact of the matter is, like, it's been legal there in reality for a long time.
Collect the tax money if you guys, instead of locking people up, just collect the tax dollars.
There you go. There you go. The stigma of boomers. And am I not supposed to be that? Rear madness is too real, says Lazy Rocks. Yeah, look, Sebastian. You have a question, throw it at me, baby. Go ahead. I'm looking, just tag me though. Just adding Sharif doesn't actually give that red rectangle that gets my attention, so make sure you type in the entire name.
See your animation.
Say it again.
Pizza Rat says, can I see your animation?
Hit it.
Boy.
Hey, there he is. There's Joey
to like and
Options.
subscribe. This trade
I love how the volume
upside.
is loud and we can hear it so well.
Yeah, right there you go.
All right. We added into now RGLS. Now this is make or break time. So we got that volume weighted average price add. So let's go ahead and throw out the stop now. So this is going to actually have to hold on here, or this is going to be the end of the trade. We're not going to give back anything on RGLS. It's already a volatile one. So let's go ahead and throw that on right now. And then I'm going to throw, let's go ahead and give it a bit of room. That's fine there. Let's see if RGLS wants to hold up. I also got my ad on NKTX. It's been holding at the volume weighted average price mostly all day. Let's see if we can get that move up as well. And there goes Tilray. All right, we're moving up initially here, or finally, not initially, on Tilray. I'm waiting at 73.5 pennies. I've been waiting all day for this thing to pop up. I literally got in what time? At 11:10. It's 1:33, and I just took profits right now for the first time at 125. So hopefully this continues to run here. TLRY in focus today as we're getting word that the Trump administration may go ahead with that rescheduling of marijuana. I forget, Schedule 1, Schedule 3, Schedule A, Schedule, so whatever it is, they're lowering it down in the classification of severity or badness, the word I'm looking for. So we'll have to wait and see how that all affects the stock. Sebastian just used. Okay, so here he is. Thanks for that Bears versus Bulls. I appreciate you. Can you explain the volume at Baidu right now? Sure. I am listed, my man. I don't know why it's not coming up on your end, but we'll have a look at BIDU. I got to tell you, though, Joseph is better with volume analysis than I am, but I'll do my best. Oh, I see what you're seeing there. Okay, so a big red candle. Are you looking at the 5-minute, though? That's what I need to ask you, because the volume bars differ depending on the time frame you're looking at. I'll start with the 5. Oops, over here. And I got to tell you, there's not much to discern here. There was this big spike of volume. I guess that's what you're asking about right there. That red volume candle that had about 114,000 shares. The current candle on the 5 has about 24,000. Yeah, I mean, look. You don't really know how much buy volume versus sell volume you see on this one. All you know is this bar right here had more sell than buy. But that could have been by 1 share or 3 shares. So you see what I'm saying? So even though you didn't move that aggressively on it, that means there was probably a tug of war between buyers and sellers because you didn't drop all that much. I mean, how do you see this? This volume bar here on a price spike like that?
Yeah, I would just classify that as an anomaly, essentially, because there's nothing really going on. We're in the middle of a range there as well, too, Sharif. So it's just a high volume spike. I wouldn't pay too much mind of it because it's not at an extreme high or at an extreme low. So.
Well said. Yeah, okay. There you go. You got it for the man himself. Keep your eye out on Baidu. I mean, it's the ADRs. I want to say they're for the most part strong today. The only group of the ADRs that's obviously weak are the EV names, for the exception of BYD. BYD is up 4 or 4.5%, depending on whether you're looking at BYDDY or BYDDF. Those are obviously on the OTC. It's not main listed on New York or NASDAQ. It's on the OTC. Trades, I think, the original listing is a Hang Seng. I could be wrong about that. But BABA's up 3, PDD up 1, Baidu up 3/4, JD up 3. And then you look at the EV names, Li down 2.25, XBEV down 2 2/3, NIO getting shellacked because they had an offering, 5 1/5, Zeekr also 5 1/5. Then you look at BYD, as I mentioned, green. So most of the Chinese ADRs today green, except for those Chinese EVs. And I don't even really know why. I mean, sure, you're slapping 25% tariffs on us, but there was 100% tariffs on these cars anyway. The Chinese EVs are basically prohibited from coming into Canada or America, not in the technical sense, but in the practical sense, because there are 100% tariffs on these cars. So you're literally paying double the price what you would. And I don't know if that moves the needle in terms of sales. In fact, I think it's kind of the opposite. So I don't really know why they're selling off, but that's really not my problem. What do you got, Joseph?
Yeah, good luck there, Sharif. We got to pay some bills, my friend, and then we'll get into some IBIT. New traders, listen up. First month, free. That's right. We're waiving fees. Trade smarter, not harder. Upgrade to Elite. Analyze, strategize, capitalize. Our platform, it's everything. Infinite data, instant trading, lightning fast market insights, game-changing charts, predict with backtesting, reliable real-time data, global markets at your fingertips. All in one platform. Don't miss out. Execute your best trades now. Ready to elevate your trading? Scan the QR code or check the link in the description there, folks. So there it is. E-Signal, Shrieve's using it, Katina Man, also Neil as well. Really good stuff there from E-Signal. And they have the options chain as well, too, which is very, very interesting. So there it is, guys. Scan that QR code, check out E-Signal. Some good quality charting right there. But I bet, you want to cover something?
I just wanted to respond to Tarbash. She's like, nobody talks about all the tariffs they put on us. My man, nobody is discounting that. I think that's what the reciprocal tariffs are all about, right? And the fact that it's like, let's just be on an equal footing. If you're going to charge us for accessing your market, we're going to charge you for accessing the best market in the world. Doesn't that make sense? So just because I'm mentioning the 100% EV tariffs, it doesn't mean that I'm discounting at all the tariffs that other countries charge us. I didn't mean that at all. Adair, what's up?
Keep an eye on PFE. It's worth noting. So they're basically, I think the drop, this is a 3-minute chart. So this drop would have happened kind of when the rest of the market took a bit of a tumble about 20 minutes ago. But then about 30 minutes ago, we did have a release from the United States Committee on Finance. The leader of this committee, or Senate Finance Committee ranking member, Ron Wyden, who is a senator from Oregon, basically unveiled some findings about his investigation into Pfizer for its tax dodging. So I'm seeing these comments circulate still on X, even though, again, this came out a little while ago. Senator Ron Wyden said that Pfizer has dodged billions of dollars in U.S. taxes in 1 year alone, and that apparently they also signed some non-disclosures with Singapore and Puerto Rico. So some tax issues here for Pfizer coming out of this report from Ron Wyden. Again, looks like the report was released about 30 minutes ago. The stock moved about 20 minutes ago, and we're seeing it circulate on X now. So sometimes the dissemination of information can lead to uneven moves and things. I think that's worth noting. It did come out a little bit earlier. But regardless, PFE certainly on watch. Second day with the midday catalyst for Pfizer, because if you didn't recall, yesterday there was some report they're being probed by the DOJ. Back to you.
Interesting look there. I just had, I think I was trying to talk to somebody there, but yeah, they didn't respond. Anything you got there, Joe?
Yeah, so I just seen someone say 29 on the fear and greed index. That's the VIX. I don't see that. We're trading around 18 right now on the intraday. So unless there's something else that you're referring to, maybe UVXY, the 2x leverage, that might be around those levels. But here we go on the VIX, guys. So you can see just using that inverse correlation here on I guess the overall market, I guess the SPY and the VIX here. So what you can see, this is where we were trading higher. And then this is where we started to pull back, a nice pullback. And then now you can see we're heading back to the top side here on the VIX, the VIX. That is the fear and volatility index. So that's what I was curious. Maybe you're referring to UVXY. I'll pull that up here to see UVXY. I don't really look at this too much. Okay, and even so if you're talking about something else, please, I'm curious to what you had and what you were talking about. That is very, very interesting. And I'll pull up the VIX here one more time, guys, just to see what we got going on from a daily standpoint. And is it time? So this was really nice. So we ran into these resistance zones in a volatility standpoint. We just tapped into 30, but buying some puts on this would be really, really nice. That's something that I'm going to be focusing on a little bit more, is just trading the VIX, especially in volatile markets. Do I believe volatility can step back in? Maybe not right now, but again, just any random catalyst can really get the market going, and you can utilize this vehicle and trade some pretty nice contracts and make nice trades based off of that. So going to start paying a little bit more attention to the VIX here, Shreve.
Sorry, I'm just reading this. Yeah, 1 second, yeah.
Yeah, no problem. So yeah, guys, I'm still in this IBIT short. You can see that we have these lower highs being constructed. I'm waiting for this base to break out, but we need that volume to step in. And if it doesn't, I'll be prepared to get out of this trade and then flip the bias if we really start to get the ball rolling. I do like that it's holding up relatively steady. It's kind of like Apple. I'm not going to compare apples to oranges, no pun intended there, but I mean, if it's relatively strong and wants to squeeze, I'll get out. And for me, that's just the crack and hold of this downtrend line and the volume print that is going to isolate itself and just say, hey, we are not going to break these support levels. You can see that we're running into support here we had in the pre-market, and then it was acting as it from an intraday standpoint as well too. And now we just can't crack view up. So to me, excuse me, that would signal a strong asset. And I don't want to hold on to a short too long against me, especially when the underlying is this strong, and that is on IEIT. Google Fear and Greed Index. Okay, Joseph Birch Music. Nice. I'll look into that because I'm not overly familiar with it. Anyone know the news on VPRS halt? No, I do not.
What's the ticker?
VVPR.
Yeah, we talked about that. Yeah. So I told him.
So there you go. So you talked about.
I'll mention it when you're done.
And he'll cover that right now because I'm waiting here in IB.
Okay, so here it is, guys. We were waiting pending news, and this is what it says. So Vivo Power says energy revised takeover proposal values Vivo Power at $180 million. It looks like it's a non-binding all-cash offer. So Vivo Power agrees to grant exclusivity to energy subject to increase in non-binding all-cash takeover offer to enterprise value at $180 million. I know Neil is going to want to know about this tomorrow, so I'm taking a picture because he trades these buyouts. Shout out to Neil, who is on the way to the Blue Jays home opener today. So we hope he has a fantastic time. I see MLGO, baby. I see it. So the volume weighted average price right now is at 1580. We're still at 1535. We are catching a bid. So shout out to Sean Joseph. I was about to, Sean Joseph, that is, not actually Joseph over here. I was just about to tag you, and then we got that quick question. So I digressed. I'm looking right at MLGO here, but you know how I feel about these. They have to reclaim the volume weighted average price on a closing basis and not just a quick wick above. And besides, I mean, VWAP's at 15.75 and the high days at 20.75. So if your theory is that we can trend at least back into the high of the day, you have quite a bit of room between VWAP and the high of the day in order to make your decision, if that's how you're going to execute on it. So thank you for pointing that out. Always keeping an eye on these small cap gappers. And shout out to the chat who always keeps us honest. When we don't see them, they let us know about it, and we definitely appreciate that. The current trade that I'm really focused on at the moment is we're doing real well here on Tilray. We just got the high of the day there on Tilray, and we got some size on this one, so we'll wet the beak here a little bit more to de-risk. But the one that I'm really focusing on right now is this one, RGLS. I'm trying to build a position here at VWAP. It's a 4-candle holdup, but the 4-candle holdup at VWAP, that's the good news that it's finding support there. What I don't like is the fact that we can't put any higher highs. So it does feel like this one doesn't really have a whole lot of buying behind it right now. Now, whether the algos step in or a bigger buyer steps in here when they notice it at VWAP, it's up 40%. We'll have to wait and see. I've accounted for this. I've already placed my stop, and I'm looking for this either to pop up or to stop me out. We got about 15 minutes left on the show, so I don't think we have to wait that long to find out. Is it true that DeepSeek category of generative AI use of GPU is optional? My understanding is you can run DeepSeek locally on a Raspberry Pi. So anybody who knows anything about AI, you'll know what Raspberry Pi is. My understanding is it can be run on that. And Raspberry Pi is like a computer like this big. It literally is made for mobile, like whatever, robotics or anything like that. So that's my understanding. Now, I haven't done it, but I've seen a whole bunch of TikTok videos where people do run DeepSeek locally. Apparently, that's one of the benefits of it. But I don't think that it's on its own. Llama can do that. You can run Llama on a Raspberry Pi as well. Fact check me, people in the chat who are way more adept at this than I am. I am Carter says Linux. Okay, I'm not really sure what you mean by that. Joseph doesn't like pie. Get it, but a biscuit head. I love that guy. Joe hates that computer. Okay, sure. Just wait for someone to comment about that. But
serious comments here, maybe.
Yeah. No, seriously though. So my understanding is that you can definitely run DeepSeek locally, for sure, without GPUs. My understanding is you can run it on a regular computer. So yes, to answer your question, I think that is true. BGZ, I got a Pi with a bunch of pirated old school games on it. That's sick. Is it one of those ones where 1,000 or 10,000 arcade games from back in the day? I think those are so cool. Okay, that person's getting blocked right there. What's going on with you? What's wrong with you? Why would you say something like that in the chat? Hide. Bye.
Yeah, that's crazy.
That's crazy. What's the matter with you? Anyway, so that's what we're involved in here.
Crazy.
That's crazy, right? Connected to the Raspberry Pi, says Adrian. Okay. What did he say? You don't want to know. He's an idiot. Anyway, what do you got over there, Joe?
Yeah, good look there. I'm going to get out of this. I'm going to get out of this IBIT trade. I do believe that we're going to continue to climb higher here. So not a good short on that front. Held it a little bit too long against me, unfortunately, but I'm going to wait for the retest of the trend, and then I'm going to join it here. So I got out. We didn't break those support zones, and I was telling myself while Sharif was referring to it, I'm like, yeah, Joe, I think this is going to be a long. We're not cracking. It's not participating with the overall market, and I believe that this asset has been acting pretty strong in the past couple of days. So we want to stick with that strength. Now it's really, really moving against me, so that is slightly frustrating, full disclosure. So we were short there, held it way too long against us there, guys. So yeah, going to have to wait for this retest, but that volume on the lower time frame is really, really starting to pick up. So that ship might have sailed as we crack through this downtrend line, so it is no longer value. You want to hit something?
Oh, I just want to, we've got somebody in the chat that deserves this. Big Smile Burdette. He's known now as Big Smile.
No way.
And we haven't seen him in a little bit, Joseph. And, you know, I get it. He's out there, he's working, he's doing his thing. But we miss you, bro. So we're going to shout you every time you come into the chat.
I was thinking about where was Kyle?
Yeah, I was thinking about that the other day, man. Big Smile, baby. Shout out to, sorry to interrupt you, Joseph.
Yeah, no worries, man. Anything for Big Smile.
Yeah, man.
I know he's making moves over there. He was telling me on the side as well. So,
hey.
My friend. So let's see. I'm back. Los Polios is back. Let's go. QQ's long. Let's go. Would love to hear that. Pizza Rat Crypto in a small rebound at the moment might have a bit long if volatility continues. I agree with you. I just don't want to chase it up here as the market recovers. So I did get stopped out. It could be a liquidity grab, but I will be patient and wait for this move right here. 49.36 is that level that we will wait for that retest of the breakout. Yeah. We'll wait for that breakout, even though it is slightly confirmed right now. So I have to be patient. NVDA running back into the volume-weighted average price. Amazon holding on tough there as well too, Sharif. But the Amazon,
get it, Obi.
Get it, Obi. Yeah, exactly. Shout out Amazon calls. That is. But yeah, SPY in the market looking to recover. What is Tesla up to? I took my eyes off of it because it was breaking and not participating, and we don't want any part of that. But it is starting to bounce back relatively well here, Sharif. I'm going to hop in IBIT here very momentarily, my friend.
My man, TD. Shout out to my man, Talal, who's watching the show. He just messaged me on Gram. He's like, what did that guy say? He wants to know what that guy said.
What he said.
You'll have to join us tomorrow, T, for that. By the way, T, I still have your...
We might not even say what he said.
Well, yeah, well, I'm definitely not going to say because it would be very disrespectful to the person who the message was intended to. But shout out to T. Thank you for watching, Talal. I miss you, brother. Hope you're doing well. Hope your baby is... I see your kid, obviously, every day because you're posting lots of pictures on the gram. Hope you're doing well, brother. Yeah, he's married life now, so he doesn't have time for the single boys anymore now. You know what I mean? Like,
that's all right, man. You gotta sneak him out there once in a while, see with the voice. It's funny. No, it's funny. So when I was at that in Jamaica, a couple of the guys are they're married, right? So there's like quite a bit of us there, and it's just like it's funny. We were just joking around, and you could tell who was married and who wasn't
immediately. Behavior immediately.
And it's so funny. It's just really funny. It's like you know that your buddy hasn't been out in a while, and it's just like as soon as the alcohol touches their lips, they're all over the place. So yeah, it was quite comical. Yeah,
it's so good.
Yeah.
Now, because this guy, like back in the party days, so this guy was one of the definite close homeboys. Yeah. So you know he's married now, so you can't really say too many of these stories. Right?
No. I mean everybody got to cool down a little bit, but I mean it's all fun and games.
It is.
Stuff. So, Danny, Joseph, do you think the market will dump further before the 2nd of April? Ooh, that is. I mean, I think so. Maybe. I don't know. We just got to follow the price action. The one thing I will note is that I don't think that this bump is going to be overly sustained. I don't think we get into those all-time highs anytime soon, but you just have to be patient and go with what the price action tells you.
Yes, sir. All right. RGLS is a bit of a problem now. It is below VWAP by not by that much. If it drops below that $0.75, that's the end of the trade. We don't want to give too much back on this one. I already added exactly how much I wanted at VWAP. If it doesn't hold VWAP, then the trade ain't right. And I'm not going to sit here and try to make the trade right. The trade has to be right in and of itself. So if it loses that 75 penny area, we're cutting the trade there. I'm going to keep my eye on this one. NKTX as well, we got nothing left on that one, as that one also broke below VWAP. But this one is continuing to do well here. TLRY, we'll wet the beak a little bit there on this name, and there goes, what's it called? RGLS will stop out there as it does break below 75. So we'll give back about 10 pennies on that one. And that's kind of the nature of the beast on this. So we'll keep an eye on that. Apex Analytics. Sharif, I caught a big halt up on VVPR. Hug, hug, hug. Very happy for you, brother. Let's have a look at VVPR. Is it still going? Oh, baby. This one opened up and rocketed into the high side. And you want to know why? Because this is a buyout offer over here. So let's talk about the details. If I can just load that up. It is a all cash offer. So you have to do the math here by looking at how much the offer is, and then you divide that by the amount of shares, and then you can get a per share basis, and then you compare that to where it's currently trading. So it's currently halted at 579, having opened up at about 5.25. It dipped down into about 473 before it halted into 579, excuse me. So I'm just looking over here to see when it did get halted. Let's load this up on a trading screen so we can get the exact time and sales time for the halt. I'm talking about VVPR. Let's load this one up over here, VVPR. And it got halted at 13:45.22. So this one will be likely a 10-minute halt because the current time is 13:53. So the earliest this one can open is 13:55.22. It is currently 13:53.39. So we have another about less than 2 minutes on VVPR if it is to be a 10-minute halt. Now let's take the opportunity to talk about these volatility halts. We talked about halt pending news and how to go and find it on the NASDAQ to find out why it is halted and what the current state is of the pending news. There's different ones, T1, T2, T3, so make sure you're apprised of that. But when it's halted for volatility, that means it moved up 10% in 5 minutes, and it will be halted in increments of 5 minutes until it's open. Now, how long is it going to open or stay halted for? That's the wild card. It might be 5, it might be 10, it might be 15. Nobody knows, and you have to kind of just go with that. Now, a little bit of practical advice. The longer it's halted, the more I don't want to say that there's a hard and fast rule, and I don't have the data to back this up, but my observations anecdotally have been that the longer it's halted to the up for a volatility halt, the more likely it's start coming down. What happens during a volatility halt is there's an auction taking place, right? Much like the opening auction and the closing auction. When you send these orders while a stock is halted, the exchange is pairing buy and sell orders. And then if there's an imbalance of sell orders, you'll have a theoretical auction price below the actual halt price. If you have an imbalance of buy orders, you'll have a theoretical auction price above the halt price. So that's kind of the look. We got 579 right now. As I mentioned, we're still waiting at 1:55. It should be very soon. Let's see what time it is now. There it is, right on time, open. Can we show the screen, please? Right on time, open there, right into 660. And here we go, baby. Lots of volatility. It does dip into 6. It actually defends the upper range of the halt level. Let's see if it's able to take out 660. I use these halt levels as informal areas of support and resistance. I'm not going to trade this because there's only 5 minutes left on the show, and I don't want to be caught in anything that I don't want to manage while I'm at the green screen. But this is looking good. Here we go. If it can take out that 660, there's a sell, and boom, to the high side goes VVPR. Thank you guys for pointing that out. This is a buyout, a possible buyout right now. Trade this carefully. It is awfully volatile, and you can lose a lot of money really quickly trading these. So if you don't know how to trade them, maybe watch and learn from the sidelines, and then get involved or trade it in the sim to kind of get your feet wet. But there we go, up 45%. good look right now. If my math is correct, that's about $13.50 a share. Great look there, my man. Shout out to Mr. Longshort. So what you're looking at here is the current price, and then that's what we call the premium that they pay, right? In order to take a company or to buy out a company, you got to give them an incentive, right? You got to give all the shareholders who are holding shares an incentive to sell it to you. And so what you do is you basically offer them a premium at what they're currently trading at. So if it's trading at $6 or whatever it was, you throw them $8 or $10 or whatever the deal is to sweeten the deal. And that's what we talk about there. So let's keep an eye on that. It just tested that halt level again, right into 580, and then found support. I don't know. I'm not going to be trading this one, but I just wanted to show it to you guys in order to kind of give you that live lesson right there. These news pending halts and then volatility halts can be quite lucrative, Joseph.
Yeah, nice. So I'm short IBIT again here. If we pull up my screen, but we just got a pop here that I'm not overly in love with. We're just running into these support zones and bouncing. But the market was taking a leg lower, so I'm like, maybe that's just a liquidity grab, and then we can just continue that downward movement. So we'll have our stop out at the high of day here, guys, and just be really patient and hold on for this low. But to Sharif, I'm sure you're in the back of your mind, you're like, why is Joe holding this 8-ball here? Well, I'll tell you, my friend, Joseph.
I love how you put all these questions in my mind.
Well, I tell you, do you think the market will dump further? I know I answered this question, but Danny said, Joe, ask the 8-ball. And this is the purest of all pure answers that you can get. Right. So will the market go lower come April 2nd?
Uh-oh. It's going to say ask Neil or something like that. Or ask Sean. What does it say? Oh, you put it down.
Most likely.
Break it. Break that ball.
Most likely. So it has spoken.
Can we break the 8-ball Katina, man? Are we allowed around here?
Hey, so it has spoken. We have to abide by that. We don't want to go against it.
There you go. Good point.
So there it is. We asked the 8-ball. It tells you what it is. Most likely, be prepared for some more downside. Ooh, he's right, Sharif. But what is yay is Patrick Jam, $2 super chat. Thank you for that very much, my friend. Thoughts on Tesla out of lunch? It seems like Tesla's out to lunch right now. Patrick Jam. I don't love it right now, and you guys know my take on it for a mid period. Sorry, excuse me. Decision. Like I don't love it for excuse me. For the short-term duration. Longer term, absolutely. I think that it's going to be a play with the robotics, the energy storage, etc., autonomy once these vehicles get on the road. I like Tesla, but as of right now, I don't like Tesla. Elon's focus is divided, and you can see that reciprocated in the stock price as well. The investors aren't overly happy, but once he starts to hone back in on Tesla, I think that this stock is going to go to those levels that people are thinking about. We cracked through all-time highs. We have Optimus coming out in later on as well. As soon as that robo fleet gets out and people can start sitting in their cars and not having to worry about it, I like that. There's a lot in the pipeline for Tesla just right now. The attention is divided, and that's why I don't like Tesla stock there, Sharif. But yeah, we only got a minute left here, guys. So anything else you want to go over, just let us know. We don't got too much time, but we're starting to break down here in IBIT. There goes 2 o'clock exactly, Sharif. Leave them with some good words as you.
All right, CVX. Who is this? Ali D. Please explain CVX movement. So it's down on the day, I think. It had like several green up days in a row. Today it's down 1.2. I'm not 100% sure if I'm accurate on this or not. Fact check me, chat. Did Donald Trump allow Chevron to continue to extract oil in Venezuela? Because I remember there was a license there or something like that. Adara, do you remember something like this about CVX? Thank you, Adara. I do appreciate that. Yeah, here it is. I got it, Adair. Thank you. Trump extends wind down of Chevron's Venezuela license after imposing tariffs. They extended their deadline phase down to its oil operations till May 27, the same day the president said he would slap 25% tariffs on any country that purchases oil or gas from the country. And then, yeah, so we don't have to read this entire article. You can screenshot if you want. But this is the daily on CVX, guys. And that's what Neil was pointing this out to me. Since basically March 13th, it has been 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 green days in a row. That still counts as a green day because it's a higher high and higher low. Today, though, we actually made a red day. And this is all the while oil is in and around it's $69 right now. Nice. And it continued to make higher highs and higher lows. So I'm assuming it has something to do with this headline over here, Katina, man. I know we're over on time here. The U.S. Treasury Department said it added 7 weeks to Chevron's deadline before terminating the license. So, yeah, that's a look there, Joseph. It looks like they've got 30 days. I'm assuming that that's what it is. One more thing here. Exactly. On the dang blockchain, Katina, man, is absolutely dropping money in the chat. $50. Have a meeting today. Have to dip early. Everybody in the chat, let's get it. Sharif Gobriel, Joseph Wilson, great job as always. I hope you all print the rest of the day and hopefully get a great lunch tomorrow. At Sean as well. He's getting the love there. Thank you so much for that. Send him off, Joe.
We will be getting a great lunch tomorrow.
That's it?
That's it.
All right. See you guys. Same bad time, same bad channel.
Thank you, guys.
Take care, guys.
This is the thing. Like so I was actually going to put something in the chat, in our work chat, and you're involved in this too, Obi. Like we get lunch here, so that's fine. We can still get food, but I'm just wondering, is there anything else like kind of cool, like different, like that we could do? Like I don't know, like a fancier dessert or.
Okay.
Oh no, I hear myself in my ear. Hold on a second. Obi must take over for a second.
Yeah, no worries. Like, are you thinking about like food in terms of like more options for?
There you go. I muted it.
For like more than we have, or just like changing? What
No.
Because what we have right now is actually pretty nice.
Yeah, I mean, we didn't even discuss what was for lunch today. So let's just do what was for lunch. We're going to get over everything here. It's our show. We'll just do what we want. But okay, so today, no, just playing around. Turkey chili. With roasted, I mean, how did you like it? Did you have any of it?
It was all right.
Okay, so there we go. So now, if we do it after lunch, we can get reactions on the food.
Yeah.
Actually, I
think it was pretty solid. I like the salad.
Right. Okay.
That came with it.
Me too. I stole some of that. It says Mexican corn salad.
Yeah, it was good. It was good.
It means it's a salad made by a Mexican guy, I think. But Mexican. No. Yeah, just playing around. Mexican.
Oh boy.
What? Yeah, it's pretty good.
Okay.
It's
turkey something.
Right. It's turkey chili. I just want Ramin's voice to be, it's so elegant and everything. I want it to go live. So when she's talking to us, right, everyone can hear.
Yeah.
She was asking about the turkey chili.
I should probably turn that on because
you should. Hear the sweet remarks of Ramin. But turkey chili with
running.
Turkey chili with roasted butternut squash with, check out this descriptive terminology, fluffy brown rice with shredded diced tomatoes.
The rice was a little fluffy.
Oh, the rice was fluffy. As described. With Mexican corn salad. Yeah, I think it had chickpeas in there. I liked it. I stole some of that. Actually, it was really tasty. We had that turkey on ours as well. So turkey in the chili.
Oh, I got stuck.
Turkey on the sandwich. On the salad.
All
right, welcome everybody.
Yeah, welcome.
We went for a walk. We got a little free Starbucks over here. So we got that, although I'm not supposed to support American companies. Damn you, Starbucks employing all these Canadians. So we do that. And then now we're waiting for the TQs. That's actually the position that we're in. We're only in one position right now. We're short the market. I'm not trying to let this market burn or anything, but we're underneath VWAP. Like I said, we went for a walk just before we went on air and we missed that short. I told Obi, we were sitting just at 63. It got to 62.95. So we did miss it, but it doesn't matter. I wasn't here anyways. We had our stop up here. If we break the 200 period, it's actually at 63.40. So if we get above that, then that's where we'll eventually stop. Sorry, 63.40. So that's where we'll stop out right there. But at the end of the day, miss that trade. I'm looking long now, or short now, Obi, in the future. So that's what I'm sort of dealing with right now. How's your day been? We didn't talk to you all day yet.
Oh boy, yeah, no, my day's been a little bit different. I've been trading. I wouldn't say distinctly differently, but definitely switching up the style and
watch the money pile up.
Exactly. Shout out to 50 there. But yeah, no, switch the style up. Sometimes you got to. Sometimes some things don't work. as intended or the same, you gotta shift around, you gotta adapt, you gotta roll with the punches, and yeah, so that's kind of what I've been doing, and I've been doing that pretty well today. Normally I trade 1 or 2 names.
Right.
Oh boy, this blotter's got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 names. 5. One of my favorite numbers. 5. I don't know why. But
5 is actually, I really like that number too. 5.
I like 5. I don't know why. It's like a weird. It reminds me of the color red, and red is also my favorite color. I don't know. There's some wiring.
Might be in the
going
wrong
on
business,
in
but at least we can go short.
Yeah. Well, yeah. I know. I mean, sometimes.
Joey, you got Mexican corn salad on there? Come over here.
Yeah. Let's take a look at this. Take a look at this. Would you look at that?
We added some things.
Okay, there we go. So there's the turkey.
No, but see, I got some things to inquire about. I mean, I'm not going to complain about this. Looks pretty good.
Right.
But why does Ramin get the brie cheese?
No, it's not brie.
It's not brie, but it's cheese. No, it's cheese. It's 100%. I'm a cheese guy.
I'll give you one guess why you think Ramin gets whatever she wants.
Yeah, she's a star.
Okay,
right.
so that's done.
That's
what's your opinion? If you could use a word to describe the rice, what would you call it?
We'll keep it
fluffy.
Yeah,
fluffy.
Well, yeah. I haven't dabbled into
described
it right
as
now.
Fluffy rice.
Yeah, well, that's what we'll go with. It's fluffy.
Okay.
It's not your.
I see you got the
typical
toppings
jasmine.
on there.
Yeah, you got to add.
cheese.
Well, I had to add a little vegetables in there as well too. But yeah, I mean, we got a big hockey game tonight.
She says that you can take her food. She's not eating it today.
All right, I can. Oh, so I can get some fire cheese here then.
Let me know how that cheese is.
All right. I'm a big cheese guy, man. And Adair was just referring to me about the Borson cheese, I believe it is.
Yeah. That's on crackers.
I'll put those on crackers.
Yeah.
Don't bring that around me.
That's like a holiday thing, man.
I will eat it. Yeah, I will eat it. So, hey.
Is that sea wench tonight?
Oh, sea wench tonight. Yeah, 10:15.
10:15.
It's a later. It's a hot slot there for tonight, boys. So,
10:15.
yeah.
The Leafs play the Sharks tonight at 10 o'clock.
At 10:15. Pick what you want. You can come watch the boys at penalty 6 or the Leafs tonight, guy.
There's the food. There's the food right there. A little bit. All right.
You gotta get it. Nice. Yeah. I mean, looks good.
Okay. Well,
Doesn't
there
have
we go.
the brie cheese though. So.
We are miking. I know people want Ramin to be mic'd up. I mean, we've been asking for that. She's a little on the shy side over there. The Chilean Nightmare is making appearances all the time.
Mike, I just don't have anything of importance to add.
Okay.
Oh, she says when she doesn't have anything of importance to. Oh, okay. They heard that. Thumbs up. All right. Sharif is now at the screen, and let's go over what you have chosen for Obi and I to talk about. It's the rundown.
Let's go.
Welcome to the Afternoon Rundown, the show where you decide what we talk about every afternoon. Obi in for Neil. But the boys are locked and ready, and they're ready to look at the tickers as decided by you. But the only way to get those tickers up there is to get with Joe and I on the How to Trade Midday show and get into the chat and vote for your favorite tickers every day. But you got to be a subscriber in order to engage with us. So make sure you're liking, subscribing, and sharing. And we're about less than 100 subscribers from 510,000. Here's a look at the triple Qs right now. All the 4 major averages in negative territory. The ES is down 0.16, likewise with the NQ down 0.25% there, but off the lows. The Dow as well down 0.25%, and the Russell 2000 also down 0.25%. So basically the same look for all 4 major averages. Here's a look at Tesla. It started out really strong, but you can see that entire retracement almost back into the pre-market lows. Elon Musk took to X yesterday to warn of significant impact on Tesla due to Trump's auto tariffs. The cost is not trivial, he goes on to say. Wedbush taking the opportunity to reiterate their outperform rating on Tesla and maintaining, boys, that $550 price target.
Oh boy.
Tesla.
Yeah.
Interesting. So most of the viewers have seen what I've been doing on Tesla today. So if you want to discuss maybe what you were thinking earlier on, and then I'll pipe in after.
Sure. Yeah. No. I think we can talk about what I did on Tesla again. Like I said earlier, I've been kind of switching the style up. What I realized, I was telling Sean earlier as well, was like just sizing down a little bit and just taking the shots at where I think are decent points. Right off of the open, I see the pop, the aggression is nice. I did want to kind of get long initially, but on the pullback off of that 278, I'm like, all right, I definitely kind of want to feel this out. So guess what? I didn't go long. I went short.
Right.
So I went short. I caught that back. I caught the pullback back into VWAP, and then covered like 90% at VWAP when I'm like, all right, well, this is a good place. Definitely buying is going on here. and it breaks out. You can see the nice little morning consolidation, hold, and break out of that 280. We've seen that 280 come in as a little bit of an interesting level there, and I was like, oh boy, this thing got pretty extended. I was watching the tape here, Sean. It was on a squeeze. Right here, if you have the tape on this run up on Tesla, there's definitely some squeeze tape in there, and I was like, oh boy, as soon as those buyers are done buying, I definitely want the other side of that move to take a reversion, try it on the first consolidation. I know I'm probably not going to get it, but I get the 290 short, cover almost everything at 287, and now I'm just holding on to a breadcrumb. We're down at 276s, so I was like, oh boy, it only took me 3 tries, but I gotta do a little bit better with just getting in more, right? I'm trying to keep it light, and it's helping me get some better decisions. But on the day today, pretty much a wipe. Strong move in the morning. Beautiful reversion into the afternoon. Let's see what the rest of the day has in store for Tesla here, giving us a little bit of a shake and bake on the day, Sean.
Yeah, no, for sure. We, we had a lot of fun with it early, and it was on the radar. I mean, I think Tesla has to be on your radar every day. I mean, especially with all this tariff talk when you come in today, and that's all that everyone's talking about. Plus, it's been a great mover. We just talked about it being down there at 220, 230, 240, 250, 290 today. So yeah, it's been moving. We started the day short, right? I mean, the market, we are pretty negative on everything. So we were short. Then we got actually pretty tuned right there, getting stopped out at 280. It was fine. We gave everything back. We were, or close enough to being red anyways and not happy with ourselves. And then it broke through 280. And then we were like, oh my God, we're doing it again. And then it just dripped back in, and we were like, as soon as we had wrote it down on our sticky note, and we have to be able to follow our rules, or we're just going down like basically digging a hole where we can't get out of. So we go all the way. Shout out to Jim. He asked me, what's up, Jim? He said, Sean's digging a hole there, and I sort of called him about what, so I wanted to know what he's talking about. If he's talking about with me and Ramin, no, we go, that's all. We have a lot of fun with that. But anyways, came back in, Obi, and we really protected that view up, and we're lucky that it never got stopped out, or else it would have just been a double whammy. We would have been peed off about getting stopped out there, then we would have been even more upset there. But at the end of the day, there's that parabolic move, really. I mean, as you called it, it just was uncontrollable. We were selling into that. Then we noticed the same sign of stop and go here at 86s. We were getting a lot out, and then boom, right there, right as we went off there, man. I mean, we took this with everybody. 291 out, and then it just faded out. We went swimming. We talked about that. We do that every lunch. And then we got our stop out right here once this consolidation level broke. So there's the stop out. Then we thought we were pretty cool, and we came back, and we started buying again right here. It was working. It did not work. So we wind up, up there, red here. So net, give a little bit back in all of this nonsense. But again, we tried to buy. We tried to buy into this level 277, just didn't hold. So at the end of the day, right now, Tesla up 1.76%. I think the bulls won early, huge. Like I was saying, going short here was money making. But even as this was happening, I was like, man, like if we had just gone long off the 200 period, we would have never had a problem. So the short was wrong early, although it was printing, and then all of a sudden it had this move back in. So we'll keep our ear to the ground about Tesla. Yeah. A stock that I do like is Tesla. So let's quickly go over to Sharif. Will hear what he's all about, and then we'll come back and talk Palantir.
Yeah, Palantir, good look, Sean. Up on the day about 0.1%. Couple of headlines, couldn't find the second one, but this is the first one here. The CIO is cutting IT team by 60%. He's looking to abolish the IT organization. According to him, it is to drive agility and innovation. The other headline that I couldn't find is what we reported on this morning. The Trump administration is looking at monitoring the border between the U.S. and Mexico in their war against the drug cartels, using satellites and AI guys to identify targets of interest. Anduril, SpaceX, and Palantir are going to be at the heart of that.
We know we've liked Palantir for a while, but right now we have to discuss Worksport because this is a new discovery on the NASDAQ. It's WKSP. Go check them out. Worksport. Worksport is a U.S.-based manufacturer and rapidly expanding with growing revenues, government contracts, and innovative green energy products designed to power your life off-grid. Whether you're on the move or seeking sustainable energy solutions, Worksport, guess what? Has you covered. Now trading on the NASDAQ under WKSP. Discover the future of clean energy with Worksport. I mean, a couple of neat ideas right there. Go check them out, Worksport. You like camping, Obi. We talk about that.
Oh yeah,
all
of
the time.
course.
You
I
could
love camping.
grab some of that technology and use it at your will. So there it is, Worksport. Thank you so much for that. WKSP, a little bit of a rough day today. I was looking at that stock. All right, so, okay, we short the Qs. All right, Palantir. Now, Palantir, again, I think we learned from yesterday where we took it a little too early and got ran over. And then, you know, if we look at yesterday's, boom, there it was. We were trying to protect 96 yesterday, that pre-market low. Well, that didn't work out, and then it just kept on falling. So today we did the same. We did basically looking for the same trade. We wrote down on our sticky note that we wanted 90 longs. Well, what wound up happening was we got really patient, man. We took our first bid at 90.50, which was right into here, the pre-market low. That's close enough, right? We didn't know. We actually wrote down here between 90 and 91. So the 90.50 was follow plan, and then right down into there, the 90 came into play. It does, let me see if I can zoom in a little bit. It does break. So again, like we weren't really having the greatest day in the very first. We were good because Tesla was working, but we were basically flat because we got stopped out there. Once we got stopped out, we realized that it only went down to 74 or 80s or something like that. We bought it back. Then we added to it as it broke back above 90 again. And then there it goes. It started taking off to the upside. Whoopsies. Took off to the upside. And then there's the good outs, man. 92 and change. Getting out right there. And I liked what you said about breadcrumbs. It's like, you know, you get a lot out when it goes to VWAP, when it goes back and you're finally back to green. Well, the thing is like, that's not good enough. It's need to hold more shares to go upside. We always hold like that little 5% or so for the end, which was fine right there, which we got stopped out on as well. But we haven't been back into Palantir. This bottom just looks great. So we're going to look for this 91.50. I really like the stock, as a lot of you know. Palantir is one of the favorites of mine. So we'll just continue to sit here and watch this. It's a great day trade. It's actually up today, 0.15. I'm surprised. I mean, that note by Sharif there, I had written it down, and even like that should be good news for Palantir. There's not too many AI companies that do have the stamp of approval, especially for this data, by the government. It took a while for them to get that. They got it. It's their foundry system. And, you know, we're really looking forward to more deals with Palantir as shareholders, but we'll have to wait for that. So not really reacting today the best way I thought it could. It did get going early, but again, just sort of a market-related name, man. I mean, if the market was screaming, this name would also be screaming. But for right now, a little muted on Palantir. Was it one of the 5 names that you traded, or no?
No, definitely not. But like looking back at it, Sean, it's I kind of missed this one. I was watching it yesterday there. Nice little strong close into the end of the day after a strong quadrunk, again, along with the rest of the market. But yeah, I really like your trades there off of the open. That 90 back through, it kind of false breaks that pre-market low. Not only does that, Sean, I went up to the higher time frame on a 3-hour chart. Take a look at what we held in that morning session in that exact area where you went long.
Right.
Look at that. Boom. Would you look at that? Nice little flush with strong volume. Relative volume comes up. Look at that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 tests. Yesterday, we flush into that support area, and that is the only play. That's like, okay, if you're looking for buyers, they've been there once, they've been there twice, thrice, 4 times, 5 times. Can you expect them to be there again? I don't know, maybe, but you definitely saw something, and I think that's pretty solid there. A little bit.
I mean, where were you this morning, my guy? I would have liked to see that I mean, there, but
you know, honestly, like if you were like, yeah, maybe Palantir today, I would have pulled this chart up and I would have seen that, and I would have been like, okay, yeah, this is definitely worth giving a watch, because there are higher time frame participants coming in potentially at that $90 level, and that's exactly what we saw today. A little bit of a sideways action after that morning session. You can see that we've been holding VWAP pretty well since then. So again, looking decent. Seems like buyers are in charge on this ticker as of right now on the higher time frame. Let's see what Palantir has in store for us for the rest of the day.
Palantir's on my mind every day, okay? So
We'll
talk about it every day.
We'll talk.
All right, man. Yeah, what's up, Stevenson Etienne? My guy, right there. I still can't stop laughing. We had a good time with Stevenson when he was talking about trade the pool. But we'll check out AMD, man. You just let me know what position you're in, because we need to get you graduated. Okay, what's going on, Sharif, over there? I guess it's NVIDIA time. Okay, good. We can talk about AMD with NVIDIA.
Yeah, AMD with a big downgrade today too, guys. But NVIDIA, a bit of a tough day yesterday, another tough day today, not as bad as yesterday. A couple of headlines here of importance. NVIDIA is reportedly looking to buy out Lepton AI, which basically rents out server GPUs. That has some speculators here, including short seller Jim Chanos, thinking that their inventory, there may be a glut of inventory here. So a bit of an issue there. That's the first time we've heard that from coming out of NVIDIA. Secondly, they face a bit of a headwind coming out of China. Their H20 AI GPU is made specifically for China, but it uses more energy than the energy standards typically allow, and that has the Chinese authorities suggesting to their companies not to use the H20, guys.
Advanced money duplicator. Okay, I see you, day trader cut. I'm going to go with the destroyer on that one still, but it's been a good one, man. AMD has made its move, and we will look over there. I was looking at 108 short. I want to double check it there. The high of the day is 107.60, so we did have the right direction, but not the right price. A little light on the price check for AMD, and we'll go and do it. I do want to probably trade that here into the close. So we'll have a quick look on that name and see what we can get for you. Okay, but anyways, NVIDIA just for now. There's that move down. This is the one thing, Obi, that I think I need to do again is look a little more carefully at these bottoms that happen early or the tops that happen early, because it seems like these stocks have huge moves every single day. NVIDIA goes bottom 110.60 all the way up to 114. So that's a $4 move. That's 4% on a $110 name. Let's call it 3 and a bit percent move straight up. So that was a great move right there off the open. But the thing is, when you're looking at NVIDIA, it just gets back to yesterday's high. So again, trading is definitely something that requires a lot of patience, and you have to get lucky at some levels, and you have to look at things. But like it kind of, this 114.50 was kind of the top, and was a good level right there. So this doesn't really surprise me that we fall off of there. I feel like the move down 1.3% does. I thought that there could have been a better rebound day here for some of the chip names after we saw AMD get killed yesterday, and some of the other names with NVIDIA leading as well downside. So, I mean, huge move, kind of disappointing for shareholders that we're not all the way back up. But I mean, this 110, it's held a couple times if we look at the chart, and bear with me, I have to zoom in so it doesn't get that action. But right there's 110. We've only spent 2 days underneath. So, you know, as long as we can get back into that area, I think you like that hold. 110, these wicks go down to 109.20s, 109.40s. So you want to give it at least $1, I would say, if you're going to try 110. But the 110 has paid off a couple times. Paid off here, and again today. So we've seen some success with these levels. I would say stay the course with NVIDIA. Try to buy dips long, but today's not the day. And so we're going to go short. We're underneath everything. But at the end of it all, very interesting what Sharif was mentioning there about Chanos. This is the one thing that's going to stall NVIDIA, is going to be oversupply, because they're producing more and more chips every year. And if you can't get rid of the old ones, then you're going to have like a Nike and a Lulu and all these kind of problems like what retail does, where you keep refreshing your product line, but your old product line is still on the shelves and you're going to have to discount it, right? So if you're able to build DeepSeek and some of these other models and whatnot on lesser chips, then it does, you know, create a problem, because demand for the new ones, you're going to create an inventory glut on those, because the people that you're expecting to upgrade are simply just satisfied with the lower end. So I would just say we watch out for that. Their quarters always last, Obi. So it's not like you can wait. You know, AMD's going to report before them. Every chip name, they're all going to report before NVIDIA. So you're going to have to wait. Unfortunately, the chip sector right now getting beat up pretty good. Marvell hit yesterday. Yeah. AMD hit yesterday. Boy. Intel, despite getting a new CEO, had that huge bump into 26, and now is right back to 23. So I just don't feel very comfortable right now with what's been happening in the space, and that's the chip space. So, yeah, that's about it for me on NVIDIA. We will look at AMD. I'm thinking about trading that here in the afternoon.
Yeah, some interesting times here with the new regulations coming in from China. Again, we talked about it yesterday as well. You guys read the report. 13% of NVIDIA's revenue kind of coming in from those sources there. So yeah, maybe some investor sentiment might be shifted based off of that. We saw that kind of coming in yesterday, right off of the open there, 118 flush. Again, along with the rest of the market there as well. But catching a little bit of a bid today, 110.66 day lows, and popping back in a little bit of a VWAP orbit since then, 112, 115s. But let's take a quick look at a higher time frame on this one. Take that VWAP off the chart. And let's see. So we see that we kind of attempted to push past this 120 mark. This was the bid. I was watching this. I don't know if again, you guys know when I turn on my indicators how some of my charts get. But again, I don't use all of the indicators. I just leave them on. Okay, so nothing too significant here. There's a lot of anchored VWAPs here, but the one I want to focus on was the one I've been pointing out for the past couple of weeks. And if you've seen me on the show a couple of times, I'm like, yeah, I'm just dropping an anchored at the high. We got some high volume bars there as well. So at the high that NVIDIA made, and you can see we attempted to break that high, but that average volume price right there, we're trading well below it, and we've been making lower lows underneath it. So I don't know what that means, but it seems like a little bit of a downtrend off of those highs. Even whether it's temporary or not, I have no idea. But yeah, we've been making a little bit of lower highs there. Prior low at that 104.41. No idea if this sell-off will take us into there, but today we got a little bit of consolidation. Let's see if it's price acceptance. I have no idea.
Before we go back to Sharif, I just want to say one quick thing. We just got out of the TQs a little bit there. We got out of 20% because it did fall back into the 50-period moving average. Let's go futures. Let's get to the downside right now. My guy's short. I'm short. We're going to see what happens with these futures into the close. All right, Robinhood, you always up to no good, man. You always up to no good.
I had to, Sean. It rhymed. They were actually up to good today. They're continuing to disrupt traditional finance by offering what they call like JP Morgan, Morgan Stanley type banking for less wealthy individuals. So here the headline reads, expands banking, will offer customers 4% savings APY and cash home delivery. But they're doing a lot more than that, guys. So Robinhood looking to expand their product portfolio.
Robinhood. I mean, we talked about that. I think I made a mistake initially, and I haven't corrected it. So, and that was investing in SoFi. I think Robinhood is the one we always talk about the same stuff, but the same thing impressed me too about the 700% increase in crypto trading on that last quarter. Plus, I think it was also a 300% increase in assets under management or whatever they call it there. So more people depositing into their Robinhood accounts, more IRAs or whatever they're able to do, more account offerings. So Robinhood could be that thing. I mean, I just know, especially from my own, I started investing with the bank that I banked with. Like, my parents basically, beside our high school, there was, one of the big 6 banks, and it was just the one that I started banking with, and therefore they got my mortgage, they got my RRSPs, they got my swing trade. So it's all integrated. So if you do get some, that's okay. If you do get some, lost my train of thought. If you do get these customers at an early age, they'll stay with you. So anyways, I really like Robinhood. What is going on over there?
No, I think this is a cooking. So I look back as well. There's a cooking show. So I saw ribs. And I got distracted, obviously.
Okay.
Right? I looked back and I was like, okay, we're definitely, I guess we're cooking. But just on the TV right now, those I don't know what those are, but those look amazing. But you know what does?
There. Yeah, what's short? That's what I'm
watching that. Look at that. Would you look at that?
Oh, there we go. We got to get that out. Get that out of here, man.
All right. Well,
you can't distract us with food.
We got to get back to the show. All right.
Or can you? But anyways, Robinhood. Look, I like the stock. It's been beat up a little bit over the last couple of days, but I mean, what wasn't yesterday? It did have a really great rebound off these levels. So I want to sell some JP Morgan, and I think that if we could continue to go higher, they both go higher together. But at the end of the day, I really like this Robinhood trade. Wish we would have bought this instead of JPM, so we'll try to correct a little bit of that as we go. So anyways, I really like Robinhood. This is one of the dip buy opportunities I think that we want to get involved with. Let me just double check before I throw over to you, because I want to check the PE on this. Like, why are we getting sort of so riled up about Robinhood here? Is it even that thing right now? Yeah, so PE still 32s and 28s, right? Like, you're not going to get anywhere near that for traditional banks, right? And like, see what I'm saying? JP Morgan's is 13. So you're paying 3 times the price for Robinhood. But again, the growth name is there, right? I mean, JP Morgan is just what they are. They're all obviously developed and, AP, what's AppLovin symbol? APP, that's what it is. Okay, so just heard in my ear, AppLovin, Muddy Waters, short report right now hitting the wires on AppLovin. So APP, there it goes. Whoa. So that was just at 301 when we brought that to you. So.
Oh my God.
All right, you got it here first, man. There goes AppLovin. We just brought that to you. Boom. Wow, Obi. Yeah. All right. Next time, man, we just punch short. But anyways, so they're talking about web traffic analysis is not accurate. But anyways, we'll get that. Adara's enjoying her lunch. We'll get that story when I see it on our Benzinga. I'll repeat it. But anyways, as we go, Adara just messaged us. Anyways. All right. Well, yeah, I'll get that. But anyways, anything on right now on Robinhood, and then we'll go over the story.
Yeah, no, I was watching that spread on Apple 11. It's pretty wild there. But yeah, Robinhood, didn't really have eyes on it. Kind of sold off with the rest of the market yesterday. Sold off even more into the after hours. Bit of a gap up this morning, but nice little flush into prior day's lows. And again, didn't quite sustain price below prior day lows. You can see the volume coming in with expanding volume coming in on the pullback through when the bid shows back up, back through prior day low. And then we've been kind of consolidating, trading sideways. Now underneath VWAP, making lower highs relative to the morning session there and kind of building a base on top of this 44, it would seem. So interesting stuff there on Hood, Robinhood there. But I don't know if it's up to no good. But that 44 definitely looks a little bit interesting. It's App 11. Oh boy, coming in real hot.
All right, guys, last on the list here is Rivian. What a fantastic day today for Rivian. Obviously, something to do with the tariffs as they make their cars in the United States. An interesting note here from Benzinga, an unusual options activity detection, guys, with some shorter dated calls here. Decidedly bullish, 77% bullish, 23% bearish, guys. Good day today, up almost 8%.
Very bullish today on Rivian, I guess. The market's coming back in again, so we'll take some more out here on the futures as Obi and I sit in these shorts. I mean, great to have you here, Obi. All right, Rivian. Wow. Looking over there, making sure Randy's not over there because he really liked this, Obi, at $10.20. He had an exact price of $10.22. And this is an oh boy miss because during all of that time, you know where it came down to, man? This is like something that I would talk about more. $10.45 or so. So a little bit of a miss there as we go up basically 25% rate from there. So this is the thing, like despite some of these names being so beat up, you just get these little pops and they add up to a lot. Like, you know, a 25% hit is bad, but you just got a gain right there of 25% in just 5 days. So it's a nice move up there for Rivian, up that 8%. You know, we know that they're trying to build that or are building that plant there in Georgia. So if Rivian's going to build American, then they're going to get those American sort of tailwinds there. And Rivian's getting that today. So, you know, in hindsight, a very easy long this morning, knowing that their car is American built. They're going to get supported there. Especially the other thing, too, is whether or not you like all this stuff that Elon's doing or whatever, there are going to be EV buyers that will not prefer to buy a Tesla now based on what's been happening. There will be people that will be like that. We've seen vandalism, we've seen this, we've seen that. So Rivian on the higher end, because they do have that $140,000 sort of price, that's in Canadian, target for their cars. I think Rivian is the beneficiary of some of the Tesla negativity and Build USA. So, I like Rivian, and I think it works from here on in. That was a great call by Randy, and I'm still in the name a little bit at 11.25, and we'll just wait to see what winds up happening with Rivian. So the top has been 18. If it gets back up there, it might be a good out.
Yeah, no, definitely one to keep an eye on. Again, with the whole tariff news today. One of the names I did have an eye on, again, was Ford and GM. But yeah, Rivian looking really nice today, holding that VWAP in the morning session. Pullbacks, hold VWAP once again. General uptrend on the day. After a strong day of selling on the market, it didn't really sell off that crazily yesterday. Sure, it was down pretty bad from the highs to the lows, about 5.5%. But on the day today, from today's lows to the highs, Sean, this thing is up over 9%.
Bang.
Oh boy, is it over 9,000? I don't know. But it's over 9% for sure, making higher highs and higher lows on Rivian. So a nice little drive off of the opening session. You can see that this pullback as well, holding that 1260. Pretty nice prior structure, prior day's high hold as well in the middle of the day for that continuation. Expanding relative volume as well, even though the volume itself is dropping down. So interesting stuff happening there on Rivian. But yeah, other than that, nothing really else on this one. Wasn't necessarily on my radar. Like I said, I was watching, I guess, Ford and GM a little bit more in the morning. I did not really get involved with either of them. All right, so app stops me out. I took a little bit of a piece there for maybe potentially, a little cheeky piece for a potential reversion back into 300. Okay. It was interesting. As soon as I punched in, it wipes up 3 points right after. That was a little interesting. On something illiquid and spready as this, you definitely see distinct outlier action sometimes that, when people punching in to orders. Interesting timing on that one, though. But tinfoil hat off, 290s broke. We're trading a little bit lower there. So yeah, I was risking, I think, what did I get in? I got in 94s, risking down to 91s, being like, if we get down to 91s, we're probably going to break below 90. And we're trading 287s and some change as of right now on AAPL. So that short report coming in real strong as the ticker flushes even lower here. I did have an anchored, so I did have a bit of a reason there looking for a potential bid. It did kind of stall. I gave it a shot, but you know what? I do not want to get in front of a falling knife like that. Again, risking appropriately. So let me know in the chat, what are you guys trading today? I definitely have traded a decent amount of tickers today. Like I said, distinctly different than usual. I have about 6 tickers on my blotter. Oh boy. And this ticker continuing to fall to the downside, Sean. But yeah, let me go.
I like the short. I like the shorts into the close.
Yeah, the shorts are nice, man.
I'm with you. I'm on the NASDAQ. You're on Tesla. I mean, I think we're both feeling very, very similarly to what we're debating here is the short call in the market. We both have our stops. Mine's at the money now. Obi's is quite clearly still in the money, which is really nice to see. So
I got a lot of dollar clubs on that one, bro.
Yeah, man. We'll just we had $17 on Tesla.
In the morning. Yeah,
we had $277 to $291. Sorry, $14. $14. The market's wild.
Yeah.
And I just want to say, good job trying that shot there on AAPL. And before we go over, I know we have to go. Are we ready for Dara now? Yeah. All right, let's just go to her, and then I want to have a story.
Yeah, I just wanted to recap here this AAPL short report. So yes, I was not at the desk when this came through. Basically what happened here was Muddy Waters is short AAPL. They basically said, there's a lot of technical jargon in this short report, but they said apparently about roughly 52% of their e-commerce is actually retargeting, and they only have about 25 to 35% incrementality, which they view as a little bit weaker here. They also said that the company misappropriates user data from some of its 3 key platforms and then uses that data as a black edge. So basically said there's some sketchy things going on with regards to how it uses data. Its Axon platform as well has been on watch with quite a few short sellers targeting it. And I want to mention as well, AAPL, I believe this is like its 4th short report in 1 month. So on February 20th, I guess a little bit over a month, we got one short report, then we got 2 more short reports the week after, now another short report. The people who have been short this name are Bear Cave, Muddy Waters as of today, Culprit Research, and Fuzzy Panda. So 4 shorters on this name. A huge push here for APP.
Obi and I were just talking about looking at the AAPL chart. It's like, I know Obi tried long, and I thought he tried short. When he told me he tried long, I was like, you might not want to mess with that. But the thing is the story is what it is. It's down 12%, right? Again, I always feel a little bit like these short reports, what are they really trying to accomplish? I don't really know, again, what the rules are on that. Does the SEC, do they have to file this report with them before they release it? Or can they just say whatever they want? Because right there, if you've got puts or something, you just had a crazy outsized move right there. So I don't know what Muddy Waters' position is. If they're flat on AAPL and they're just doing research and giving this out as a paid, service to their viewers or to their subscribers or whatever they're doing, that's one thing, because, that happens all the time. People put out research notes, people put out reports. It's their opinion. It's fine. It's just sometimes I just wonder, what's up with that? There's the 50 period, there's 350, maybe just nervous that it wasn't going and then flash to the downside. That's just a little bit it's probably completely fine. And there are rules to that. It's not like I'm coming up with something here. So there was that other short reporter. It wasn't Muddy Waters. There's the other one, the guy. It was a singular guy basically was running. I forget what it was, but they've stopped putting out short reports.
Oh, Citron.
Citron.
Yeah. I remember.
Yeah.
I remember when I used to trade at home. Like Citron reports were like I would want to know like when Citron would report. That would almost be an insta short.
Right.
On some of those, and if you were first, it was definitely nice. So.
That's
these short
the
reports
thing.
pretty
I wanted to say, so you looked at Rivian and you're like, oh boy, it's up 9% or whatever.
Yeah.
Like, do you ever look at that, the percentage that it's up, in order to think about what to trade, or? Because I see it up 9%, and the only time that really affects me is maybe when it's down 9%, and then I'm looking for a bounce off of the short sale restriction, so of being down 10%.
Yeah.
Do you ever like going long? Like you always play reversion, so this maybe is a little bit of a loaded, not always, but it's maybe a loaded question. Because it's up so much, is that something that you would leave alone? Or
no, I would definitely keep it on. Keep it on watch. Because if I think it is getting overextended, I want to keep it on watch because I'm hunting for a reason to sell. If it gives me any sort of exhaustion, then yeah, I definitely want to get involved. If it's up heavy on the day, but I'll usually look at volume leaders, and I know that people definitely look at how much percent it's up or down. There are definitely some good stats around that, and I'm sure that people have some edge in and around that. But usually I just look at volume leaders, and those volume leaders will usually find me the ones that are up the most or down the most on the day as well.
All right.
More often than not, but not necessarily something I weigh.
Because I just use that hot list, and I'm just trying to find like names that are kind of like hot and bouncing around a little bit, and then I don't really ever sort. I do sort. Like I have a watch list here that I automatically just sort everything. Unfortunately, I don't have Rivian on here. I'm going to add it, but like Baba up 3%. So if I was going bullish, I would sort of look over and find Alibaba. Okay, we're getting. I don't know what your position is right now on Tesla or where your stops are, but right now we are starting to get a little spicy for us on this trade. The futures are fine, man. We're just short at 10, but we just got our maximum position for what we're trying to add on for this particular trade. And I always go through that kind of math again, trying to figure out like what kind of loss, because we're up on the day, we're not turning red on any of these kind of shots in the dark. But right here, I want to go short this into the close, so I'm using $63.40. So I'm just going to double check. So that's sort of my stop zone. I'll give it a little bit more. We're actually going to stop out above 50, but at the end of the day, I don't always want to stop out right at that level. So we'll give it a little bit of room. So that right there would be 63.40. Just up it a little bit, 10 cents, and that's where we're going to get stopped out. So how I analyze this, and a lot of you ask about share size or about risk and all that, it's like I'm in a comfortable position right now that if this gets run, then it's a zero and we wash our hands and we just move on. We don't beat ourselves up over it. It's not like, what have we done type of thing. This is a trade, and we're looking to make it here back downside. And what you can also do is, I'm starting to do a little bit of this too. It's helping me hold on for a little bit longer, is just thinking like, I'm short right now at 10s. So if it goes and runs me at 50, that's a 40-cent hit, right? So I need to get out. If we come over to the chart here, that VWAP right there is actually at 63. So I'll always get something out there because it will still be a win. So 63.95. So we'll put something down here around that area, get out of like our 10% just because it hits our levels. But then in the back of my mind, I'm also understanding that a 40-cent hit, in order for this to make any sense, I really need to, and we made a lot of money not doing one-to-one. The R to R is up to you. It's whatever you want to give it, right? Because we make money the minute this thing gets underneath 10 cents. So I could get it all out at 9, and that's a win, but it wouldn't justify the risk. So you have to do that in your head. This is why I was talking with the guys last night. It's like, there's so many decisions that you have to make all the time throughout the day. And it's like, try to make it as simple as possible. So down to VWAP, then down to the 50 period, and then we'll try to empty out roughly half of our position. We don't want to be in more than half if the 1-to-1 ratio is met. So 1-to-1, we're talking about ratios, risk to reward. So if it's 40 cents worth of risk, I'd like to be out of half of my position in and around that 40-cent profit mark. So that's what we're doing right now. The only earnings we have tonight, so join Adara and myself would be Lululemon. So we like that name here. I just got delivery today, 2 more products dropped off at the house there. I like some of that shirt I was wearing yesterday was actually a Lulu shirt. And I don't know, I buy some of the stuff there and it's been pretty good. I had to take something back, so I went to Sherway on the weekend. So easy. I mean, the store wasn't exactly packed or anything like that. So walked right up, man. They scanned it in. They gave me a gift card. It was fantastic. So, I mean, I like that kind of stuff. And, you know, so I'm buying that. I mean, coming into the summertime, you know, wearing, you know, a little more casual stuff there.
Oh, so. For sure. Yeah, no,
and we've changed where, you know, we don't necessarily, I mean, you're all fancy today. What, do you got a date tonight or what?
No, I was, you know, I was like,
look at that smile. There's something going on, Obi.
No, there's nothing.
There's something going on, my guy.
So I just got, you know, just
lucky guy, eh? To be single again, eh?
I mean, you know.
I didn't even ask you. Are you single? I don't even.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Why not? I know. That's what I was going to ask you. If you said yes, I was going to be, or no, I was going to say why not? Yeah. Okay.
Oh, boy.
All right. Oh boy.
Yeah.
Oh, how?
I don't need to.
Not that this has anything to do with Miami or anything like that. But how was it? Because we haven't.
Oh,
really
right.
spoken.
Yeah. Miami was great, man.
Good.
Beautiful weather there.
You met other traders there.
Yeah, for sure.
Good, man.
Met some really great traders. Had some good conversations. Really thankful for the Traders for a Cause event.
Good, man.
I love some of the stuff that they host. And yeah, no, great kind of networking and stuff. So it was a good trip. It was definitely a good trip, well worth it.
Nice.
And yeah, it's good to kind of get away from the desk every now and then, even though it's trading related. You know,
for sure.
Oh
man, I mean, hanging around, listening to me, listening to Neil, like it's always great. Hear other people and get away, because sometimes it does give you that. And someone just asked what happened to Neil. Yeah, he quit. No, he's at the Jays game.
Yeah.
Hey traders, I hope you're enjoying this stream.
We're redoing
Make
this.
sure to like, subscribe, even share. Plus,
there's too many shadows in that.
Socials.
I mean, what the hell is that? That is being redone immediately. So that's going to be redone tomorrow. There we'll dress up all handsome like Obi and get that going. So yeah, but no, anyways, at the end of the day, Neil enjoying it. And Blue Jays about to have their first pitch here, 3:07. So it's Orioles, Jays, and that should be a good one.
He said the game starts when?
Right now, 3:07. I just said 3:07.
Okay.
First pitch.
Yeah. All right, so soon.
Yeah.
Should be interesting.
You like going to the Jays games or anything?
I told Neil this. I've never been to a game.
All right, so see, this is the kind of stuff that I'm talking about.
I've never been
like
to
all this money that people will donate in. Like we could do like a Trader TV Live does the Jays game. You know, like kind of like, you know, we all go to the Jays game, buy, you know, get some drinks going on there. You know, I don't know, have fun doing something like that.
Yeah.
You know, playing some Street Fighter. We go. Oh yeah, that when you went for your graduation, that was fun. There's
that was good. Yeah. There was
meet
a Street
people
Fighter
there, do all that kind of stuff. I was trying to think something a little bit more. So Neil has season tickets. He shares them.
Great.
Yeah, I mean he'll talk about this tomorrow. I'll ask him, but he shares them with one of his roommates from university, I believe. He was doing that for a while, so we'll double check that. But yeah,
did he won that? He bought them?
I know, hard to believe, but he buys his Jays tickets. Yeah. So so they only say that because Jays, I don't know, season tickets for baseball. Like I have them for the PWHL, which is the girls hockey, which I mean we really like it. So to each their own. But that's only like 15 home games, maybe not even something like that. But the Jays, man, that's 81 home games all throughout the summer, and some days they'll have like 6 in a week.
Yeah.
So you got to get on StubHub like immediately and start getting rid of those. But the good thing about it is, and I don't know if you know too much, like I know about the ticket scalping business and all that stuff. You get a much better price when you have the season tickets.
Right.
So
they're transferable.
Oh yeah.
Oh, wow.
Easily. Anything is easy to get rid of.
Oh.
You could just literally text them to somebody, and you logged into your account and you got them. No more tickets anymore. Yeah. I don't know the last time I actually had a physical ticket.
Yeah. No.
Everything is now scanned.
Everything's just on the Google Wallet or the Ticketmaster. Like you can get everything on your Google Wallet. But yeah, last time I did when I went to Miami, I did my ticket.
Yeah.
My boarding pass.
Yeah.
Through my phone.
Of course.
On the Google Wallet.
Oh yeah. I've never printed that off.
Yeah.
I put them in the Apple Wallet because then you don't even need internet access.
Yep.
It's right there. Yeah. Look at you, Obi, using technology. I like that. All right, so You're supposed to. You're young. You know, you're supposed to be all over the technology game.
Yeah, of course.
All right, so we're close, man. I just want, as we've been talking, there hasn't been much going on in the market. So, but at the end of the day, there's always something going on. The futures right now are at this level, so we're out of the money now. 10 handles. Very, very comfortable with this trade, but getting uncomfortable. And we never say you can't ever become better until you're uncomfortable. Like, I don't know what I'm saying, but I think you know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, you got to
in order to become comfortable, you got to sort of get uncomfortable first.
For sure. Yeah.
So that's how I'm learning to try to hold on to these things a little bit more and get a little bit better. So we sit here, we watch our positions, and we don't go max, so we can sit here and wait and be patient and still have a good show. So that's what we're doing right now. Oh, you're in AppLovin again. I didn't even realize that.
Yeah, no, I'm watching it. It's consolidating. It's making some lower highs. It's holding the 290. It got flushed out on some strong news. I get it. I gave it a couple shots. I'm in my second shot right now. I'm willing to give it a couple shots there. But consolidating near its lows. Yeah, technically still trending to the downside here. Daily trend as well. It kind of came in, and that flushing kind of brings in those sellers, and I'm like, I see this, and I'm like, all right, well, let's see where the bid comes up. Again, I'm not expecting it to go back through higher days. I'm just looking for a little bit of a reversion to see if it'll have me. And as of right now, Sean, a bit of reversion definitely coming in on this market with the bid kind of stepping right back up. We see Tesla's coming right back up into that 280 mark. Let's see what we can do with 280. I definitely did not get re-involved here or re-engaged. You can see I got in the single entry there on the short, covered most of it 287s. Pulls back into VWAP, didn't really cover anything there, but this I think is a good spot to get back in. This is a good spot to get back in. Didn't really participate in that, but let's see what Tesla has to offer for the rest of the day. Maybe some more entries.
All right, we're just talking about some gambling and going off to some games. So let's talk a little bit here about one of our sponsors here. It's ProfitX. So want top tier odds? I'm going to show them in a minute. And total control. ProfitX brings you peer-to-peer. This is important. Picking open API access for automation. Can you believe you can have an open API here? This is crazy. I love this. And cost-efficient trading all in one place. It's like day trading, but with your favorite sports. Make offers, match plays, and even manage your own risk with diverse prediction options. Don't just place picks, exchange them. ProfitX, a smarter, faster way to play. Users here can use code TRADERTV to get to your sign-up offer of 2% cash back with up to $300 as that maximum cash back. So here's thanks ProfitX, and go check them out right now immediately. ProfitX.co, actually. Scan the QR code right there, ProfitX.co. So I'm on that page right now, and you know, again, the good thing about it, I am hearing some feedback in my ear. I don't know if someone's mic is different.
A little feedback.
You got it too? Okay, so
yeah, I got it.
Sometimes I'm hearing things, especially, ask my wife. I hear lots of things and don't hear other things. So it's very, very interesting, my life. Yeah. But yeah, so here we go, man. Wow, okay, so now Toronto's minus 110. Neil and I actually got this earlier. Look at the money that's there right now. $5,000 on the offer, $3,000 right now on the bid, and these are the odds. So if you like Baltimore, you can squeeze this right now. You could say, oh, I'm willing to take plus 105. You can tighten it up one way or the other. You could put Toronto to minus 109. Anything you want. Neil and I are long Toronto right now, minus 104 from today. So we could actually punch out of that right now by taking Baltimore on the other side. So it's really cool. Lots of stuff happening. Look at this. $54,000 right now is on this game traded. So with pitch opening day, so opening pitch here, first pitch coming in just under 20 minutes, 54,000 has been offered back and forth on here, right? So that's the traded amount. And again, tons of odds on here, tons of sports, NBA. You could talk about the most traded San Antonio Spurs right here at Cleveland. So this is just money line, but check the spread, right? Like, honestly, they are a sponsor for us, but this is completely off the cuff. I'm just doing this because I'm pretty passionate about it. Like, I'll make bets all the time. And the thing is you save a lot of money. Look at the spread here tonight. San Antonio Spurs versus, thanks, Marine. San Antonio versus Cleveland, right? And again, just for you guys, we're going to get back to trading in 1 second. It's minus 103 on both sides. All right, so the thing about that is, if you open up your FanDuel right now, this is minus 110 on both sides. So it's just, It's about saving that money on the VIG. Most sports bettors will be 52, 53% are like the most successful sports bettors. And I can tell you, I opened up I'll talk about that in a minute, how much I've spent and how much I've won. I think, I don't know the timing, that's what I have to tell you guys. But to save those points does matter. Check them out, ProfitX. All right, so just on something else right now, the TQs just went right back into flat for us again. So as we were talking about that, the net was sort of dancing back and forth. So we were trying to stay disciplined, but like now the 50 period has moved to $63. Like it's not getting favorable for us. Normally, whenever we're above all of these lines, I'm looking for it to come back in and take longs off of this support. It's like the death cross, but in my world, where you have the 1 minute death cross, the 50 period crossing the 200 period. So that just happened. So I haven't back tested it on a 1 minute chart, nor do I believe in those death crosses. And I say just for a joke, like they predicted 18 of the last 4 recessions. Okay, here it comes right back down in. So let's start to take something out here right now as we get right back in. This is a good move. You see this move down, we need to take advantage of it. We get some 04s out. There it goes. Let's go, man. Good trading so far here, Obi, as we start to get back down in. So we were waiting for 95s. We're still there at 96. A couple more. Oh my God, 96 just flashed. Did we get that, Phil? Yes, we did, Obi. Props up to that, Phil. What the hell gateway were we on? Thank you, NASDAQ. What a great fill that was as we just got that level. So we were just talking about it. Good fill for us there. We still have 80%. We took double 10% out there. One at the 50, one at VWAP, and then hopefully we can get down in, man. That last spike was 80s. So I'm going to put a bid there. I'm bidding 62.60. Let's get a little bit higher to make sure we cash out of this.
Yeah, no, definitely. So I got eyes on that AAPL and got stopped out a couple times. That market flush came in across the board. 20,100 reject there. So we are currently making lower highs on the day. First high, 20,200. Second lower high in and around 20,150. And now coming in a little bit of a Rizzy stance, stepping down a little bit more at that 20,100. So let's see what that has in store. I'm kind of watching for the next trade. I'm really seeing like, all right, well, Tesla, that might have been a decent ad there, but didn't really quite get up to VWAP, even though I kind of grabbed that prior high. Technically, we are still making some lower highs off of the high there. So watching that one. Another one I'm watching, Sean, is goggles. So gotta keep an eye on this one here as it continues to trend to the downside. Yeah, definitely. But 30 minutes, look at this beautiful 30-minute chart. Just boom, candle after candle, just straight to the downside here. I was looking for continuation today, and continuation we did get on this goggles right here. Opening range low breaks, VWAP holds, sellers stepping in every time this 30-minute candle tries to bid up, closes on a top wick.
Let's go.
So kind of showing us that sellers might still be involved and in charge on Google from yesterday. So again, out of the Mag 7, I think that this is the one that is looking distinctly different for sure, as we can just take a quick run through all of them right here. We can see NVIDIA still chopping sideways. We got that little bit of a pullback off of VWAP. This is a 30-minute chart. There's only 2 more bars left on this chart to finish printing on the day here. And yeah, Tesla as well. Of course, Tesla, I'm watching it. Look at that nice little top wick there. About 1 minute and 43 seconds left for this candle to close. And VWAP still seems like it might have a little bit of supply there. You can see that coming in the after hours as well when we made this lower high just shy of 280 in and around 6 o'clock last night. We can see that breakout was absolutely beautiful. Not only does it break that 280, we get past prior day's high, giving us a little pop. And oh boy, Sean, this snipe moment, definitely people were looking at. I'm like, okay, I got the 290. Why do I like the 290? Look at this lick grab. That prior high was 291.19. As soon as sellers step back in, yeah, I like to get a little bit involved. Sure, it goes all the way to the day low. Do I know that it's going to do that? Absolutely not. Got a little lucky with that one there. But Tesla showing us a little bit of that range over the past couple of days. The sellers stepping in where they were, showing that they were in charge just yesterday once again. And Apple, oh boy. So earlier today, I was looking at the spider and I was like, all right, well, this looks like a great place to get short. And it was in and around here. You look at 12 o'clock, I think it was 1 o'clock or 12 o'clock, somewhere around there. A little bit of a pullback came in on the market, and I'm like, all right, cool, let me get short. Boom, short the strongest stock in the market. Maybe not today as we continue to trend to the upside. Look at these strong volume bars that come in through the break of this prior high a day. So definitely a little bit of offside happening there. Look at this flush coming in, Sean. Oh boy, this market coming into the downside. App loving, no way.
Who would have thought the market was coming down?
Who would have thunk? Who would have thunk that maybe there are sellers in charge? Maybe tomorrow. Maybe not tomorrow. Maybe yesterday.
Who would have thought?
Who would have thought? Who would have thought? Just trying to. I don't know. I don't. Sometimes I just don't think, Sean.
No, but I mean, me and you have these trades on. You know, that's the one thing that we talk about this just kiddingly and everything like that. But like, this is what trading's all about. And we sit here and sometimes we talk like, oh, it's not my style. It is my style. The style is just winning. I don't care. No. But I'm saying what I'm saying is no matter what your style is, you want to have winning trades.
Yes.
So it doesn't like people could be long. It's like what I was talking about in Tesla earlier. It's like people were long. The long was better. You've won on the short today. I've won on the short today. People out here have definitely won on the long. I mean, that long was crazy off the open here. But there it is, man. Like, there's the cues. There's the downside push. We are legitimately 45 handles now in the money. And you've got the $13 or whatever it is there on Tesla. So it's like, these are real positions. This is real trading. And I'm just glad to be here showing you guys this. And we're sponsored by, I mean, what kind of segue was that? First of all, we are sponsored by Real Trading. So I want to give a big shout out to them. And oh boy, as you keep saying, the market is doing kind of what we had thought. You know, I mean, this is why we put that on there. So whatever, man. I mean, this is why I'm trading 3 names today. Palantir, bang. Tesla, bang. TQs right in front of you. So, you know, this is what's good. And, you know, I just hope that everybody has a great time. Hit the like, hit the subscribe. You know, help us with by supporting the sponsors there. And that's that. This is the Jays Connect hat as we wear our Jays stuff today. And we're really excited to watch that and keep going. So there we go.
Sebastian.
Yeah, man, Sebastian's my guy right here. And now apparently he's trying to do some work for you over there.
I don't know if I'm taking applications, Sebastian.
This man doesn't, you know, when the demand is what it is, there's no application process.
I will provide the liquidity.
That's what, yeah, I bet you would. And I mean, the thing is like, this is what's going on, you know, like, you just come talk to this guy over here and you'll be swept off your feet. But no, we want to thank you, Obi, for coming through again there. And thanks, Sebastian, for pumping the tires there. Yeah, we always have lots of fun there on the show. So, yeah, nice little retracement back up there in the TQs. This is why, again, as we talk about it, like you could have been long, right? The same way, buying the dips off of this past candle. So, you know, this is what trading's about. Different opinions everywhere. There's always going to be someone that every time you buy, guess what? Somebody else is selling.
Yeah.
That's the whole point of the market. It's to match buyers and sellers. So, you know, somebody got long off Obi's short there, and I had to punch somebody on the bid or get filled by a buy order to get this short as well. Yep. So, you know, like when we're sitting here taking these shorts, someone's pushing the buy against us. So this is what trading is. There's going to be winners. There's going to be losers. There's going to be time frames as well. Just because I'm net short doesn't mean someone else is net long. We have to cover at the end of every single day. Obi and I are trading the equities. We're not trading CFDs. We're not trading options. We are trading physical shares. So we have to be closed out of our positions just after 4 o'clock when those open imbalances or market on close imbalances finally come to a stop. So, all right, we can look back at App Lovin'. We can go find out a story here from Adara.
Just be aware here, we do have Canadian Prime Minister Mark Carney currently taking the microphone. He's talking about how the Canadian cabinet basically has talked about their response to the tariffs. So that's going to be on watch here. Tariff talks here from Canadian Prime Minister Mark Carney. Donald Trump was supposed to have been signing some executive orders at 2 p.m. I have not heard anything from that, but sometimes there's a Q&A or press talk after that. So if I hear anything, I will let you guys know promptly. Back to you.
All right, thank you very much.
Yeah, with Carney talking, I mean, again, I think it just means the market goes down. Like, I don't think there's going to be anything talked about. Like whatever tariffs or whatever we decide to slap on in response to this, like I have friends, we all have these people, right? Like we have friends of the family and stuff like that are employed at, there's a Chrysler plant in Brampton where Neil's from and I'm from. So we know people that work there, have worked there for 30 years, you know, and there's other people in Oakville, there's a Ford plant as well. GM closed in Oshawa, but you know, there's production everywhere in Canada. I don't want to say everywhere, but definitely here in Southern Ontario, and it's real. You know, like people are now, Ford or whoever these plants are deciding to, you know, obviously shift a lot of production southbound, which is fine. I mean, I get it, it's a free market, but it is starting to affect. So I would just say that Carney's going to come out as our prime minister, of course, as they should, and defend, the people of Canada. And I would just say it probably negative. Like, I don't think he's going to say anything positive. So we're still net short. Sure, I'm talking up my own book, but whatever. We've been short before that story. So now let's wait to see what happens. I would just say the more people are talking about tariffs, unless it's President Trump, like he's the one that's going to hold the cards. So I just continue to feel pretty negatively about all of that. So let's just hold out, wait for that. I think April 2nd, and if you want my opinion, I think it's going to be a huge rally day. Like it's already priced in.
April 2nd?
Yeah.
What's happening then?
It's the tariff day.
Oh, it's a tariff day. Okay, cool.
Yeah. I'll just pretend you knew.
I knew it was, no, I'm joking. I knew it was a tariff day. But.
Yeah, so... And again, the joke was that he wanted to put them on ASAP, but of course he was, and I'm talking about President Trump, was nervous that people might think it's a joke if he chose April 1st. So he went with April 2nd right there, which happens to be my anniversary.
Oh, okay. All right. So you're saying...
Anniversary be damned, I'm going to be here. But at the end of the day, so that'll be fun. We're trying to go out. Yeah. It's funny because we told the kids yesterday that...
I mean, it's your anniversary, bro. If you want to take the day off, you know I'm right here.
Oh, I know. Joe's here. Everybody's here. Yeah. I'm here.
Yeah.
You know? But no, I'm taking the day off for anniversary. I mean, we'll just go.
Nice. Okay. All right.
I was trying to tell a story that like my wife and I were like, okay, we gotta, I was like, let's go out to dinner. What do you want me to do? Like we can go to where my parents live and drop them off and then, do something bigger, just the two of us, or we could, go out with the kids. That was immediately no, we're not going out with the kids. So so we're probably just gonna find something local and then just let the kids chill out at home and figure. Yeah, well, it won't be a surprise at this point, but I've already got some restaurants in mind. Nice. It's fine. There's some great restaurants. And we live in Toronto. I mean, what a great spot to be for.
Oh, yeah. Lots.
There's any kind of restaurant. So we'll be going there, a food type. I like Japanese. Maybe we'll figure that out. That's always good.
There's, have you ever been to the Kinka Izakaya?
Yes.
Oh, they're so good.
That's on.
There's so many locations.
Right.
Yeah.
The one that's wicked busy, and we should go there. And they yell, and it's so much fun. Yeah. It's I don't know if it's on Gerrard, but it's the one east.
Yep.
I'm gonna find it. We'll definitely go there. We went there a couple of times with our So some of our friends from high school. We've stopped sort of doing this, but we're trying to get back on it. Our next one is actually April 28th, I think. We do like a boys' night dinner, where we all pick a restaurant and we go out and we just whatever. It's just 7 or 8 of us. Whoever can make it out that night comes, and it's a lot of fun. So we've been to that place a couple times. It was a lot of fun. You like sake?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
A couple of buddies of mine. We grew up together. So what we started doing now this year is going to be the 3rd year in a row, and we started it a couple of years ago. Mm-hmm. And basically, it's our food adventure for the day. So we start in the morning. On a weekend or on a day off. Start in the morning, and we try to hit up as many spots as possible throughout the day.
Yep.
Just not really eating full meals, but like sampling whatever their hottest item or their best-selling stuff is.
Like a pub crawl, but for food.
Kind of, yeah. So we do that pretty much for the whole day, and we try to pace ourselves. It's kind of funny. We kind of get like one meal and like share it between us three. Last time I think we hit 16 spots in a day.
That's fun.
16 spots. We're driving around a lot in the GTA, but we hit 16 spots. It was fun. So those food tours with the boys, definitely some good stuff there. Yeah.
We did just cover a little bit more. The TQs are coming down. I'm bidding 76s right now on this. We're 35 handles in the money. And again, I say handles. What I mean by it's just pennies, but I've looked at it, and I'll have to do the math again because it always is changing. But, I was just thinking like right now we're short at 63.19, so that's right here. So if I look at that, that's as of 2:42. So if I go over here, I got to find 42. So we'd be short about 20,095. So that's 40 handles. So it's about as the pennies go or 30 handles is about how much we're in. So that's why I talk like that. So right now 30 pennies in the money, and if you're trading the futures. And the reason why I don't actually look at the futures, a lot of you say just trade the futures. Fine, I could. For me, it doesn't matter risk-wise. But it's just when I look at them, this is just how the futures look on our platform, right? I mean, it's just a level 2 is right here, and there's the size. It trades by quarters, so I'd have to change this, push this over to see the quarters. Which now, when I go back to stock, it changes the way it looks, and I just don't like it. Oh, Lululemon tonight, by the way. So I just choose to trade the Qs. And I chose TQs because it's triple the move. I could trade the QQs, which is 480. What is that now? Yeah, 483. So could also choose this, but again, Pikachu, I choose you because of the fact that it's less value. And I just feel that there's more traders that can either trade with me. If they choose the SQQ, you would just go the opposite. So this would be the short. So this is the bear, triple bear. And then the TQQ, which has gotten expensive now. This was just a couple dollars not too long ago. But the TQQs as well, $62. So just a little bit cheaper than the rest. The lines are all the same. So I just follow the lines, right? Like, it doesn't really matter what stock I'm trading. I try to follow the same rules. So that's that. We are out of half, by the way, of our TQQ position. Just looking to get out of a little bit more down here at 76s, which is the bottom. So we'll see about that. But out of half right now. Market's not really doing too much here into the close, Obi. I mean, we haven't done anything since that one drop that we're a part of. So we'll see. We're now underneath VWAP, so it's giving me a little bit better feels. But the market is trying to battle back. You know, let's take out 5%. I'll just punch out right there. We punched out some 92s, so we take out another 5% right there because we are dancing around VWAP. So triple levered ETF here, the TQQs. So the NASDAQ right now down 0.2, as you can see right here. The TQs triple that. So that's how it works. And you never want to be invested in these things long term, right? Because they degrade over time with options. It will not be a triple gainer. Like if the NASDAQ is up 10% this year, this will not be up 30. This might only be up like 15 or less. So you got to watch out because they always roll over. The options roll over. So it's more of a weekly thing. I think you can probably trade it pretty accurately for the week. It will not be a triple as you move forward, though. So I just want to give the heads up to all of you about that.
No, people in the chat talking about what tickers they're trading. And yeah, I think that's some solid advice there. You definitely want to not hold some of those ones in your long term. Because yeah, they do depreciate over time. But Apple, Joseph is saying he's trading Apple here. Yeah, Apple's very, very strong.
Wow, yeah, it's
on the day. Like we said, it's pretty much one of the only ones that's trending to the upside here. Definitely not really pulling the market down, I would say. But yeah, Apple might be keeping it up a little bit here on the day today. So yeah, let's see what else do we got. I mean, you can see that a lot of these tickers are trading pretty much sideways. Apple is the strongest, so it doesn't really doesn't really, I guess, have that strong of an effect on the futures. But take a look at this. You can take a look at Google. Google's straight to the downside, so distinctly different there on Google. And Amazon, oh boy, we were talking about this one earlier in the morning session there, and a nice little hold of that 203. If you guys remember, Amazon and 200 was a bit of an interesting level. If you guys remember that Bezos, we call it the Bezos lid. Bezos had some sell orders which were very, very apparent in and around that $200 area. And that 200, again, is that resistance turning into support? As of right now, yes. So can you make decisions off of it? I don't know. Is it part of your playbook? I think that is a good question to answer. But off of the open, you can see it does the VWAP reclaim right into the 200, trades back above the opening price, back above opening range highs, back above pre-market highs. And look at this first pullback, kind of steps on top of that action. Nice, beautiful stair-step action there for some fresh highs. That 200 did hold today. Yesterday, I was watching this one, Sean. I was like, we're trading at 206s. We come crashing all the way down into 200. Pretty much 200 exact. That was the day low yesterday, 199.92. So I was like, oh boy, coming into today, one of my ideas was the Amazon, look for a bid in and around that 200 if it does show up on Amazon. And look, a lot of those trades did work. But again, at the end of the day, stock selection off of the open, I was like, Tesla's kind of been nice to me over the past few days, so I'm going to be watching that a little bit closer as well. And I was watching some of the car tariff names like Ford. I was watching Ford. I had eyes on Ford. Didn't really do much off of the open. Kind of quadrunked right off of the open. I was looking for the bid. I was looking for a continuation. I was like, okay, well, yeah. If we're going to tariff car companies, Ford might actually catch a bid, and it's showing us a bid in the pre-market. But that was just marketing, and everybody got sold to right off of the open, which was absolutely beautiful. $10 break below, $10 was nice as well. But since then, since that strong action in the morning session going in and into around 11 o'clock, you can see it starts to really slow down and just chop sideways just around this $10 level. So nothing too much there, unless you're trying to play some of that spread and just catch some of that, some of those prices there on Ford. But yeah, nothing too crazy happening on there. Let's take a quick look at the volume leaders as well. The market's starting to go up. Fresh highs there. What is this Tesla doing? Oh boy, there goes AppLovin. We made it low at 280s, coming right back up into 290. So I was looking for a 10-point run off the 290s into 300. It gave it to me off the 280. So it's okay. We get back to it later if it does show up. But that 300 might be incoming if we do start to continue to break trend over and over again on that name. But let's go through some of these volume leaders on the day today. Ford, we just talked about this one here. Ford is one of the volume leaders, one of the top ones. NVIDIA coming in at second place here, still trading in and around VWAP. NIO was an interesting look in the pre-market, doing relative volume, and it had sold off. And I'm pretty sure I heard Adira mentioning something about it having its own catalyst in the morning session. But look at that. We reclaim some of those prices. We revert a little bit of that action and still consolidating in and around that mid-morning to midday session kind of prices around this $4 area here on NIO. Tesla, of course, I know everybody's got a little bit of an eye on Tesla. G-Tech wasn't really watching this one.
Oh, right. That was a clean energy name.
That was, okay, so yeah, that one kind of had a move in the middle of the day. You can see that I think this might have been executable if you were there and you were a little quick with the trigger finger there, back through the 250. Can't really get up to those highs, and look at that selling just slams right into the bid off of that break there. Maybe a buyer just getting out, seeing that buying pressure just dissipate in just over 1 3-minute candle as soon as the bid falls off. So that's interesting there. MLGO, we know that micro algo has been kind of on the radar for a lot of people over the past few days. We saw that it had a crazy run up on day one on Monday. The week is still not over here, Sean, as we continue to make higher highs and higher lows. We can see that yesterday, a little bit of a low volume day, but the price doesn't necessarily drop. I remember, if you guys remember, we talked about some of these liquidity traps, and today, look at that, nice little pop, push, failure to follow through with the selling on a low volume day, sustains some prior levels on top of that $10 level, and oh boy, coming in today, a little bit of a squeeze action there. Nothing really micro about that move off of the open there. Almost $11 all the way up to a high of 20, up about 81%. As of right now, just trading sideways in and around that VWAP level is MLGO. I know a lot of people trading Palantir. I know that Sean had a solid long off of the open there, off that 90. We talked about why that might have been an interesting level to look for buyers there, and definitely buyers were in charge in the morning session. As of right now, not as much. GME, Sean, oh boy. This was another one that was top of my list this morning. I even borrowed shares for this one because I was like, oh, this is looking good because earnings day one, nice gap up, nice consolidation. Maybe there's a trade there, maybe there isn't.
So
but
of course they shorted it.
They did an offering.
I know.
They did an offering off of earnings day one.
It's dirty.
And
it's
continuation off of the open. So it's like anybody and everybody who got long on day one earnings, everybody's under the water. We can't get back through pre-market highs. We reject that reaction low of the offering that they had. Sure, you don't have to get involved in right off the morning, but look at that pullback. That pullback comes right into that VWAP, breaks that trend. So much confluence for the short. Did I have a single fill? Absolutely not, but definitely one of the better opportunities on the day. Let's go to Dara and see what's up.
Yeah.
This part of the show is brought to you by our friends at Foremost. Unlock the nuclear renaissance with Foremost Clean Energy, leveraging one of the biggest mega trends on the planet, nuclear energy. Partnered with Denison Mines with properties strategically located in the Athabasca Basin, known as the Saudi Arabia of uranium. This undervalued company is poised to capitalize on the exploding nuclear market, and they offer unparalleled growth potential. The future is nuclear. Foremost is your entry. On the NASDAQ under FMST and on the CSE under FAT. Or you can go to foremostcleanenergy.com for details. Back to you.
Thanks, Adara. Yeah, I just wanted to say thank you so much for all the comments in the chat, man. We're trying to put on the best show we possibly can. And right there, we are short again into TQs. I just put on a little piece right now. The market is upside. You guys know that when we were down here, we were exiting out of some of this play. So right now, we're short at 63.20, giving this up here into the 40s. We're giving it into 50 to see if this wants to get upside. And it looks like it's trying to go. Good holds down there. I mean, we had sort of seen this bottom, was able to get out of it. So we're up on the Qs, but obviously if this breaks, we'll be pretty much flat on it for the day, which, we never want to give back what we've made, but we're trying the short. And with the power hour right now, Obi, I didn't even realize it's almost 3:20. So that is another thing there. There was one other thing I wanted to talk to you about, but I can't remember what it is. So right now we'll just go over here and just tell everybody to join Adara and I tonight, as we do have Lululemon on board. Just 405, expected revenue of $3.57 billion. We saw Nike get hit pretty good there. Nike's earnings report was actually pretty good. It was more about the guide and looking forward for Nike, but revenue, EPS 585, is still looking to make some money. Implied move 9%. So previous move, not much. We'll wait to see what happens there. We just put that out. So join us tonight for that. So yeah, thank you for everybody. The recap show, Adara, myself, and a special guest tonight as well. So yeah, we're excited for that. Let's go ahead and try to see if there's anything else that is sort of interesting for us here. So all right, that's the TQs. We know the stop out. We're going to get stopped out in 15 handles from here. So that is that. I'm seeing Meta spiking up a little bit. We do like Meta. This has been a name that, again, to have missed the bottom is one thing, but you just had another opportunity today, and it's still here if you like it. It does spike right back down. So we talked about like missing Meta. There's not that much difference between 590. I mean, getting the very bottom, I can't. Like, what am I, Neil? Like, Neil's got long there apparently, not apparently, as he said, on Tesla at 222. Like, that was pretty much the bottom right there. So that would be pretty sweet if you're waiting at the 200 period for Meta, because you might have got a pretty sweet fill as well. So that name goes from 575 bottom, let's just say 580, if you're lucky enough to get that, all the way to 650. And now a little bit of a pullback in for Meta. So, okay, the TQs are about to come out. This market is really there, almost. This market's really rallying to the top side right here. So it looks like I have no problem slapping fails. We're not right. The market has gone up. Good thing, like we just put on a very small piece there. We never really, okay, if it breaks 51, we're out. Oh, we already got stopped out. Okay, so there it is, man. We have to slap a fail on that. We'll go red on the TQs. I mean, we just started trading it. It was good, and then now red on it. Nothing to really affect our day, but that kind of does suck. We don't ever want to lose on trades, but there's an opportunity right there for everybody to see. We're honest. There's that out there for the TQs. I'm fine with it. I think as long as you can justify, why you're in this. We just talked about it, the levels that we're looking at. Enjoy, getting out when they win, and then obviously trying to be as honest about it when it loses. So we wind up actually taking a 20 handle hit there. 30 handles, which sucks. We were in the money 30. We're in the money 50 handles down there at the bottom. We could have cashed out there, but we didn't, waiting for a bigger move. So it just goes to show sometimes it's not necessarily worth waiting for that huge move. You can just scalp in and out. But hey, I thought with Carney talking and, tariff day, so on and so forth, that there would have been a little bit more of that, but that is what it is. So there it goes, man. TQ's now out. Me thinks about shorting again, but I think we'll pass on that one. I just see someone in the chat there. What's up, Bob? We remember you, Bob. How's it going, Bob? It's been a long time.
I know him, Bob.
Yeah. What's up, Bob? Yeah, Rivian. Perfect, man. Perfect day for Rivian. Up 10% today. Wow. Nice little move there, as many people are worried about manufacturing and what's going on here, south of the border, north of the border, but inside the border, Rivian is collecting dividends today because up 10% on news. So just on the tariff talk there with American-produced cars, maybe Rivian in there. We did want to also look at Toyota Motors. That was a name, again, Randy brought this, some of the Japanese car makers and whatnot. some of the Asian makers to our light today saying that, hey, man, everybody's going to get hit on all of this. So Toyota not moving around, doesn't necessarily have the volume to actively trade it the way we do, but still, good moves today for Toyota, down just a little bit. VWAGY is Volkswagen. Okay, actually, they had to move higher there today. And I think just the best thing that would be, and I don't know enough about this, is what percentage of the cars are actually produced inside the U.S. and how that may be affecting it. Because earlier on today, we came in today, and Ford, for some reason, was up at 1050. In the pre-market, and then just got hit pretty much all day. So I don't know what's up with that. And then GM as well here. Pretty choppy today. Obviously, this looks like a pretty great roller coaster, man. This is a really long and great, nice little upside there, and then downside. Then you climb that hill again. Then you go right down. Then you have an epic climb. Then right down. This looks like a great ride. So shout out to Cedar Fair and everybody like that. Take this GM chart and maybe make a roller coaster with it. But that's again pretty easy short. But I think you would have got stopped out here, and you may have even got stopped out right here. But playing off this 48 and change, I don't know if we're going to get back to there. But yeah, this 48.50 high, definitely worth shorting, in my opinion, if we get anywhere near there. So yeah, just a couple different stocks that we talked about. Hey, what's up, Stevenson? Right there. All right, there's your first day. You're going to get me and Joe going, man. And I mean, we had a lot of fun on that one. Joe couldn't stop laughing on the midday. Stevenson has been with Trade the Pool, and I think it's $90 a go here. I hope you're scanning our code, Stevenson. Save that 10% at least there and let them know you're coming from us. But yeah, he had missed 5 or 6 straight attempts.
Oh, for the evals?
Funding. Yeah,
okay,
for the evals.
Yeah.
I've never been in anything like that, but well, I guess we have it here. We have something similar, right? You get evaluated on your net here as well. But right there, what's up, Stevenson ETN? Right there, first day on my target. You met your target, Bang. There we go.
Awesome.
So there you go. Congratulations, Stevenson. And it does take time. Always talked about his story, you know, how long it took and so on and so forth. Being patient and having the discipline and all that, and talking to more traders and, you know, just getting different thoughts about strategies and whatnot. And I think that's what helps, because at the end of the day, we're all just human, and we're going to make, you know, trading mistakes. We're going to look for advice. We're going to look for, you've already talked about this many times, traveled around and sought advice of other traders, and that's great, and that's exactly what we need to do as a community, right? I hate these guys that are posting online, I just made $100,000 today, and there are good ones too. There are traders that are honest that say they're down 7 figures, 6 figures, so there's good ones out there as well. But I just think that what we do on this show is very, very unique, as in showing the trades, talking about our entries, our exits, talking about risk management, having a good time, and being here every day live. That's the other thing. The other benefit that we have, we don't turn on when the markets are hot. We're here every day talking about our journeys, and hopefully you guys are getting some value. So Stevenson, congratulations on meeting that first day target. I don't know how it works, but just understand how you made that, what that was. Look for those same setups tomorrow. If they're not there, you don't have to trade. You know, because you have one big day, and if you have followed that by 3 mediocre days, you wipe out that one day. And you never want to go backwards, always forward. So thanks for that note, Stevenson, and congratulations, and keep going.
Yeah, no, it's definitely a long journey, man. It's like, sorry.
No, go on. I wanted to say something about GME, so still talk about that, because it is a long journey.
Oh, of course, it's definitely one of the hardest things that you can do. I was watching this. It's a really great video in this morning, and one of the traders, he was basically like, you've heard the stat that like 90% of traders don't really make it, and then he kind of had a different perspective. He's like, the 10% do make it because those are the only ones that really put in the work. Yeah, right? It's like it takes the time, it takes work, and it's definitely not easy. I'm still trying to figure a lot of things out. I'm nowhere near where I'd like to be, but I've definitely come a very long way, and I think that again, growth and improvement is definitely something that you want to be able to you want to strive for, right? And it's definitely a difficult journey. So I wish anybody who's attempting this best of luck, and yes, keep on the grind and stay locked in as best as you can. But that is the game that we play. Tesla taking a little bit of a pullback here. Google, I'm trying to I'm long right now, but yeah, a little bit of a bid
did we
going
get
up
stopped
there.
at the top?
It's been selling off pretty much all day. It's 3:30. I'm like, all right, well, if we're gonna break a little bit of a trend here on the day, you can see I've been watching it. I have been involved with it multiple times, kind of just like massaging the short. Here, we can take a quick look at this chart here. I just got to take this candle off because no. Google did not print at a price of 170 today.
Wait, what?
Let's go. Oh, and that chart's going to crash. So I just got to open it up right again and load it once more. Oh boy. All right. Okay, but I'll show it in a second. But yeah, no, there it goes. There it is, loading up right there on goggles right
at the
here.
top
So
of the TQs, it looks like.
you can see that I've been involved with it multiple times, like right here. I had the idea to get short in the morning session, and I didn't really catch it right off of the open, but I did have eyes on it, and I was observing that, okay, well, sellers are still in charge. You can see that this is maybe not the best place to get long and where I'm at right now, but I am giving a little bit of a try, just being the last half hour, willing to lose on this and give a little bit back. But the trade was definitely a VWAP hold, and I was very nimble with it. I was like, all right, getting short there because I think that sellers are stepping in, and I see them stepping in on the tape, and I see the buyers getting met with resistance. I'm like, all right, well, this is where I'm looking for something to happen, and it's happening, so I want to get involved. And oh boy, that flush comes in and lower highs, lower highs, lower highs, and lower lows along the way as well. So Google, a little bit of a continuation trade there. A bit cheeky for me, trying the long going into the end of the day. Let's see if we can get back up to VWAP. But the stop is there, and I don't care after the trade is on. I do have eyes on it, but this is what I found today, Sean, where I was just like, you know, I told you, I kind of sized down a little bit, and I'm just letting things kind of work. And it has been working pretty well. And we were talking about switching up the style. I was kind of coming in and trying to smash Intel pretty much every day. Not really the best.
No, I kind of hate it.
Best thing, but the thing is, like, Intel technically may be in play. Why you want to throw up? Yeah, I don't know. What's going on?
Yeah, it just. Chart, Ramin, chart. I mean, come on. That chart too is fine. But I mean, this is what.
Oh boy.
This is what I mean. Put it back to that Lululemon thing. No, my chart was the right one. It's just like this. Yeah, no, Obi was great, man. I mean, I love listening to Obi too. It's just like I was over here like throwing up right there. Like there's where we got stopped out. But whatever. I mean, it does go another 10 cents. This is trading, what we talked about, right? And so you were talking about holding out for VWAP. I mean, you wait for your levels, and you take your poison there, and yeah, that's okay. Yeah, thanks on the blockchain. Yeah, I should have taken that short. I had the short. I had the short.
Okay. On to the next.
No, it's all good, man. I mean, it's green. A green day is a green day, and we'll just keep on doing that. We like Green Day there. So American Idiot, you know that song?
I do know of the band. I do not know of the song. Yeah.
I like Green Day, man. Green Day is a really good song, man. Boulevard of Broken Dreams. That's a Green Day song, I believe.
No idea.
Yeah. Oh, I feel like some broken dreams here today, but no, all good, man. It is a little bit choppy there for sure. I mean, look, to be worried about the futures doing this kind of a move, that's 20 handles. It's just more overreacting for dramatic effect, which obviously did not work. So, all right, so that's what that is there on the market. Trying to hold something back and forth, it's tough. So there's Palantir. Palantir is kind of just going in one way, actually. They made that top there at 92.60. This is the kind of trading that I want to do. Oh, what I meant to do is this. Look, I don't own any GameStop shares, and I'm not going to, if you guys want to hold this or not, fine. But if I was a shareholder, I would never, ever get back into this name ever again. And the reason why is this. Forever, ever.
Ever?
Forever, ever? Forever, ever? 100% forever, ever. And the reason why, Obi, is because how are they going to put out that report yesterday? How are they going to have that whatever? I don't even know if they had a conference call.
How can she slap?
How could she slap, do all this kind of stuff, right? Can you take a look at that?
Would you look
you know, and then all of a sudden, you know, the very next day. So, okay, I like the report. It's good. I like the fact that they're into collectibles. I like, you know, everything. It makes sense. This and that. They're on their way to profitability. It's great. Well, actually, they already are profitable. They beat. Everything was great, right? And then the very next day, so just as you're trying to be convinced about holding on to your shares, the very next day they come to market with a $1.3 billion, I think it was, offering, share offering, and just go like, oh, you believed in us yesterday? Well, guess what? The very next day, right after earnings, and you know, this planned, they dropped that offering on you all the way down to the downside again. So it's like, they finally put out a report that you like, and maybe you start to believing in the company once again, and then quadunk. So you guys tell me as shareholders, like, is that cool? Like, I'm not in it, but it's just some traders actually, and we talk about the 3-day rule with buying shares, but again, like, if you bought GameStop yesterday, you like the quarter, you're in the position, maybe you're long from time. I don't know what your position is, but at the end of the day, this sucks, man. Day after earnings, like, let the stock breathe a little bit, give traders a chance, especially those that took a risk with you and actually put some of their life savings or hard-earned money or whatever it is into your stock, only to believe in what you've been doing over the last quarter into the next quarter. Hey, I like the forward guide. I like all of that, right? But then whap, right there, down 25%.
Yeah.
And it's just like,
that's pretty, yeah, it's pretty wild.
I don't know. I'm not even looking at the chat. Like, I don't know if people are involved in this or not, but at the end of the day, it's that kind of stuff. And look, man, I'm sorry I get excited about trades. I'm sorry I get passionate about when we talk about this stuff. But at the end of the day, I know, and I didn't lose any money in this. I just think stuff like that is just like when you see Ryan Cohen posting up pictures, hey, I'm beside Michael Saylor, and, you know, we're all buddies, and this and that, and chicken tendies and all that stuff. You know, it's all great when it's fun, but at the end of the day, there's real money in all of this, and there's people that get hurt by this kind of stuff. So congratulations, anybody that was short. There's always two sides to everything, but it's just a tough go. That's all. I feel that it is a tough go. But, you know, if you lost a little bit of money during this, well, then you can just scan that QR code right there, and you can grab e-signal, and the first month is on us. So right there, so you get that going through. You can scan it. All these scanners that Obi and I are looking at are available on e-signal. I use them every single day to find these things, and you can they even have news. So if you're watching GameStop, that news would have dropped in the after hours, and you've been like, what the heck? So you can get that Dow Jones Newswire. Very much a wide array of tools there with our good friends at eSignal. So please get over there, help us, grow the show. Scan that QR code right there. Give them a try. eSignal, it's a charting platform that I use. So I like that, and I like that a lot. So that's eSignal, guys.
Yeah, no, I think to continue what you were talking about on GME, yeah, definitely that can be not very pretty when a company raises some funds like that. And definitely investors have to be wary of them. They've done this in the past, so it's definitely nothing new. But as traders, again, we're just at the end of the day, we're just middlemen who are just in the middle of shuffling some paper around, right? So at the end of the day, you got to remember the purpose of the markets is for those publicly traded companies to raise money, right? So at the end of the day, they are fulfilling their purpose. And if you're standing in the way of that purpose, sometimes it can't be. Sometimes it's not that pretty, but definitely got to remember that. And yeah, GME definitely maybe needs a little bit of that funding to get back up on their feet. I don't know what their cash position's like right now, but I remember sometime last year or a couple of years ago they were sitting on something really pretty there. Let's see what they do with this one here. They're saying they're going to buy some Bitcoin. Let's see if that's the case. But it should be an interesting watch. But definitely one to put down into my journal, and maybe a little bit of playbook as well. When they have that earnings day one push and then offer right down to the close, and then we get a gap down the next day, what is the probability of continuation? As of right now, sample size equals 1, and it's 100%. But I definitely have to collect some more, do some maybe back testing and forward testing. It's a very specific set of events, right? So let's see if I can find some of those ones. If you guys remember any instances of that happening, please throw it up in the chat. I would like to know, because I'd have to go back and kind of try to figure that out. So the question is, do you know any company, any publicly traded company that had earnings day one, and at the end of the day, they did an offering. Throw up the names in the chat. I'm sure I can go and find those dates there. I definitely want to run that little bit of a back test on that one there. But,
remember, they needed money to. I mean, they're trying to build that Bitcoin reserve and everything like that. It's not. They didn't do anything illegal. I mean, it's
not
allowed.
illegal.
It's just.
It's not scammy. It's not like it's distasteful. I can agree that it's very distasteful, but they're doing what the market does, and they're just doing their purpose. So at the end of the day, like, who am I to really kind of just gotta buyer beware.
Right. In everything, right? I mean, you could.
That's why I like to short sometimes. Anyway, but don't want to get squeezed out on that one.
Do you ever favor, like for me, I don't, I try to get in my mind which way I believe the day is going to go. And I try to think about that on my way into work. And I look at the market pre-market, and I look at a few different names, and I try to think like sort of like, okay, unless something changes from my drive in, and then between now and 9:30, I mean, we're live every day at 8:30. So we have an hour where we talk about all of this with everybody. Yeah. But do you ever initially have a bias, or right? So do you look at the market, or you just look at stocks?
So I'm looking at a little bit of both, and I know that I can't really expect the stock to really do the same kind of market move. It could be disconnected, it could be whatever. But yeah, coming into yesterday, that's a great question, Sean, because yesterday was literally that literally happened to me yesterday. Okay. I came into the market thinking, okay, we closed very, very strong. I was looking at Tesla here specifically, and I'm like, okay, I want to look for the continuation long on Tesla coming into the open. And it kind of gapped down. We gave back a decent chunk of that move on the after hours. Coming in, I was like, okay, we're still holding above some of these prior days prices. We saw some supply maybe in and around here, but the bid was aggressive. The market was pretty nice with the tailwind as well. So again, on Tesla, I was looking for the continuation long, and I had written down that, yeah, my bias is a long bias, and this is my execution of how I'm going to get into the long. And I wrote down that whole plan. Right. Coming in, I'm watching the tape. I see the flush off the open. I'm like, all right, well, sellers are in charge right off of the open, so I kind of want to step away. I thought about a long back through on the 280 hold and that 281, but I was like, let's be patient. Let's wait for that pre-market high to kind of come in. But interesting price action right here. I was watching, again, if you were watching the tape here, pretty aggressive in that 284s, where just the buyers were wiping into the ask, and the sellers were wiping into the bid there as well. And pretty aggressive action both ways. But what you saw was the way that the buyers were wiping into the book was distinctly different than the selling. The selling was so much more aggressive. So I was patient, and I was like, all right, well, if the selling is aggressive, let's wait for that bid to break. Let's wait to see it on the chart. VWAP starts to hold. I like the short. I think I did get a little bit short there off of that action. But yeah, I totally flipped the plan. I had to adapt and change real time based off of the action that I was seeing, even though I didn't plan out the short. Oh boy, imbalances. I'm getting too excited. But yeah, it is 342, and that imbalance alarm is going off as of right now. So about 8 more minutes until those imbalances come in. But yeah, no, I had to flip the script and switch the other way. And yeah, that's a beautiful thing about sometimes being a trader, is that you are very nimble. You don't necessarily have a strong bias. And something I want to bring back is I forget where I get this from. But it's definitely something that stuck with me, is strong opinions loosely held, is the mindset that I'm trying to go with. I have a very strong opinion about going long off of the open. I see the market, the price action, and the chart showing me that sellers are potentially in charge, and then they confirm that they're in charge. So I let go of that. Now, days where I get into real trouble, Sean, is when I'm not following. Right, exactly. When I am strongly focused, and I'm like, oh, I am so anchored to my bias, and I just keep on chopping myself up, keep on fighting the trend, and that's when I'm not being nimble. And that's something we all definitely struggle with, but those are some of my worst days, and that's something I'm trying to get better with. That is definitely a very strong reason for my tail end risk, fighting the trend. So that is something I'm trying to improve on, and it is definitely getting less and less, a little bit better over time. So
yeah, good. I like that. Yeah, I mean, one step at a time, and I mean, that's the whole thing. Like, be able to comfortable enough to flip up that bias, but I think it's important that you do follow it and follow your instincts as much as you possibly can. I mean, we came up with that graphic about being confident with your positions, but at the end of the day, how confident were we? There's the TQs. Look at that, guys. Would you take a look at that? All the way down again. So, yeah, confident enough to take the trade, but confident enough to punch out as well. Confident in our own skin to punch out. This is the thing, like, as you had mentioned there, if you're going to be wrong, you better be wrong at some point, because if it just keeps on going there, where's the stop out? And then all of a sudden you look back over and it's like, wait a second, you know, that my day, what happened? And then it's gone on one bad idea. We can trade 3 names today. We'll be negative on TQs, but well positive, obviously, on Tesla right there, as that's been quite a jam. Hasn't done much this afternoon. It had spiked up to 280 though, a couple of times. Yep. The imbalances are just minutes away now, or 5 minutes. So we're getting pretty close onto that one. So thanks for the reminder there. And then Palantir, positive day. Always could have made more, of course, but exited mainly out at VWAP, mainly out in the middle here of that initial move. So traded Palantir early and not late. Palantir right now baselining for sure down there at 91. So quick look at Lulu. So again, coming into what is going to be hopefully a good earnings report there for Lululemon. They're holding pretty good today, up 1.2%. That's good, right? So we're happy with that. Lululemon right here. If we're going to make a prediction on what we think is going to happen just based on where the chart is right now, you guys let me know in the chat. Put up if you think it's going to be, I don't know, a W for a win or an L for a loss. Can we think of something better than that? But yeah, just to think about what you guys thought about Lululemon. I like the fact that it's bounced off the 200 period. I think that we're close enough there that even if it is a little bit of a bad report, we did talk about the expected move. You know, Nike reported good, so I could see Lululemon doing something similar to that. So we'll look to see if there is anything in there. But I would say you're nicely supported. You do have that bottom there. If it does go down 10%, then you're coming right into 310 again. So that's kind of the implied move. So I don't mind what we're seeing there in Lululemon, and especially if you do come back in, you're just going to get to that 200 period again. So something to think about for Lululemon. If it does drop in, what about a 317? What about a 310? What about trying to buy some of these bottoms, which actually, if we zoom back out a little bit here, it's right into there. So this is what, when I was looking at this earlier, I was kind of thinking about it, and that is that this level right into here, maybe that's the bottom. That's 300. That's 294. So we'll see how bad that report is going to be. This time last year, so the March quarter last year, if we go over to March, looks like it was a -1 as we started to print. There it is right there. This is March 21st last year. So I'm going to make an easy prediction here and say that was probably the earnings. Not good. So they've just recovered, basically recovering from it right now. We'll see if we can get up to there. If it's 10% the other way, then you're into 370 or something. So a lot of people there. Thank you. So that makes sense. Yeah. Lulu's with the L's. I like that there. So a couple W's, a couple L's. It looks like the L's are a little bit overwhelming there to Lululemon shareholders. So we'll see if there is going to be a good report coming through for them. But yeah, I don't know. Athletic wear. We talked about that with Joe. Was talking about Jim Shark. Was that right? No, Jim Monkey? I don't know what it was.
Shark, yeah.
Yeah. So
Jim Shark. We could come up with a competitor brand, Jim Monkey.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. So these guys, anyways, at the end, Monkey Jim? I don't know. Monkey
He's just getting us to say weird.
No. Those Jungle Jim. That's why I was doing this. I was thinking about my kids climbing them.
You're going to have me falling off the stage, Rivian.
Jungle Jim.
Which is Jungle Jim, yeah. The monkey
jungle monkeys. Monkeys are located in jungles, so that would make a lot of sense.
That's a valid point.
You know, so I mean,
astute observation.
Good on you, Ramin. I mean, that's a very
size on
astute
the bid,
observation.
277 halves. All right.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Sometimes you just got to point them out.
Yeah. Thank you, Ramin, for that one. So anyways, this TQs is really starting to make me a little sick as we start to go a little bit lower. What your Tesla. So I just want to say we are coming into imbalances right now. So I always talk like this. I'm generally the only one in anything at this time. I mean, Neil's in them too, but we always talk about watching out for the imbalances. So, you know, with only 2 minutes to go, I'm in nothing right now, which is kind of surprising, which is what I'm saying. Normally I'm in something, but what are you thinking? Do you normally get out ahead of the imbalances? So would you play with it a little bit?
As of like what I'm realizing is like I kind of like I said was trading Intel a little bit frequently. I'm trying not to do that as much, but again, observing, being involved in a ticker all day and being like, okay, I've seen some of this price action, and it's kind of pretty dominant. I've been getting a little bit more comfortable with holding stuff into
monkey bars.
Monkey bars?
That's what I was.
That was it? Maybe.
No, someone in the
monkey
chat.
bars are found in the jungle gym.
Right.
So maybe that was a little
and
bit.
And in most playgrounds?
But, yeah, no, I think I've been getting a little bit more comfortable. I think at the end of the day, definitely got to protect against any sort of swipes. So that's what the stops are for. Definitely when the trade is working, I am more likely to wait and see how we close, and if that closing imbalance will give us any sort of shake and bake or aggressive action. And again, the stop being in definitely is that safety net. And I do. So it's really dependent sometimes. I think as of right now, I think I'm okay with holding either of these. Like I said, just a breadcrumb on Tesla. Just seeing, just kind of going through the motions of trying to hold a position for a majority of the day, even into the close, even through some of the imbalances that might come in. We can see that over the past couple of days, Tesla has been running up into its close, and today kind of trading sideways. Like I said, I just pointed out there was distinctly different, not necessarily significant, but there was a few hundred lots on 277 halves. Price kind of ran away from them, so I'm observing that. I have no idea what it means, but that was the observation that was made. So let's see, market still holding above that 20 thou level here, going into these imbalances. 2 seconds left. Boom. What do we see, John? You got that imbalance up. Tesla selling off a little bit here.
Yeah, the futures are also tanking.
Yes.
Okay, man. Yeah, good job there. OB, as there goes NVIDIA, man. 4 million to the downside as well.
You okay? Would you like some water?
I'm fine. What's worse is going to happen? It might be good TV. All right, so there goes to the downside. Congratulations, Obi. There it is, man. The Diamond Hand Man is in the building one more time. There it goes. So thanks, Obi, for all the talk here today. There it goes to the downside. I hope Neil's enjoying the game. I have to check the score. Put the score of the Jays game there in the chat if you guys have it. Nice move down, 275. Right now going lower right there as that imbalance strikes. Nice move there for Tesla. Apple downside as well. Normally we can see what these... Actually, I could just go check this. I don't know. Maybe it's in the chat there sometimes. There it is. Yeah, so the market is 800 million to buy, but the NASDAQ is 500 million to sell. So net on the NASDAQ sell, net on the market buy. Apple, there it is, downside. Oh, there's your Google. So you're actually in that one as well. That was
I got stopped out.
Got stopped out. Okay, so even though that was a bid, that came down.
Yeah.
So all good on that. I was just saying that because it was a buy. Other than that, not much. Oh, Uber's a buy. Like this stock, you guys know that I'm in this name as well. Kind of feel Uber, like the name, like the spot they're in. Not really a tariff-related name. Uber could work as a tech play moving forward. Tesla.
We're headed straight into that low day, man.
Yeah, man. So there it goes. We were only short rate. Look, Tesla, it's too bad that it might go red, but again, a big sell imbalance there hitting the market for sure. Oopsies, we just got rid of NVIDIA, but there it is. It's NVIDIA that is a big sell imbalance. Like, this is a big one. NVIDIA just went down there. It's only down 80 cents, but it's a nice move. Like, that is straight from, wow. Look at the TQs. Yeah. Look where we got stopped out $1 ago right there. Confidence high, out, not good, but there it goes, man. Nice move. Look, we're happy with it. We're glad that we're in that trade. We can't get them all, but we did have that. I hope you guys held on to it. Good move to the downside right now. Tesla crashing, NVIDIA making that move. Ford getting right back into the low of the day, close enough anyway, so that's a downside play there as well. Nothing else really on here, man. TLT, I don't know if you like the treasuries in this environment, but they're trying to work out as well. But so far there today, nice downside moves into the close. Congratulations, great trade there on Tesla. Glad that you held that move, obviously. So there it is, man. Good job so far. Wow, the TQs just continue to go lower, man. That's too bad. This was a day. Our day's already made, but it would have been nice little nightcap, if you know what I'm saying.
Yeah, this Tesla. So the low a day as of right now is 270.34. We're trading 273s, kind of breaking some prior structure. Let's see. This was the first kind of hold in this 273s off of the open, the little pullback hold on VWAP. So we're taking some of those. Maybe not taking those players out, but definitely the short-term longs that got involved in that area. A little bit sweaty here into the close. So if 273 breaks, what are the chances we go down to 270? I have no idea, but let's see if some of those stops get hit and if the selling becomes a little bit more aggressive. The NASDAQ back down to 20,000. Oh boy, That 290 was definitely a little bit of a high a day. What a beautiful, beautiful lick grab there. I got to document that one here. Google back to the downside. So like I said, held through the imbalances. But look, I didn't even get slipped that much on my stop. I think my stop was like 60, 63, 64s. I got out 63, 64s there on Google. That's 162, 63s there. Here it comes, 272 halves. It's still 15. I was gonna say 15:53 because I use a 24-hour clock. But it is 3:53 as of right now. One more minute left until some of these imbalances potentially get paired. I'm just asking myself, do I just hold? I might as well just hold. What do we do if we wipe up to 280? I really, at this point, the market is flushing like crazy. Let's see what happens in the next 6 minutes, Sean, as again, sellers once again show themselves to be in charge going into the end of the day today. Interesting stuff here. 20,000 still holding as of right now on the NASDAQ. Not really seeing anything too crazy here on these imbalances other than NVIDIA, which is a 5 million to sell. So where did my trading view go? So yeah, I want to look at what NVIDIA is doing real quick. NVDA. So there's a little bit of a bid here. Let's see what NVIDIA is doing on that sell imbalance. Oh boy, so yeah, that sell imbalance is definitely bringing in NVIDIA here. I don't know what the market imbalance is as of right now, but yeah, a lot of those things back at my desk here. New York, we got some Ford on there. We got some Ford, some TD, some CNQ on New York as well. Pfizer's usually up there, not really up there today. So interesting stuff there nonetheless. I got a question for you guys. What was your best trade today? I think in terms of best opportunities on the day, I kind of spoke on it earlier. In my opinion, relative to my playbook, I think that GME was probably one of the best opportunities on the day. In terms of reversions, definitely Tesla, one of the top ops as well for reversion, for the reversion playbook there on Tesla. So that was a bit of a miss there on my part. But let's see what Adair has to say.
Brought to you by our friends at Trade the Pool. Our friends from Trade the Pool are back to Trader TV. Trade the Pool is a game-changing platform that caps your risk while giving you the opportunity to make real shares using company capital. That means no more risking your savings. Trade the Pool now offers an unlimited trading period during the evaluation phase. No pressure, no rushing. Take your time, perfect your strategy, and get funded on your terms. Remember, your losses are capped at a one-time evaluation fee, and your profits are unlimited. Head to tradethepool.com and start trading now.
All right, thanks, Derek. Yeah, go over to Trade the Pool. Go check those guys out and see what they're all about. We've had a lot of traders go over there and check them out. So, we trade at Real Trading on a prop floor as well. So some of the trading that Obi and I will be doing and things like that can be replicated. And you can follow us and understand how we're taking those trades, what we're looking at, what we're thinking. And, Trade the Pool. Thanks for that. Unfortunately, our Real Trading is not available right now in the United States. So if you are outside the United States, do check out Real Trading ASAP for all of your prop needs. But thanks, Trade the Pool, again. And we're going to have a guest from Trade the Pool coming on the After Hours Recap Show, which is with Adara and I, where we will be going over the one name today that will be reporting of any significance. That will be the Lululemon. And again, another Canadian company. I don't know. I was looking. Oh, here. I ripped off this tag yesterday. You know how Lulu, I don't know if you know, like these are the tags that are on, like they are so huge. I don't know. I'm not even sure you're supposed to rip them off or not. Yeah. But I was looking on here, designed in Vancouver, but not made in Canada, of course. Made in the Vietnam. So this one's Indonesia. Right here, so
great clothes from that part of the world.
So, anyways, just wanted to say that. So we'll look to see what's going on there with again.
Now saying Sebastian.
Look at Apple now. Yeah, we do want to. Sebastian wants to talk about. We'll talk about gold. We'll talk about silver and gold in the after hours, as those guys are flight safety risks, flight to safety for both gold and silver. We'll talk a little bit about that in the after hours. But Obi, okay, I'm going to get out of here because I just realized I haven't logged in or anything over there on the main desk. So I'm going to say peace to you. Thank you so much for covering for our guy Neil. He'll be back in there tomorrow. And yeah, you're always hanging around. So
I'm here.
You know, we'll talk to you tomorrow as well. So all right, thanks Obi, and great trading there. Still in the Tesla. So,
oh boy, yeah.
Oh boy.
I mean, might do a last-minute punch, might hold into the close. We're still allowed to trade until 4:15, 4:30, 8 o'clock,
yeah, exactly.
whenever we want.
Blue Ocean, whatever.
But yeah, maybe we want to hold on to this one a little bit here into the after hours, and we'll see how that one works. But yeah, no, what a crazy trading day. What a crazy trading week. Tomorrow is already Friday, guys. That is absolutely wild. This week has flown by. And what crazy moves that we've had, some Tesla moves, some tariff moves as well, and a lot of action and spice in the markets here. And hopefully you guys have been hopefully you guys have been involved in exercising on these opportunities, taking those reps, taking those trades, and maybe catching some of that P&L as a byproduct of good decision making and good trading as well, hopefully. So yeah, shout out to you guys for sticking with us throughout the day. Hopefully you guys learned a thing or two. Shout out to Sean and Neil again for the show. And Neil will be back tomorrow as well. We got 10 seconds left. I'm watching this Tesla and I see Adara at the bell. Oh, the timer, oh boy. Don't forget, we are brought to you by Foremost Clean Energy. That's FMST on the DAC and FAT on the CSE. Thank you very much, Adara, for that. That bell is getting a little bit, not as loud as it used to be, I think. The bell, I think they might have changed. Oh, there we go. Thank you, Fabian there. All right, so right here, you know what? Tesla is where it is. I'm going to give it a couple minutes. I'm going to keep watching it. The bell is still ringing, telling me maybe get out of my position, but no, not just yet. But thank you all for joining us today. We will see you guys tomorrow, and I think they're ready for us at the desk. Don't go anywhere. We got Sean and Nadera with the market recap. Let's see what earnings we have. Take care, guys. See ya.
All right, hey, what's going on, everybody? We're really happy to be joining you one more time here. Okay, what's up, Fabian? On the market recap show. Hey, we'll go over here. Okay, what's going on? Did anyone find out what the J's score was, by the way? All right, we've got Lululemon coming through. We've got GameStop to talk about. You know my feelings on that one. We have the NASDAQ going out near the lows, man. Not a good sell-off there at the end of the day for the NQs, winding up down 0.6. So the NASDAQ starting to go downside there today. We will talk about some of the up markets. We promised Sebastian that we would talk about gold. We have silver and gold coming through as well. Uranium down today. We'll talk all about that. That's what it looks like here on the daily chart. We make a little bit of a move today back in, down 8% this month. Right there on Trade Ideas. Thank you for that one with the TQQs. The SPY, I think, as well, pulled back at the end of the day as well. Yeah, so both of these names not going out quietly at the lows, but close enough to it. We never like when we see this kind of action right there in the last half hour, but we did see it today. So congratulations to all the shorts that were able to pick some of those tops and take advantage of that. So there's a nice move back in. We did have a move down lower today, of course, as we begin to watch out the tariff talk. We did have autos on our mind today. Some great trading. TSLA. Some great trading with Tesla today early. Huge move up, man. The longs really cashed out. Again, look at those pre-market levels. Maybe I can just zoom back out a little bit. So this held, right? That held that 270 perfectly there, and you had nothing to worry about. Straight up $20. Before giving it all back in Tesla today, I think in a day when we had a lot of tariff talk and a lot of automotive issues, Tesla being up today, I think a lot of us would take that, considering where we were in the pre-market. We did have a downside move, made it all the way back, and then there's that move. So definitely disappointing from that top to bottom, but at the end of the day, Tesla still holds out. We'll check tomorrow, man. We'll write down 270. We'll check tomorrow to see if that's going to be a play or not. Days away now from the official launch of April 2nd, 25% tariffs. Okay, there it is. The J's are down 2 2-0, as Neil was talking about us having the more dominant pitcher. So we'll find out what happened there. Jay's down 2-0 right now in the second. All right, that's Tesla. Nice move to the downside. The markets did open up despite having a stronger than expected GDP reading, which is really nice to see. I think that GDP will obviously change as we start to hear more and more about this, but that was good, man. So good recovery there in the market. Then we had some moves back and forth. We had Apple, actually, one that I know Obi was trading there, but Apple really strong today, up that 1%. So we'll go back, we'll find out supply chain issues, maybe not there for Apple. We'll figure out what's going on there, but a nice move back for Apple as they're just coming off their bottom of 218. So, 218, what am I talking about? 210 there for Apple. Wow, nice move back there for AAPL as that name continues to work as well. All right, executive order signing from President Trump, of course, again at 2 p.m. We saw that. Fed's Barkin and Collins at 4:30, so they're coming out too as well. Bitcoin, third straight red day, but where did we end up there for Bitcoin though? All right, so IBIT again, yeah, kind of flat there at the end of the day, only 0.5, but that's on the daily chart. I guess Bitcoin had a little bit of a strong move there in the middle of the day, pulls back with the NASDAQ though. Crypto and BTC trying to hold out. What I have for them right now is a nice little level of 88 and change for BTC. So they're holding out right here. This is just Binance. We'll zoom this out a little bit. This is the day. This is a 15-minute chart. Nice hold right there. I just said 88. We're not at 88 right now, not according to this. We're at 87 and change. So we refresh that, holding down there, 87 change right now for Bitcoin. Nice day for them. I say nice day, but I'm just glad that Bitcoin's holding some of these levels.
Yeah.
We had a great move down into 76, which has not been seen again. So that could be something, especially with the NASDAQ being crushed yesterday. It was really nice to see where we wound up with Bitcoin and IBIT. So a nice move. All right, there's a lot of traders talking about gold. Sebastian wanted to talk about this a little bit. Look at that run up in gold. Gold today making all-time highs above 3,000, going out at about $3,080. You know, at a little higher than that right now. This is the thing about gold. We've talked about this as it having a spot in your portfolio. Gold has always been known as a flight to safety, meaning that if you're a little nervous about equities and you're looking to hedge a little bit, obviously you could do that through the options market, but just a simple straight trade
Lululemon earnings.
With GLD. Okay, Lulu's now out. We were waiting for that for 405. So Lululemon now out and Lulu L Lemon right now downside. It's looking like this is coming in. What's up? Thank you so much for your nice comments in the chat, but it looks like Lululemon right now, Adara, getting hit. I don't have Benzinga in my ear. Are they out? Or
they're out.
Okay, so let's go. Lululemon right now. We have to remind everybody, though, that this show is sponsored by ProfitX. Get on that website immediately if you are a gambler. Thank you, ProfitX. Better odds, peer-to-peer. It's like day trading, but sports gambling. Let's go, man. What's going on with Lululemon? A nice move down here.
Yeah, so from what I'm seeing so far, and again, I always like to, okay, so here we have the official Benzinga estimates. They beat on GAAP EPS, so shout out to ProfitX. Lulu making some profit, the other kind of profit
I like
here.
that.
$6.14 GAAP earnings per share versus $5.85 expected. That is a hearty beat. And sales here coming through at $3.611 billion. That is also above estimates here of $3.573 billion. Now, for their guidance for Q1 2025, they're expecting revenue between $2.34 and $2.36 billion. That is below estimates of $2.39 billion. So again, Lululemon here able to squeeze out some nice profit and revenue this year or for this quarter, but their guidance not so great. I do want to also go over some of the year over year, if I may. So net revenue here up 13% year over year. America's net revenue up 7% year over year. International net revenue up 38%.
So what's wrong with the stock?
Year over year. It's the guidance.
Right.
And then the other thing too for the fiscal year, because that was just for the quarter, fiscal year net revenue up 10%. And then international revenue up 34%. So Lulu had a great year and a great quarter internationally.
Right. So, I mean, I think that's what it's all about when we talk about what these earnings are. It's not about what they've come up with. It's what they're guiding forward, right? And I just think that in this environment right now, it's very dangerous to guide anywhere. I'm pretty nervous about the upcoming earnings season if this is what we're going to see. I mean, beat all over the place and Lululemon right now down 5%. So there it comes right back into the downside. We were talking about an expected move for Lulu to come back into the 200 period moving average. It's right there right now. Your 200 period moving average is at 319. So right now, it's not Austin 316, but Lululemon right now downside for the day. So what's up with the guidance?
So we already went over the revenue guidance. That was a miss. For next quarter, they're seeing revenue between 2.34 and $2.36 billion. But unfortunately, it's actually more likely what analysts were looking for. There was $2.39 billion. So they guided below analyst estimates. Now for Q1 EPS, they're guiding $2.53 to $2.58. That's well below estimates of $2.74. Also for the fiscal year, they're guiding earnings between $14.95 and $15.15 per share. Yeah. That is well below estimates here of $15.38. So again, I have not seen their fiscal 2025 revenue guide, but their fiscal 2025 EPS guide was a miss. Q1 revenue and EPS both miss guide.
Chef Joe, you're a funny guy. He says $100 for underwear, can't do it. Well, try them on. I mean, I like them. And it's not $100, man. You get like 3 pairs for like $40 or something like that. But anyways, there goes Lululemon downside. And yeah, it is going to be about the guide, right? We, we've talked about that over and over again. Lululemon downside. Is Nike catching any strays right now? Not really. Nike, a nice downside move into $65 right now, goes NKE. So Nike, again, there's their earnings day, this big yellow line. And we can see right here, Nike on earnings, something very, very similar. So I just think if you're looking at, look at Under Armour. I was going to say athleisure. That's right, I think. Downside for UAA as well. This is Under Armour. Many of these retail names continue to get hit to the downside. So it looks like we'll have to wait for that. And again, Lululemon, just to go over what they were talking about. Lululemon sees forward 25 earnings per share, EPS, between the range of $14.95 to $15.15 when their expected range was $15.30. So, their expected number was $15.30. So the range, not even their expectation is not even in range. Their range is lower, $14.95 to $15.15 versus $15.30. So they're underwater right there on their report for forward earn. But again, great quarter, but there's a miss there. Is it a sandbag? That's what I think Nike and these guys are going to do, is they're going to guide lower in hopes that they can get that number back to the upside and have themselves a nice recovery day, hopefully next quarter, in the future quarters as we get this all sorted out. All right, man. I mean, today was a very, very interesting day for many reasons, right? I mean, we did have a big report yesterday that we talked about, and that was GameStop. Look at Lululemon's chart, first of all. Like this name, we talked about winner or loser. Sometimes the chart just tells you what's about to happen. Lululemon on the daily, really no love. Like a lot of hatred in this space and a lot of downside pressure. This gap definitely got filled and now going lower. Watch out for Lululemon. But look, we talked about GameStop. This is just such a nasty little island candle up there. That was earnings from yesterday. And then all of a sudden, after hours, boom, $1.3 billion. What it was a convertible note. So GME had its worst session since June of 24. So we go all the way back to the summer, so like 8 months back, after announcing a 1.3 convertible note offering, right? So that's probably going to, what basically is shorting the shares, raising the capital, then getting this back in here at $22. So it should settle down. At the end of the day, they've got that offering, they've got the money. Now we'll have to wait to see where they put that. And we've talked about them possibly starting a Bitcoin reserve fund. So without going into too many details, they get spanked today. Will it hold? That's really the question. Today is over with. So if I'm looking at GameStop, you're just seeing it right here, 21 to 21.50, right back into a decent level. So if you like the stock yesterday, today's the bad news, but it doesn't change the story moving forward. So that's what I wanted to say. Maybe I didn't get that clear enough when I was talking with Obi there on the midday. And that is that, look, do I like GameStop as an investment? Not really. But it is pulled right back into a key level right there where you could buy it. I like GameStop at that level. I think it's worth holding. You break 20 out of there for GME. You never know when those chicken tendies will come in handy again. You like chicken fingers?
I enjoy a solid chicken finger, chicken nugget. You know what has the best tenders in my opinion? Okay, Chick-fil-A, the grilled ones are really dope, but my favorite has to be, drum roll please. Yes, for me, nugget. It's Popeye's chicken tenders, the mild with the buttermilk ranch. So good.
Okay.
And I don't even go to Popeyes. I haven't been to Popeyes in months. When I go to Popeyes, that's all I order.
Yeah, so my kid a couple weeks ago.
So he loves the Cajun fries, you said.
Yeah,
right?
that was, good memory, yeah. So he got the chicken fingers that day as well.
Oh my God,
with the side Cajun fries.
It's funny to get them for the fries though, because of anything, sometimes I just don't finish the fries.
He likes the fiery barbecue sauce though, I know. Yeah, buttermilk ranch.
Okay, Ramin and I have the same Popeyes order. I love that.
I love that too. Maybe we should get Popeyes then. We could get some Chick-fil-A. I mean, we talked about trying to get some lunch around here, so there we go. Chick-fil-A. Oh, we get lunch every day anyways, but Chick-fil-A. Okay, so that's what I was thinking. We should have to think of something else. I mean, we get a lot of super chats. We want to thank everybody for that. Thank you all.
Caffeine?
More caffeine-related things? Yeah, that would work for me too. 3,500 of you staying with us, and I want to thank you for that. We do have a brand new guest getting ready, locked and loaded, to come through here, so that should be very, very good. I have never bought. What's up, M. Kelsey? What does it say here? Sean has a cool story about how he bought Lulu in his long-term account, and I was way early on Lulu. So I bought Lulu. Yeah, I got it. I bought Lululemon an extremely long time ago because it was a Canadian company. And then I used to just buy things, and this is why I'm in Starbucks a long time ago. It's why when Target came to Canada, I bought Target immediately. Whenever I look over and I see like, hey man, someone's spending $200 and that someone is my wife on a pair of athletic pants, I'm just buying the stock and hoping that it continues to go forward. So that's kind of my story about what I do. And it was the same thing with Starbucks. It was like, what? Like, we're paying $7 for drinks. I am now into Starbucks, so that's fine.
I love Starbucks.
But, you know, you make a little bit of money on there. And I actually have the same thing with cell phones. It's like if your plan is with AT&T or something like that, sometimes buy the stock, you get that dividend, helps you pay for your cell phone bill. So I don't know if that's what you're talking about, but that's some stories that we have. Sure. I have many stories.
Or get like Starbucks rewards, and then when you get drinks, you save.
That's what I did today.
Points. Yeah.
I got that coffee. It cost me 100.
What did you get?
It was nice coffee. It was 100 points, but I added, you can add on to it. Cold foam I added. So I got the carrot, all for free, all for the 100 points. Wow. Yeah, it's like your matcha thing.
Yeah, what I love about the points is I get crazy reward drinks because I know they will not charge me more. Shout out to Brian Nickel.
All right, it is time. We have Steve Thielman here, an analyst at Trade the Pool. So here we go, it's Trader Talk, let's go. Hello, Mr. Steve, how are you?
Hey, doing great. Thanks for having me on, Sean.
Hey, no problem. We've never been on together. And is this your first time on Trader TV Live?
Yes, sir. Thanks.
Well, then welcome to the best show on the planet right now. And yeah, we do this every single day. We are live, and we are super happy to have you on once, well, not once again, for the first time, and hoping to have you on again after this as well. So, all right, let's get going, Steve. I mean, this wild market, right? I mean, today we had this nice up and down move. We were trading Tesla like it was going out of style around here. Because this is my first time, speaking with you. What kind of trader are you? Maybe what's your role with Trade the Pool? Let's do a brief introduction to who Steve Thielman is.
Sure, absolutely. So I would classify myself as primarily a swing trader. I do like to scalp as well, but it's more of a supplementary aspect to my trading. I am a big fan of William O'Neill and the Can Slim school. So that's kind of where my edge lies, finding these big movers coming out of large bases and trying to capture the meat of that move in the sector leaders and the leading stocks in those sectors. With Trade the Pool, I do some streaming. I'm there every Tuesday. You can catch me live with Mitch and Michael over there.
Nice.
And yeah, I help whatever they need me to help with.
All right, great. If we're talking about bigger moves, has a name like Tesla, I mean, we've talked about that a little bit. We've seen about a 30%, was it 30% move in the last week or so? We had that bottom of in and around 220, 225, all the way back up to the 200 period moving average in here at 288. Were you tipped off to anything with Tesla? Is there any was there any indicators, technical indicators that potentially you use, or what were you looking at? And hey, the floor is open. We could talk about anything, but maybe we'll start with Tesla.
That's great. I was actually hoping we'd talk about it. This is perfect. So the biggest tip off for me is that it filled both of those gaps and then showed an immediate change in character and price action. So I got a little starter in Tesla long last Friday as the market reversed and posted that beautiful tail wick, that bottom wick that really showed that we're kind of cooking. So wild day today. I kind of wish I trimmed, but hey, that yeehaw 7% up and down was crazy. I saw you guys trading it. Great job.
Yeah, we were short early, and then we went long after that. And I don't know if we have this set up or not, but if you have charts you want to share, we can share the screen through this or not. It's fine. I have the charts up as well. So Tesla, he's trying to share? if you have a chart to share. You don't have to if you don't want to. We do everything live here, so we're going back and forth. So thank you, Steve, for all of that. All right, so what is your take? Like April 2nd, right? We're just around the corner right now. We've talked about that as being, a very, very important day for these markets. You know what I'm kind of feeling, Steve, though, is that maybe it's a nothing burger kind of day. Maybe it's just, it comes, a lot of these are already priced in. We saw a huge move today in Rivian, nicely cooking to the upside. And if we come over to the chart here today, Ramin, we can have a quick look at Rivian. Rivian today taking out the 200 period. And really, I mean, this name, 1050 just 4 or 5 days ago, up to $13, giving traders that 25% move almost immediately. So Rivian starting to work on that. Other names such as Toyota Motors, some names to the downside. You could see that little candle down there making a nice move down for Toyota, down 3% today. Some other names like GM and Ford already coming to the downside. So what's your take about these tariffs and some of these moves that we've seen lately in some of the names we just discussed?
Sean, I think we're in agreement on a lot of this. I think that there's a pretty high likelihood that it does end up being a nothing burger. Options, the options seem to be priced for a pretty binary move, but I'm a big fan of the nothing ever happens camp, and it's so often that you'll see this volatility get crushed and provide a nice springboard for the market. So I gotta say, I'm a longer term trader. I look at these longer term charts, and nothing is screaming panic to me yet. We definitely have potential to be at the start of a bear market if this rally does fade. But I am inclined to believe that even if it is a dead cat, we get a nice move up. So I'd be looking for volatility to crush and to see that move continue to play out.
Thank you so much for being here with us, Steve. We've had a lot of intraday catalysts as of late. Pfizer's had intraday moves the last couple days. We also had AAPL today, massive drop to the downside on its fourth short report in about a month. So are you an intraday news trader? Is that something you look at? I know you said more long-term, but is that something you'll take into consideration?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I think, all long-term moves have to start somewhere, right? So I try to keep my head in the game and keep tabs on all these intraday moves. It's a lot. I don't know how you guys do it. You guys are awesome. But there's a lot to keep track of, especially regarding the auto tariffs. I think that's very significant. I think a lot of the wider tariff risk might be overblown, but I do think that that's quite a significant catalyst that we need to keep our eyes on, for example, there.
All right, thanks, Steve, with that one. What about Lululemon? I mean, do you ever make any plays? I mean, we have some people that come on here, some analysts such as yourself, and they stay away from earnings. For me, I like to let it settle down. I go kind of like T+3, so the earnings date, then look at it maybe 3 days later, let the noise settle down on these kind of plays, because there's always that little overreaction, especially when the earnings come out 10 minutes ago. You do get an overreaction, and right now Lululemon down 5%. The expected move was 8%. Anything you're thinking about retail? We've seen moves down in Costco, Walmart, Nike as well, and now today with Lululemon. Any thoughts about any of those names?
Yeah, I think that in general, and I will say that my edge is primarily in technical analysis. Okay. That being said, I think the fundamentals of the earnings of Costco and Walmart do show some cracks in consumer strength, or at the very least, the very exuberant priced inness of that trend. So I think that it's something to watch for. Right. And I was prepping here, so I didn't actually catch the Lulu move, but I'll have to brush up and see how that affects my macro outlook there.
Yeah, Lulu actually came out with great report, but unfortunately their guide was a little under what was expected, as we kind of expect that as well moving forward. For me, and I know thanks for telling us about the technical expertise that you have there, but this market right now, I mean, when I'm looking at the Qs, when I'm looking at the spider, so the NASDAQ or the S&P 500, I mean, we're under some pretty key levels. We had Brian Shannon on, who's talked about the anchored VWAP from year-to-date anchors. If there's one sort of an indicator, if there's something that you're looking at, maybe when we trade ETFs or anything like that, what is like your go-to maybe setup? There's death crosses. What is your number one maybe indicator that you look at? Is it a 5-minute moving average, 5-day moving average? What are some of the things that you look at that maybe our traders can have a look at as well?
Well, Sean, I'll be honest. I'm a pretty simple man. I think a lot of people's trading trajectories, they start out with a billion indicators on their screen and they just strip them back. I love that you mentioned Brian Shannon. What a goat. He's amazing. And anchor VWAPs are a decent part of my trading strategy. Okay. I would say that is definitely up there. And the other one is just the classic moving averages. So 200-day moving average. This is huge. It tracks institutional, ownership. For example, JPM. I went long JPM a couple weeks ago off the 200 because it was the first time since October 2023 that we even got a chance. That institutional investors even got a chance to get that entry. So honestly, you can keep it simple. The 200 is excellent. I love 9 and 21 EMAs as well. I think they're great for staying in trades. So, for my system, I'm very much about catching the big move off and off that 200-day moving average and then holding as long as those shorter term ones hold up.
Right, and it's, great minds think alike, so I don't know why you're thinking like me there, Steve, because the most recent purchase I made was JPM exactly off of that 200 period. And it's just because not only do I like the stock, I think if we can buy the best of breed, and I'm going to steal that line from Jim Cramer, of course, but I really do believe that buying the best names, especially at 200 period moving averages, great for entry spots and also great just to take a shot. Like even if you want to go in, use the most recent bottom as your low, always worth a shot there at the 200 period. JP Morgan pulling back a little bit. We'll see if we can get to the 50. That's one of my outs, 200 to 50. If you can make that kind of a move, that's a good spot to get a little bit out. All right, look, we always talk about the same names, so I'm glad that you talked about financials. Is there a particular sector right now that you're looking at, or maybe what was your most recent look that you've had? What's exciting Steve these days?
Okay, Steve's excited in a few things here. I gotta say, I've been a massive China bull all year long.
Okay, great.
It's been by far my best trade. I think that the party is still going. We're still seeing a lot of relative strength in FXI. That's really encouraging. And we're starting to see a broader base move. So other names are starting to participate, right? So a few that I'm looking at are Baidu I really like, and I'm a big fan of Tiger, T-I-G-R as well. Yeah, Baidu with the great curl up there.
Yep.
And Tiger, this is one I'm in recently. I got in under 9 and keeping a pretty tight stop on it because it's a wild mover, but I think it has potential to really surge and fill that gap up to, call it 12 and change.
So Tiger's fintech company, eh? So I think that's a good little look there. And I just saw they just had earnings about a week ago. Is that sort of what? Were you in pre-earnings, or you're just sort of in on this recent base rate here in and around 860, 870, or so, trying to hold that bottom because it's looking good. We haven't seen many names beat on earnings. It looks like Tiger does exactly that. So a little bit of an undercover name right there. Was that a post-earnings play or pre-earnings for you?
Yeah, Sean, I heard you mention you like to let the chart settle down post-earnings too. I think we're going to get along great. We are very much in alignment on that. So I love post-earning gap setups. So you wait for it to gap up. You wait for the short-term traders to kind of filter out and transfer those shares to longer-term investors. And, that's me. I'm not going to be holding it all year, but, I definitely want to catch a nice move. And I think that it's a very safe way to manage risk by doing that. Another name that I think is very similar is Okta. Actually, I think it kind of pulled a U-turn on us yesterday, so I'll have to check in on that one. But I love those setups. They're high quality for sure. Ooh, it's a little rough now.
Nah, is it though, really? You just go from 117 down to 112. I don't feel like Okta's in too much trouble again. I like the name, data processing name. Great earnings. Some of the calls that you've made here are on strong earnings names. And again, kind of the opposite. Let's not catch the falling knife. Let's catch names that are on upswings, right? So again, two great names. I want to thank you, Steve, because I haven't heard, we haven't talked much about Baidu, Tiger, or Okta. So there we go. One last name for you, because I feel like you may be a little conservative. What about GLD? All right.
GLD.
Right. So is gold something? FXI, bang, great call on that. When there's blood in the water, everybody was thinking that China was in trouble coming in with this new presidency and sort of what we're talking about. First of all, what's in the cup?
Just water.
Okay.
Just water.
All right. We drink a lot of coffee around here, but okay, good. Yeah, right. Are you a coffee or a tea guy?
It depends on the day. Usually black coffee, though.
Nice. I like that. Did you see that animation we had there? Hydration Nation. So that was, go back and check that out. That's how when we drinking water, you got to stay fresh. So I like that. All right, gold. Gold's starting to go back up to the upside. We talked about this a little bit today. Also, its crazy cousin in silver. Shout out to Michael Noss there as well, as silver going upside here, outpacing gold. Still not at highs right there, but we had this little arrow from before. Looks like we're trying to take that out on silver. You think there's a spot in everyone's portfolio right now for a little precious metal action?
Oh yeah, absolutely. I took the gold trade from about 2K to 3K. I'm lying. 2K to like call it 27 or so. And honestly, I thought it was running hot. I thought that there was going to be a significant pullback, and we have not gotten that. It is absolutely beautiful, and it looks like it's ready for more. Pretty crazy.
Thank you so much again, Steve, for answering all these questions. We have one more. It's actually a super chat here from JV. Say thank you for the $2 super chat. Jay asking, Steve, what motivated you to become a trader?
Well, you know, I've always been better doing my own thing as opposed to working for somebody else. And although Trade the Pool is great and I love that company, you know, I love having the financial independence. And I really have an eye for patterns, and it's just fun to me. You know, I just love it. Every day I wake up and I'm excited to go to work. And what more can you ask for, right?
I mean, great answer there, Steve. Thanks for that. I mean, that's exactly, I think we are going to get along fine, because that's exactly, I don't even want to take time off. I love coming in, seeing the charts. You know what? When I'm wrong, that's fine. We accept it and we move on, because not every pattern is going to always repeat itself. That's part of the fun of this. If it was that easy, then hey, man, we wouldn't even have jobs probably. So I want to thank you for coming through. Did you have a good time?
Oh, I had a blast. Thanks so much for having me.
All right. Promise me that we'll do this again.
Oh, please. Yes, sir.
All right, Steve Thielman from Trade the Pool. Go check out Trade the Pool, and thank you so much. And we'll check you hopefully in the upcoming weeks. Thanks, Steve. Have a great day.
Thanks. You too.
Ciao. That's Trader Talk. Okay, there we go, man. Another one. I mean, we're lining up the guests, man. We have Brian Shannon, Michael Noss, JC Peretz, everybody coming on the show. And thank you, Steve, as well. Money Mitch, I mean, obviously from Trade the Pool as well, comes through, I don't know, every other week, something like that. So we want to thank everybody from Trade the Pool as well. All right, so that was that. Good talk there. And I think keeping it simple. So I like what Steve said there. 200 period. You guys know I even use that on the 1 minute chart. Don't steal that, Steve. But I like that. I like the 50 period moving average as well. So, you know what? Neil and I talk about this all the time, and you're different as well, because Adara, you like the names that are a little more spready.
I love it.
And a little bit more action on them, like an App Lovin', like an Eli Lilly, various names like that. Even GameStop over the last little while has been pretty wild. So, you know, everybody find your niche.
Yeah.
Find what trades work best for you and what style works best for you. Steve talked about chart patterns and things like that. So understand what makes you elite, what gives you your edge. And I think with a company like Trade the Pool, with real trading here as well, that's what prop trading allows you to do. Test out your strategies, someone else's money. And I just think that that's very, very important. I like how he said that he was an independent thinker and he likes to work not for other people, but he likes Trade the Pool. So we like
Trade the Pool.
Yeah, I'm the same way, but I like Trader TV Live. So no, but okay, hit the like button. Thank you so much. Over 4,000 of you staying. We want to thank all of you there for staying late with us. This show is brought to you by ProfitX. It is the recap show, but unfortunately we only have one last minute left because Ramin has a date tonight, so she's got to go. There's Lululemon right there. Maybe she doesn't. I don't know. Nice move down into 320 right there for Lululemon. So they are down 5% here into the close. I got to take my kid to chess tonight. Yeah. My daughter's at hockey. And then we're getting Freshie again because the family are loving those salad bowls. So shout out to Kava and Chipotle and all that. There's a Canadian company called Freshie.
Shout out to my former employer, Freshie.
Right. Like, how were they as an employer?
They were okay. So it's different because you work for like a franchisee and not the whole company. I only worked there for 3 months, but they kind of like, you know, when they like and your employers ghost you, that's what Freshie did. So shout out to the guy from Freshie. They closed, so we're all good now.
Yeah. I was gonna say a lot of Freshies closing. So,
yeah, that one
maybe that's why. All right, who's here with us? All right, we want to thank everybody for joining us here on Major League Baseball's opening day. So I hope you're enjoying, he's not watching this, so I hope Neil is enjoying the game right now with his family as he's a season ticket holder for the Blue Jays. We've got on our Blue Jays hat here today as well. We're really, really happy with everything. It was a great trading day. Baseball's back. Weather's getting better, and I want to thank everybody for staying here late with us. It is, how warm is it? 11 degrees outside.
What? Thank gosh I didn't wear my warm coat.
That's so like happy. 65 degrees or so. This is really, really warm. Adara's losing her mind over here. So
we're excited.
What's up, Guap? What's up, Steven ETN right there? You're right, traders stay late. I used to do this show for about 8 months by myself. We're glad to have Adara on board, and Neil and I now rotate. So thank you, Adara, for that. I mean, Adara can do the show by herself, that's for sure. Thank you to Bristol. Thank you to Monty G. Charlie Taff, man, you're here every day, so we want to thank you for that as well. Dave Trader, have a nice evening, everyone. More fun tomorrow. That's the best part about it. Not only is tomorrow Friday, but the market markets are open again. So we really, really like that. Anybody catching your eye here at all, Adara?
I mean, Michael Noss CMT was casually in the chat earlier.
Okay.
Michael Noss dipped in, agreed with Steve on his Tiger call, said he was always lurking, and I don't know if he's still here, but shout out to Michael Noss.
Good.
Because the Michael Noss was there for sure. The Noss boss, Spark Shop, onto blockchains, Charlie Taff. We have 3 7s, we have DDT, we've got Stuart, we have Never Always Ever, the Piper, Fred Oseko. People were also asking about Cooler earnings. I put them in the chat in their entirety. Inline EPS, sales were a beat. They basically were able to shrink their operating losses and their revenue increased by 44%. So that's my quick rundown of those earnings. Shout out to Venado, shout out to Bears vs. Bulls. Thank you so much for everything you do every single day. Thank you to Steve. Thank you to our amazing team. And tomorrow is a new day, App Lovin'. Will people still be app hating? We're going to have to find out.
Yeah, well, we know who was app hating was Muddy Waters.
All the short sellers, Muddy Waters, Culpert,
They're
Fuzzy
always
Panda, Bear Cave, they've all been short this thing, so let's see what tomorrow brings.
And I hope Michael Nas also heard me shout him out there as we were talking about some of the great.
Hand in the
oh,
chat.
good. Okay, what's up, Michael? All right, man. One of the great beard games there. So shout out to Michael Nas and his website and everything. Trader's Edge, I believe.
Strats
Edge. Traders.
Strats Edge.
What is it, Michael? Put in the chat there. Strats Edge. What's up to everybody? Thank you so much for joining us one more time. We're back tomorrow at 8:30 again. And I think Michael's with us in the morning. So we'll get his thoughts tomorrow morning, Friday morning. Thank you so much for joining us today. It's Thursday. Go have a nice cold one and watch your favorite baseball team tonight. Thank you, Adair, for again, everything today. I know it's a busy news day. We want to thank Brendan as well. Obi for sticking in for Neil there, sitting in for Neil. Sharif's not here, but Joe as well. Go get him, Joe, on your game tonight. Thanks, Ramin. Thanks, Fabian. Thanks, Andre, and everybody that works with us here. Thank you to Bears vs. Bulls as well. And thank you to Steve for coming through from Trade the Pool as well. We look forward to having him back on. So, hey, from everybody here at Trader TV Live, we're doing it again tomorrow at 8:30. So we'll see you then, Stats Edge.